Good morning, conference. Good morning, conference. Now, I know you're all expecting Mark Pack to be standing here opening conference as your president. Instead, sadly, you've got me. Mark is unwell and unable to attend conference. I realise this might feel a bit like expecting a fine 3-course meal and getting a perfectly edible but adequate conference lunch. But don't worry, Mark, ever the professional as we know him very well, has sent me some well-crafted words, but just delivered by me. It's amazing to welcome you all in Harrogate, in person and online, for our 2025 Spring Conference. Harrogate has a special place in our party's history. It was here in 1987 that the Liberal Party voted overwhelmingly to begin merger talks with the SDP and paving the way for the Liberal Democrats as we know it. Indeed, the Liberal Party met here in 1983 for the Liberal, as it was called the Liberal Assembly, and annoyingly I have the agenda from it, but I left it backstage. And actually one of the members of the FCC was on the version of the FCC then. So in a way you could say this town is part of our party's DNA. It's been the setting for moments of big historic decisions, which makes it the perfect place for us to come together once again and shape the future. Speaking of Harrogate's political history, Mark wanted me to mention that this was the very conference centre where he attended his first general election count back in 1997. That's when the Lib Dems took Harrogate and Knaresborough from Norman Lamont. Now, for those of you who may have tried to forget about Norman Lamont, or those who don't know who he is, Norman Lamont was the man responsible for Black Wednesday, when the government's economic policies collapsed in a spectacular fashion. In other words, he basically was the Liz Truss of the 1990s, but he lasted longer than 49 days. Back then, we thought winning 46 seats was an amazing achievement, and it was. But since then, we've built on that success, and today we stand stronger than ever, with more MPs and more councillors up and down the country. And of course, the world has changed a lot since 1997. Back then, the economy was booming, and now it's a mess. Back then, the US government was promoting democracy, and now it's struggling to define it. And in 1997, if you said electric car, people thought of Clive Sinclair. Now they think of someone who keeps telling us it wasn't really a Nazi salute. It's easy to look back with nostalgia, but the truth is we've never had a greater opportunity to shape the future. We have more power in the House of Commons, more majority Lib Dem councils, and growing influence across the country. And that is entirely down to the hard work of our members, of you, and your dedication and your belief in our values. Now, I want to come back to another link between 1997 and today, because in 1997 we won Harrogate and Knaresborough from the Conservatives, and in 2024 we did it again. Back then, it was Phil Willis's votes that Mark saw stacking up on the tables. And this time, we have a new Lib Dem champion for this seat. He's a tireless campaigner, an exceptional advocate for his community, and proof that when Lib Dems work together, we win. So, conference, please give a huge welcome to Tom Gordon, the MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough.
Good morning, conference, and welcome, or to some people, welcome back to Harrogate. It's an absolute honour to stand here as the Member of Parliament for Harrogate and Knaresborough, welcoming you all to this year's Spring Conference. And as we've just heard, it's the first time in 16 years that our party conference has been hosted here in Harrogate. And it's a constituency that's now once again represented by a Liberal Democrat MP. And let me tell you, that feels pretty good to say and isn't going to get old anytime soon. Now, a lot has changed since we were last here in Harrogate. Back then, Twitter was a fun website where you talked about your favourite TV shows. The biggest debate back in 2009 was whether Nick Clegg could stack up and do well in a TV debate between Gordon Brown and David Cameron. And back then, George Canning still held the title as the shortest-serving Prime Minister. How times have changed. And back then too, I was still at high school, so things have moved on a little bit. But looking back to the fantastic history that Harrogate has, we had an incredible champion in Phil Willis, a man who left me, even 14 years later, some pretty big shoes to fill. He's a relentless champion for our community, a passionate advocate for education, and a true liberal. It's a privilege to follow in Phil Willis's footsteps, and I know just how delighted he is to see Harrogate and Knaresborough once again at the heart of our party's success. And conference, what a difference having 72 Liberal Democrat MPs are making. We fought tooth and nail to bring back fairness, accountability, and the reputation of Parliament back, and we're already making our voices heard. We're demanding votes on things like proportional representation because democracy should work for everyone. We're leading the charge on an EU youth mobility scheme because young people deserve opportunities, not barriers. And we're holding this disastrous Labour government to account on their appalling cuts to things like disability benefits because no one should be left behind. And we're proving, day in, day out, that we are the progressive party of hope, and that's what Liberal Democrats do. And we're not just making a difference in Westminster. We have a party of 72 local champions who are fighting day in, day out for their communities. And locally, I know I couldn't do that without the fantastic team, both in my parliamentary office and local party, who help every single day. Now, I have a bit of an admission to make. When we had the election count in this convention centre 8 months ago, when I got up to give my speech after winning, I rattled off my Oscar-style thank you speech, mentioning everyone, every dog, cat, and every member, but I did make a big omission. I managed to realise when we got back to the office to celebrate at 1:30 in the morning, I hadn't thanked my agent. So I would right that wrong now and say thank you to Rob for being a fantastic agent, and hopefully he'll do it again next time. In just a few months, I've already met with ministers trying to secure funding for grassroots football in Knaresborough, making sure we meet with education ministers to secure the funding for £20 million of funding for Harrogate College. And we fought and won for funding for specialist diabetes services. We're campaigning to clean up the River Nid, and across the country, Liberal Democrat MPs are rolling up our sleeves, fighting for our communities, and we are getting things done. And let's not forget why we're in this position. Last year, we witnessed a Tory wipeout unlike anything in modern British political history. The people sent a clear message. Enough of chaos, enough of neglect, enough of a government that puts itself before the country. And yet here we are, with the new Conservative leader seeming more interested in fighting their internal messes than cleaning up the messes that they made. While they bicker, we lead. We are the party that listens, we are the party that delivers, and we are the party that brings people together. Now, whilst you're here in Harrogate, I absolutely insist you must take a moment or two to enjoy some of the fantastic things that our wonderful part of the world has to offer. From strolling through the stunning Valley Gardens to visiting the Turkish baths, and of course, no trip to Harrogate is complete without a visit to Betty's. So go grab yourself a fat rascal, some of the famous Yorkshire tea, and make the best of the hospitality we have here in Harrogate. So conference, as we come together this weekend, let's celebrate how far we've come, but let's also be clear about the work yet still to do. We now have a Labour government to hold to account, and a Labour government that's failing and disappointing and let people down. We have a country that we need to fight for hope and for change, and a future that we know can be better than the trajectory we're on. So with that conference, it's my privilege to say, welcome to Harrogate.
Thank you very much, Tom. And we now move to agenda item F2, which is the Federal Conference Committee report. Could I ask anyone that did submit a question for the report to move to the intervention place, which is just in front of me over there. You will find the questions in Conference Extra. And I now ask the Chair of Federal Conference Committee, Nick Da Costa, to come to the podium. Thank you.
find that there comes a time for making your mind up. You gotta turn it on, and then you gotta put it out. You gotta be sure that it's something everybody...
Good morning, conference again. I will take my report as read. You've already heard from me doing my very best party president impression, but now I'm back in my proper role as chair of the Federal Conference Committee, and it feels much better. I'm going to try and keep this brief. Think of it as a Eurovision interval act of speeches, light, slightly chaotic, hopefully enjoyable, and all over before you need to head to the exhibition for a coffee. I introduced Tom, and I'm now following Tom. It was great to hear from him as our amazing new MP for Harrogate and Knaresborough. And it's brilliant to be holding conference in a Lib Dem seat for the first time since 2009. Now, when I was moonlighting as party president earlier, I spoke about Harrogate's place in Liberal history. But let's now turn to something more iconic that happened here in 1982. Yes, before we saw standing orders and suspension votes, this very venue hosted the Eurovision Song Contest. It witnessed sequins, smoke machines, and the kind of choreography where someone dramatically rips off a skirt mid-performance. Bucks Fizz may have brought it to Harrogate in 1981, but the spirit of big skirt, little skirt very much lives on in Harrogate. The UK entry in 1982 was Bardo, with One Step Further, a title that's now used by ALDC training sessions. Sadly, they didn't win, but like many of our policies, the performance was bold, earnest, and slightly misunderstood outside of the conference arena. The winner that year was Nicole singing Ein bisschen Frieden from West Germany, a touching ballad of peace and unity sung in multiple languages, very much like our policy debates, though with slightly fewer key changes and fewer references to lines 18 to 24. And if you do get the chance, do visit the entrance atrium where the latitudes of all of the 1982 Eurovision countries are marked on the floor. It's a lovely reminder of how people across Europe come together in a spirit of optimism, joy, and mutual confusion over the voting systems. Some important reminders for our members. Conference is a space for open, passionate debate, but we are also a community. Let's treat each other with kindness and respect, because in the Liberal Democrats, we don't do nul point, unless you miss the deadline for amendments. If you need anything this weekend, speak to the amazing steward team in the yellow T-shirts, the local Harrogate stewards who know this venue better than the FCC knows conference standing orders, ourselves as the FCC members, or the help desk. I also want to say a huge thank you to all of the party bodies and exhibitors in the exhibition and fringe. Please also take advantage of our amazing training program, whether you're a seasoned campaigner or a first-timer. And myself as a councillor in a Labour-facing area, I also highly recommend a fantastic selection of training for those of us fighting Labour. And if you want a glimpse of behind-the-scenes glamour of the FCC, think more Eurovision green room than backstage diva, then follow our Instagram account at @confbehindScenes for updates, photos, and the bits that don't make it into Conference Daily. Conference can be a financial commitment, which is why we run the Conference Access Fund, helping members with travel, accommodation, and childcare costs. If you can do, please do. If you can donate, please do, because everyone should have this chance to step onto the Lib Dem stage. A huge thank you in advance to our amazing HQ team for all the work they put into making conference go. To our partners and suppliers, our amazing stewards under the leadership of hopefully the soon-to-be first Lib Dem Mayor of Hull and East Yorkshire. They are the heart and soul of conference, keeping us moving throughout the long days, tight turnarounds, and making sure none of us get lost. And of course, a huge thank you to the Federal Conference Committee. You make it a joy to be chair, even when we're deep into the debate about the debate, whether to have the debate. Next stop on the Lib Dem tour will be Bournemouth in autumn, 20th to 23rd of September. And at the end of this year, we'll be having the next round of federal committee elections. If you're thinking of standing for FCC, please come find myself or a member of FCC and have a chat about it. I hope you enjoy the weekend, whether you're here for the motion, the fringes, the training, or Glee, where I hope the team have written some appropriately liberal, politically themed Eurovision ballads. This weekend, we're making policy, we're building community, and hopefully delivering a few moments of genuine political joy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. We now move to the first question from Sir Simon Hughes. Nick.
Fantastic. Simon, thank you very much for the question. You can see it in your conference extra as question 1. Yes, there was a very long delay with regards to publishing written responses to questions, and this was completely unacceptable. I've written to all committee chairs and those who provide responses to questions at conference, informing them that for this conference, I expect their written responses far quicker, and that if we do not get responses in time, we will publish the questions with no response received. I've also informed the chairs and those submitting questions that if we still have people falling behind my unofficial deadline this time, we will put in a formal deadline of publishing by 21 days, and whoever doesn't publish will just have a blank spot in the report.
Simon, you're standing there. Please go ahead with your supplementary.
Nick, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you to your committee and to you personally, and thank you for your very positive answer. We all understand that not every question can be reached verbally, as this one is. There'll be some this time that get carried over, but it was unacceptable last time to have to chase and chase and chase and chase and get no answer. So I accept your undertaking. Thank you for being tough about it. I think for the party to be seen to be accountable, we need to be able to ask questions and have them answered either face-to-face or in a short time afterwards, and hopefully that will help us all. So I'm very grateful, and I look forward to an expedited system from now on. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Simon. And I completely agree with you. I mean, the number of chases you were sending, I was sending them in threefold. And I was very disappointed with some people. So we're definitely going to make this quicker next time. And those who don't submit questions will have blank spots. And we know who doesn't respond.
Nick, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on.
Yep, moving on to the next question, which question 2 is from Brandon Massey.
Perfect. Brandon, thank you very much for your question. That's number 2 in extra. Unfortunately, sections 5, 6 and 7 of the science motion were missed off when the agenda was published. We have rectified this by drafting in the missing sections. The missing sections were all contained within the policy paper, so therefore were already part of the motion. I apologise for this. This was my fault, and I should have picked this up when we were preparing the agenda.
Thank you very much, Nick. And Brandon, I think I can see you there, so do go ahead with your supplementary.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, for confirming that the mistake was in publishing the agenda. I spoke to you a couple of days ago about this, and yeah, I was confused about it. I understand that you was a bit confused about it when I put the question in. So thanks everyone for actually understanding confusion. Yeah, my question would be on non-party bodies at conference stands. Would you be able to explain to the conference what the current policy on non-party bodies with the commercial and party rates are?
So, with regards to party body rates, we have a party body rate system which gives discounted access to conference for organisations that are not AOs or local, regional or state parties. They have to apply to the General Purposes Subcommittee, which is the very exciting subcommittee of the Federal Conference Committee, to receive party body rates. We are currently going through a process of review of the party body rates because the current policy hasn't been updated for around 20 years or so. So we're looking at updating the policy, and I'll be sharing more information with AOs and party bodies and then members eventually on that. Those party bodies who apply for party body rate generally fall outside of the AO category because, for example, they don't necessarily have a constitution or they're not made up solely of Liberal Democrats. There are various groups where there are mixed membership and there's no requirement of membership to be for Liberal Democrats, but they do add a value to the party. With regards to commercial organisations, that isn't a remit for the Federal Conference Committee. It is a commercial arrangement, and so FCC has very little control over commercial arrangements, and that is how it is in that regard, and I think that's the correct way of setting it there.
Thank you very much, Nick. So we're now going to move to vote. So could I ask all those who are in favour of approving the report from Federal Conference Committee to please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those who are against, please raise your cards now. We will just wait a couple of moments for the online voting to come in. And that's overwhelmingly in favour too, so that report is approved. We now move to, thank you very much, Nick. We now move to F3, which is the report for the Federal Policy Committee. And I ask Lucy Nithinger to come to the stage.
Good morning, conference. No, can you still hear me anyway? It's wonderful to be here in Harrogate. I have not been to a Lib Dem conference here before. I've been to lots of councillor conferences. It's much more fun when the place is full of Liberal Democrats, I can tell you. Councillors are wonderful, but Liberal Democrats are even better. The report is in the papers, so I won't go through it in some detail, but there are just a couple of things I want to say before we move on to questions. The first is a thank you to our small but perfectly formed staff team who helped support the policy committee. They work incredibly hard. We are really, really lucky to have such experienced people, and I think I just wanted to thank them on this occasion. Since the report was written, Federal Policy Committee have been carrying on working hard, and there are a couple of things I think it's worth adding. One of those is that we have now confirmed 2 new working groups which will start working on new policy areas soon. We have appointed chairs to those new working groups, and we're extremely grateful to Dr. Mohsin Khan, who has agreed to chair the working group on mental health, and to Councillor Katie Mansfield, who will be chairing a group on town centres and high streets. I also wanted to say that we are working very, very closely with the Policy Review Group on what the next 4 will be. We're pretty close to confirming those, and it was great to see yesterday in their consultation session just how much there is kind of consistency across the whole party on what the areas that most urgently need new policy working groups are. So those will be being set up shortly, and we've got some really exciting topics coming up, some of which are in the news a great deal. So moving on to the questions, is that okay?
Yep, so the first question is from Christopher Johnson. So if you do have a supplementary, do stand by the intervention mic. Over to you, Lucy.
Thank you for your question. Which is on what the policy committee do to tackle discrimination. There are 2 key things that I wanted to talk about in relation to this question. The first is that when we are thinking about policy, we are always very, very mindful about the impact that that has on all groups. So in our policy work, we take tackling discrimination extremely seriously. We take it seriously in relation to the groups mentioned in the question, but also in how our policy impacts on other groups, on rural or urban communities, on different socio-economic groups. So that is something that is always taken seriously when we're developing policy. But I also wanted to talk a little bit about the way in which the Federal Policy Committee tries very hard and puts a large number of hours into making sure that our policy working groups are properly reflective of different groups and different geographies as well. There's a huge amount of effort that goes into making sure that when we set those policy working groups up, they reflect the whole of society as much as we are able to. And we are very grateful to all the people who apply to sit on those policy working groups, because the more people that apply to be on them, the easier our job is in making sure that those groups are properly representative. And I do want to thank Dr. Mohsin Khan and the relatively small group of people who spend many, many hours going through all of those applications to policy working groups, making sure that they are representative. And then to all the people who sit on those working groups, thinking about making sure that our policy is properly reflects society and is non-discriminatory. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Lucy. So we now move to the second question from Abriel Jerram, and over to Lucy.
Thank you. I've got a very short answer to this one, which is no. I do not agree that F4 is vague, and it certainly is not intended to be. I think I feel slightly annoyed about this question, actually, because it puts it's not reflective of the amount of work that has gone into that paper. A vast amount of work has been done by a lot of people in bringing that paper forward, and I think we need to be respectful of that. So no, Abriel, I do not agree.
Thank you very much, Lucy. So that's, a supplementary question from Abriel. Go ahead.
Well, yes. I mean, the base on which I think is vague is quite simple. Again and again, in both the motion and the policy paper, it calls for developing a strategy. It doesn't lay out what the strategy is. It doesn't even lay out a method by which the strategy could be devised. I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure how we can expect anyone else to sort of intuit it or be seen with credibility on the subject with a policy paper and a motion like that. I don't doubt they worked very hard. It's quite a long policy paper, but how should I say? I'd say the quality does not reflect the effort.
So I would respectfully disagree. I think that sometimes there are good ways of expressing things, and I'm sure that the policy group have done their best in that. But thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. So we now move to vote. So can I see all those in favour of approving the FPC report? Please raise your cards. Thank you very much. And all those who would like to reject the FPC report, please raise your cards. Okay, and we'll just wait for the online vote. And again, that's overwhelmingly in favour of approving the report. Thank you very much to Lucy. Thank you. So thank you very much to my aide, John Ball, and we now move to the next agenda item, F4. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. We're now moving on to the science and technology and innovation motion, of which there is an associated policy paper. There are 3 amendments, and you'll find them on pages 5 to 7 of Conference Extra. In addition, unfortunately, some clauses were omitted from the printed agenda, and the FCC has agreed to draft those in, and they're on page 4 and 5 of Conference Extra, and they're also in Conference Daily today. Can I please ask all speakers to keep to time? I'd like to ask Manuela Pertigala to stand by and call Victoria Collins, who is the MP for Harpenden and Berkhamsted and our science and technology spokesperson.
Conference, I am delighted to move this motion on science, innovation and technology. First, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Jonathan Everett and the working group for their thoughtful work on policy paper 158. They've crafted a blueprint for how our parties approach technology and science should progress. This paper sets out exactly how our liberal voice will be vital in addressing the challenges and grasping the opportunities that technological innovation is posing. We live at a remarkable technological moment. Every day we interact with technology in ways that would have seemed like science fiction just a decade ago. When you ask your phone a question, use a weather app, or receive a medical diagnosis, you're experiencing the benefits of innovation that once seemed impossible. But as these technologies become more powerful and widespread, we face a crucial choice about how we develop and deploy them. Will we build trustworthy, responsible technology that serves everyone? Or will we allow technological change to concentrate power, deepen inequality, and shackle our democracy? As Liberal Democrats, our answer is clear. We believe technological advances must benefit all in society, not just the privileged few. And for that to happen, we desperately need strong and clear leadership. We need governments who are able to embrace the opportunities of this change, but who are willing to stand up for what is right. Our liberal voice is key here. Our values of internationalism, respect for individual rights, and challenging concentrations of power make us uniquely positioned to ensure technology serves the common good rather than the narrow interest. Previous governments have quite simply failed on technology and innovation. The Conservatives maintained a hostile environment towards international collaboration, withdrawing from Erasmus Plus and initially refusing to join Horizon Europe. Their approach to technology in the public sector gave us this disastrous COVID tracking system that wasted billions. And their chaotic management of the economy deterred investment when we needed it most. And now, we have a Labour government that, despite its promises, is failing to grasp the opportunities of the technological revolution. Their decision to cancel the Edinburgh Exascale supercomputer is a fundamental misunderstanding of how science and innovation work. This is crucial infrastructure for AI research, climate modelling, and drug discovery that they've thrown by the wayside. Meanwhile, they're cozying up to tech oligarchs rather than standing up for responsible innovation. Their refusal to sign the Paris AI Agreement on inclusive and sustainable artificial intelligence was nothing short of bizarre. That came after the AI Opportunities Plan, which had much in it to be praised, but seemed to signal a turn away from safety. Now let's be clear. Innovation and safety go hand in hand. These are not two opposite concepts to choose between. We can and must be the global champion for safe, trustworthy technology and high-quality AI innovation. Yet Labour have chosen to isolate Britain on the global stage, fawning over Trump and Musk and turning their backs on our European allies. Conference, this motion offers a different path forward. I am so proud to propose these policies setting out our Liberal vision. It's a vision of Britain where every person is empowered to reap the benefits of technological revolution. They call for three calls at the heart of it that I'll briefly speak to. First, creating a teacher workforce strategy for England to ensure every secondary school is taught STEM subjects by a subject specialist. The evidence is compelling. International studies show that when students learn from teachers with deep subject knowledge, they achieve higher scores and develop greater enthusiasm for science. As the Royal Society has confirmed, specialist teachers positively influence both student attainment and attitudes towards STEM subjects. There are two vital reasons to make sure every child gets the STEM education they deserve. First, it nurtures the next generation of innovators, the scientists, engineers, and mathematicians who will deepen and develop solutions to climate change, healthcare challenges, and technological frontiers. But equally, STEM education cultivates essential ways of thinking that everyone needs. The scientific method teaches us to test assumptions rather than accept claims at face value. Mathematical reason helps us to analyze data and understand statistics in the news. Engineering principles and computer science shows us how to break down complex problems into solvable parts. These aren't just academic skills, they're the foundation of an informed society where people can navigate our increasingly complex world. When young people develop a scientific mindset, they're empowered to be active creators and critical thinkers. Second, ensuring the digital rights of every citizen are strengthened and upheld, with fair protection and remuneration for creative industries in the age of AI. We need AI development to flourish, and we need the UK to be a world leader in high-quality AI innovation. It's time that innovation will tackle the major challenges of our time. But we must heed the calls of our creative industry. This is a key growth sector that contributes 124 billion annually to our economy and employs 2.4 million people. Third, introducing a national people strategy alongside an industrial strategy to ensure the UK workforce has the necessary skills that people are protected from disruption. As technology transforms our society, we must ensure people can adapt and thrive. We know that a labour market of tomorrow will look different from the labour market of today. We've been through periods of profound technological change, including in our own lifetimes. This isn't about slowing down or stifling innovation. It's about empowering people to grow alongside technological change. We need to provide meaningful pathways for everyone to develop new skills and contribute in ways that technology can't replicate. using human creativity, empathy, and judgment. When we talk about our national people strategy, we're talking about ensuring technology boosts human potential rather than diminishing it. And our vision goes further. We want to build a vibrant science and technology sector, raising R&D spending to 3.5% of GDP. We know that our universities hold the key to unlocking innovation. That's why we're calling for a decade-long programme of research, funding and full participation in Horizon Europe. And we would unlock innovation in the private sector through smart regulation that enhances growth while protecting consumers and the planet. We transform how public service works by deploying technologically thoughtfully and effectively. Think about the frustrations we all face, from navigating multiple apps just to pay for parking, to waiting weeks or even months for a GP appointment, to filling out the same information on countless government forms. Technology won't solve everything, but it can make accessing services simpler and more humane. Imagine a healthcare system where your records are securely available to the right clinician at the right time, or a benefit system that treats people with dignity rather than suspicion. By investing in skills and infrastructure, we can make interactions with public services less draining and more effective, while safeguarding privacy and avoiding algorithmic bias. And we'd harness technology to tackle our biggest social challenges. Conference, this isn't just about economic growth or technological leadership. It's about building the kind of society we want to see. One where technology empowers rather than controls, includes rather than divides, and solves rather than creates problems. Imagine a Britain where every student has access to excellent STEM education, regardless of where they live. Our healthcare system uses AI to diagnose diseases earlier while protecting patient privacy. Our creative industries thrive alongside technological innovation with fair compensation when their work is used. Our researchers lead the world in solving challenges from clean energy to antibiotic resistance, and our people are empowered to build thriving careers amidst the technological innovation. That's the future we're working towards, and this motion sets out our roadmap for getting there, a future of responsible, trustworthy technology that serves everyone. I firmly believe this is good for society and good for business. We know that our Liberal voice can and must be front and centre on this journey. So I urge you to support this motion and the amendments, and I look forward to the discussion and Jonathan's summation. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much. Would Max Wilkinson stand by? And I'd now like to call Manuela Portugala, who's the MP for Stratford-on-Avon.
Conference. First of all, I want to thank Lord Clement Jones for his work on the amendment, and my colleague Victoria Collins MP and Max Wilkinson MP for their brilliant job in Parliament, driving forward our innovative policies, and the team behind this important policy paper. Now, as we all know, we stand at a pivotal moment in the evolution of artificial intelligence, AI, a technology that holds immense potential to drive creativity, fuel economic growth, and radically transform the way we work and create. Machine intelligence has developed beyond our wildest imagination. Computers can now understand us, human, better, generate coherent and critical text, translate in many languages, and even tell stories. For many people working in the creative industries, this feels like a shock. Therefore, Conference, at the very heart of this opportunity lies a challenge that this Labour government has failed to navigate with clarity, responsibility, or vision. Their confused approach to AI and copyrights has pitted the creative and technology sectors against one another, when in reality they must be partners in progress, a progress which is fair for our creatives. Our amendment makes it clear we do not have to choose between innovation and protection. We can and must uphold both. The creative industries, the music, theatre, arts, film, television, gaming and publishing sectors are the beating heart of the UK's cultural and economic landscape. They generate billions for our economy, employ millions and showcase British talent to the world. Yet, Labour's flawed consultation process has created uncertainty, leaving creators fearful that their work, their intellectual property, their livelihoods could be exploited without consent, without compensation, and without consequence. AI has enormous potential to revolutionize these industries, making content creation more dynamic, interactive, and accessible. But that progress must not come at the cost of the people who actually create. This is why our amendment calls for a balanced approach, one that increases confidence in AI development through transparency, accountability, and fairness. First, we must introduce new record-keeping duties and independent auditing of AI training datasets. Creators have a right to know if their work is being used to train AI models, and the public has a right to know whether AI-generated content is truly innovative or just derivative. Second, we must ensure that those whose work is used in AI development receive fair and proportionate remuneration. A world where AI can replicate a musician's voice, a writer's prose, or an artist's style must be a world where those human creators are rewarded for their talent and their work. And third, we must champion the role of government in safeguarding these rights. Labour's hands-off approach is a dereliction of duty. It is not enough to let big tech dictate the rules. We need a regulatory framework that fosters innovation while upholding the fundamental rights of artists and creatives. With this amendment, we make it clear that AI should be a tool for human creativity, not a threat to it. Labour's confused approach will leave us with an unregulated digital Wild West and with corporations left unchecked. Conference, I urge you, vote for this amendment for trustworthy technology and for a future where innovation and creativity thrive together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Brandon Massey please stand by? And I'd now like to call Max Wilkinson, who is the MP for Cheltenham and our spokesperson on culture, media and sport.
Good morning, Conference. This amendment is about Donald Trump, so it's going to be big. It's going to be huge. The biggest. It'll be the best amendment we've ever had at any conference. You've never read an amendment like this one before. I wrote it, kind of. That's why it's so great. And if we pass this amendment, we'll never need another amendment ever again. I promise. Vote for this amendment and it'll all be over. That's the sort of nonsense I'd say if I was proposing this amendment as an orange-faced wannabe dictator wearing his trousers back to front. But I'm not Donald Trump. I'm something he hates, a liberal Democrat. And it's because of Trump and his mates that this is a timely amendment for us to debate today, because liberals are sceptical of concentrations of power and wealth, particularly in the hands of people who have proven themselves so utterly untrustworthy. And I can think of few people less trustworthy than Donald Trump and Elon Musk. One of the most startling images of Trump's return to power was the social media and tech barons lining up to pledge fealty at his inauguration, foremost among them Elon Musk, Roman salutes and all. Didn't it make you feel absolutely sick? As Musk and the lads fawn over themselves to cozy up over Trump, it's clear they're trying to undo progress that's been made in recent years to improve online safety. But we in the United Kingdom have an opportunity to do so much better. It is absolutely vital that while we embrace technological change, Britain charts an alternative path, a path towards growth, a path of opportunity, a path towards better public services, but also a path towards facts, the truth, safety, and security. This means insisting on high safety standards in AI, something the tech SMEs in my Cheltenham constituency tell me is absolutely vital. Unfortunately, the government has not chosen this path. It's chosen a different one, following Trump's lead in refusing to sign the Paris AI Safety Agreement, an absolutely craven decision. The result of that decision over time will do nothing to reassure a sceptical public that AI can be trusted to be used safely in their day-to-day lives. But let's take a step back for a moment, and let's think about why Trump and Musk might want to lower regulation for AI. The answer is pretty obvious, isn't it? More power for people like them, less accountability for people like them, fewer protections against their aim to spread dangerous rhetoric and misinformation. And I'm fairly sure there's monetary gain in it for them too. Fewer protections for all of us, and that is a bad thing, and that is why Liberals must stand against this. We must stand against the dangerous rhetoric and misinformation that is circulated by Trump, Musk and Vance, and yes, their local outlet, the Reform Party, and Nigel Farage. And as Liberals, we believe in cooperation across international boundaries, everything they stand against. That applies as much to AI as it does to trade and the international rule of law. That means seeking international consensus, not the isolationism chosen by our government on this issue. A failure to do that will give succour to the far right everywhere, including their friends here in the UK. In Britain, we stand for democracy, we stand for liberal values, including fair treatment and freedom for all, not just the freedom given to a select few powerful people who already have a big voice in this discussion. In Britain, we know that safety and innovation must not be pitted against one another. They must go hand in hand. Sadly, it appears that rather than seeking international consensus and those liberal values, our government is running scared of Trump and his billionaire tax baron pals. So, conference, we must stand against that. That's why you must back this motion and the amendment. Back the amendment to tell the government that our party values technological progress, but that we stand against those who would undermine British values. Back this amendment to tell our government that Liberals stand against the concentration of unbridled power and extreme wealth in the hands of a few bad people. And back it to let people up and down this country know that we stand with them when they tell us that Trump and his billionaire pals cannot be trusted. Thank you, conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Max. I wouldn't plan a holiday in the US after that speech, as they probably won't let you in. Would Abriel Jerram please stand by, and I'd now like to call Brandon Massey from Reading to propose Amendment 3.
Good morning, conference. Data security is an important issue for many people across the world. It helps persecuted minorities, LGBTQ people in authoritarian countries. Let's look at people down in Russia, for example, using Signal to actually communicate without the oversight of a tyrannical Russian government. This amendment is topical. We have recently heard a report of the Home Office asking for access to millions of people's personal data stored via iCloud. And that has led Apple to withdraw their end-to-end encryption services for various sorts of iCloud data. That is now being appealed by Apple. We saw reports on that last week. And even if that and even if that case goes through, this is a Labour government that has had a history of overreach. We have seen it in their last government, and they will challenge other companies to actually gain access to our data without discrimination, putting us all at risk. You cannot build a backdoor into end-to-end encryption and uphold encryption. Ask any scientist, ask anyone working in computer science, IT, engineers, etc. They will all tell you it is impossible. And if we look to Europe, the European Court of Human Rights has upheld that a weakening of end-to-end encryption is in violation of Article 8 rights on right to privacy. That was affirmed through a court case last year, February 2024, Podchasov versus Russia. And again, we know that this is a government that does not care about privacy. It does not care about ensuring that our data is secure. And we know that this is a government that does not listen to experts. Just this week, this government ignored reports to simplify immigration for high-skilled scientists by ensuring that they can pay visa surcharges over multiple installments. They claim it is impossible, which is quite frankly insane, given how the Treasury administers any other external charges to immigrants. And this is a government that, as Victoria Collins has said, has to turn its back on AI strategy globally, and does not really care about safety. Please back this amendment, but back the other two amendments proposed by Manuela and Max, and please back this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Would Imogen Shepherd-Dubey please stand by? And I'd now like to call Abriel Jaram, who's going to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, this is my first time speaking here, so I make no promises as to quality. So, thank you. I'm in a room of Liberal Democrats, so I'm sure many of you have spoken to someone on the doorstep probably and asked them to vote to send a message, and that is exactly what I'm asking you to do today. The message, more precisely, is that Britain deserves better than this policy, given how important innovation in science and technology is for us recovering economically as a country. Lib Dems deserve better from Federal Policy Committee when it comes to the quality of the motions they produce. And people who are going to devote their working life to science, like me, also deserve better. So, what would I like to be better about this motion? Quite simply, this motion sets out a vision of where we'd like to be. I'm very unclear, and I think anyone who reads the motion will be very unclear on how we're going to get there. We call for a lot of strategies. Firstly, we have a teacher strategy about getting more teachers. There is one thing there, which is recommended independent pay panel. Other than that, it's basically a series of wishes, which are all good. An increasing number, subject-specific teachers, more teachers year on year. But I don't know how we are going to achieve that. Then there's the R&D strategy. There is a bright point in that, a defined increase in our amount of R&D spending, but what are we going to do with that? Again, I don't know. And then there's the idea of high quality and well-targeted regulation. I'm all in support of high quality targeted information. I'd also like to know what some of that regulation is, as I'm sure many of you, being policy-obsessed Liberal Democrats, would like to as well. Conference. I study biology and chemistry at university, and I'd very much like to be able to say the Lib Dems to be the party of this the same way I are the party of health. I like to be proud to be a Liberal Democrat in those circles. I like to be able to tell them exactly what we stand for. But in my brief time remaining, I want to go to one thing, regional equality. I'm the chair of the North East Policy Committee. Now, this motion is very vague. It just said we'd empower councils. And Lib Dems are experts on local government. We can do better than that. We have the expertise in the party to do better than that. And we ignore the issue of the Oxford-Cambridge Growth Corridor. I'm all in favour of it. The government-based economic model is applicable in multiple places in this country, both in the south, in Oxford and Cambridge, but also in the north, where we have northern universities that do world-leading research, despite the disadvantages of the current system. This paper doesn't mention that. So, conference, in summary, I'd ask you to vote against this motion to send a message that Britain deserves better from the Liberal Democrats. Liberal Democrat members deserve better from those who make policy, and those who plan to devote their working life to science deserve better from this party. Thank you.
Thank you, Abriel, and congratulations on your first speech to conference. Would Lawrence Cox stand by? And I'd now like to call Imogen Shepherd-Dubé, who is the Executive Member for Finance and Governance on Wokingham Borough Council, and who is going to speak on lines 34 to 63.
Conference, I support this motion and I can see that its intentions are good. However, when I read it, the one thing I thought that was starkly missing is that it does not do enough to encourage young women into the industries mentioned. I am an IT engineer and I have worked in software development support both here in the UK and the USA for big names such as Intel and Microsoft, just to name two. However, for all of my 30+ years in this career, I'm still usually the only woman on the team. Where I do come across women, they are typically project managers, sales or marketing. So yes, they are there, but there are still very few women working in engineering on the technical side. When I do encounter women in those areas, they are more often than not exceptionally good at what they are doing. The dearth of women in IT and engineering is an embarrassment to the industry, and I understand that the scientific industries are really not much better. It's not that the industries are blocking them. The problem is just that there isn't enough women with the skills coming forward, and this starts very early on in schools. It begins with the choices young girls make that shape their careers, and the girls with the aptitude are still choosing different paths. A lot of the female engineers that I do meet are from India. They seem to have less of the cultural issues of women entering IT in that part of the world. But with my uneducated eye, it does clearly indicate that this is a societal problem here in the UK that extends across Europe and North America. Conference, what we need along with this motion is a conscious and deliberate targeting to bring women and girls into these industries. If the technology we create is to be as vibrant as suggested and for the benefit of everybody in society, it must include a broad input, including that from women who make up approximately 50% of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would Helen Cross please stand by? And I now call Lawrence Cox from Harrow, who is going to speak against lines 86 to 89.
Good morning, Conference. I'm speaking against lines 86 to 89 because, as a result of an important omission, they could mislead Conference. Their wording and the wording of paragraph 414 of the report implies that we do not already use the power of the state. I was a civil servant working in a UK Ministry of Defence research establishment, so I know that since 2005, the UK Ministry of Defence has run a wholly owned company called Ploughshare Innovations Limited to commercialise discoveries made in defence and some other establishments. You can find them on the internet at ploughshare.co.uk. I did mention this at the consultative session last year at York, but that information seems to have been lost in the meantime. So I call upon the movers of this motion to recognise the 2 decades of experience already gained by Ploughshare when developing this policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a succinct speech. I'd now like to ask Charlie Clinton to stand by and call Helen Cross from Hounslow. Helen is a member of the FPC and Vice Chair of Lib Dem Women.
Hello, Conference. I want to talk to you about 3 parts of this motion and its amendments that will help AI address some of the economic stagnation and low productivity in this country. So why do I think that AI can make a major difference? Well, I've spent the last 10 years of my career implementing AI and robotics safely, ethically, and at scale. I have seen real-world productivity gains, making people's jobs better and helping them do more with less. For example, I've seen complex computer programming tasks reduced from an hour to 10 minutes. Now that is productivity. So, to the first area. our commitment to incentivise technology development and adoption. Now, adoption in particular is huge for AI, particularly for small to medium-sized enterprises. The Federation of Small Businesses found almost half of our SMEs lack the knowledge and skills to integrate AI. There is a huge opportunity to apply AI right now. But it needs rapid upskilling of SMEs to be able to make informed, confident decisions about AI and applying it to their business problems. The second area is our commitment to an overarching AI regulatory regime with a lead regulator. Now, effective regulation needs skilled people. Government struggles to recruit specialists, and AI skills are scarce and desirable right now. A single lead regulator will give government a fighting chance of having a core of that kind of talent, whilst also bringing consistency and simplicity to regulation, something that business is crying out for. Finally, I support all the amendments, but for Amendment 1, I'd like to also talk about this as an opportunity. AI needs non-AI generated quality data to feed it, or it will become less effective over time. A proper marketplace of intellectual property material will be critical to support AI going forward, and we can be at the forefront of that. However, we do need to strike the balance, which I think amendment does, when we ask for auditing, that we do not create such a laborious system that it either stifles the creativity or adoption. In conclusion, this motion and its amendments are a starting point for an AI productivity surge in this country. Please vote to support this motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Would M. Dean stand by? And I'm now very pleased to call Charlie Clinton. Charlie is the victor of the recent by-election in Brent, and I'm very pleased to see him and be able to call him a councillor.
That's the only reason I actually came up to speak, so he had to say that. Look, I'm here today, I'm wearing two hats. The first is, as a musician and a creative, I led the motion to conference in the autumn called A Fair Deal for Musicians, and we left out policies on, you know, the importance of sensible regulation of AI for the creative industries because we knew this was coming. So I basically want to stand up here and say bravo to Victoria and the team for taking that seriously to the point where it's actually shouted out in the motion itself, because it really, really matters. It matters to musicians, it matters to creatives. It's hard enough as it is to make a career as a creative in this country and around the world without having another one of their income streams undermined. So thank you and well done. And for that reason alone, it's worth passing this policy. The other hat I'm wearing is as a professional in digital and technology. I've spent time developing AI solutions. And in the process of doing that, I saw for myself how much more you can do with these new technologies, how much more efficient, how much more productive we can be, but also the risks. And it opened my eyes, and as I got involved in politics, I couldn't help but notice how so much of that could be translated to the biggest challenges facing us today. And I became increasingly sure of two things. We cannot tackle those challenges without innovating. We have to push forward. But secondly, I genuinely believe we are the only party who will walk the line between sensible, fast innovation and sensible regulation. And that is absolutely critical. The Conservatives have had their chance. They called an AI safety summit and shouted about how dangerous AI was, and then the small print that wasn't really covered enough was Rishi Sunak saying, but we're not going to regulate it. Labour are now following suit. I actually was wrong about this. I thought Labour would go the other way and over-regulate, but it turns out they just want to copy the Tories. And they are abandoning creatives, they are pandering to the US, they're refusing to sign the International AI Safety Declaration, and that is simply not good enough, and we have to stand up to them on this. It matters because this will affect every single one of our lives. It will affect our futures. It will affect our societies. Technology is omnipresent, and the coming wave of new technology is going to transform everything. So I would just say, as well as passing this motion, get out there and in your day-to-day lives, in your jobs, champion ethical innovation. We can all do it. Every single career we have is going to be affected by this. And you guys can go out there and you can help make it a reality. So please vote for the motion, vote for the amendments, and do whatever you can in your daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clinton. Would Alice Thompson stand by, please? And I'd now like to call M. Dean from Harrow.
Thank you. It's actually my first time speaking in person at conference. I've spoken to loads of online ones. It feels very strange to be on an actual stage now. Just to briefly, oh, thank you. don't clap. Vote. Just to be a bit technical. So, with regard to Amendment 3, what the government has asked for, they filed what's called a Technological Capability Notice, or TCN, which basically lets various organisations, principally the police, not exclusively the police, to do things based on that capability. And it's a bit like when you get a new credit card, for example, you get a credit card and you get PIN number separately. And basically that's, oversimplifying greatly, that's how encryption works. So you get one bit which has the information in it, and you get another bit which lets you use that information. Government wants access to both of those things, and it also wants access to it if you change it. So it's permanent access, regardless of how many credit cards you order and replacement cards that you've lost. The justification for this is very thin. It seems to me that they say that they're going to use it for serious crimes, but there's no definition of serious crime in law. Basically, they're saying, well, we'll define the serious crimes as and when we feel like it, but they haven't told us what those are. And normally, you know, in a situation where police or a prosecutor wants access to your house, either there has to be a serious criminal in that house, or they have to have some kind of warrant or subpoena for doing so. This bypasses all that, and so it subverts justice rather than promotes it. Liberty has called this reckless and unprecedented. Privacy International has called it unacceptable and disproportionate. So I encourage you to vote in favour of the amendment, all three amendments, in fact, and the motion as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, M. I would now like to call. I would now like to ask Tim Clement-Jones to stand by and call Alice Thompson, who is from Cheshire East. Thank you. Is Giles Derrington here? Giles, could you come down and speak, please? Giles, I'm pleased to say, is from my own borough of Merton.
Where was the standby? I was on. Thanks so much, conference. I was a member of the working group. Full disclosure, I also work in public policy and have done for many years for large technology companies, but my views here are entirely my own. I wanted to reflect on some of the debate we had during the working group, because the truth is the questions about this being not detailed enough are sort of right. We were given effectively an impossible task: come up with policies for technology and innovation across everything without touching on education, health, anything else. Otherwise, we make Christine Moon incredibly cross and step on a lot of other work that people are doing. So what have we done instead? We spent a lot of time as we listened to the experts, as we debated amongst ourselves, as we listened to party members, trying to grapple with the idea of, do we as Liberal Democrats actually like this stuff? Do we think that tech is good? Do we think that innovation is good? Because it's incredibly easy in individual decisions to get bogged down in, oh, but what happens if it's used like this? What happens if, someone's left out? What if we're too fast? What if we're too quick? And the reality is that leads to letting other people make the decisions. It means that people who might want to use technology to make the world more insular, make the world less international, to use control, to usurp power, to consolidate wealth, get to make the rules. And so the conclusion we've come to is that we as a party have to jump into this space full-throated and with both feet. We have to be the ones first at the table saying, we think this stuff is good and we want it to work. Yes, with good boundaries, yes, with careful, sensible regulation, but with nimble regulation, regulation which listens, tries to work with companies, with innovation, with universities, in order to get to good outcomes, rather than waits and sees and lets others and other countries take the lead. So what does that actually look like in practice? It means, as I say, having regulators who spend more time listening, engaging in dialogue, rather than looking for short-term headlines. And it means as a party, we also have to think about, is today's the day to attack, or is the day today to make those long-term decisions, to trend towards positivity, to embrace the optimism that technology can give us, and to give people the concept that instead of being a insular, small, scared world, we can be a world that is optimistic, that uses technology to break down barriers, that uses technology to stop conformity, and to kind of give people opportunities, whether that's economically, socially, or culturally. Ultimately, when we talk about this stuff, it also requires us to be, to think about our own long-term policy making. So one of the areas I'd like to call out within the working paper is on tax. We need a tax policy paper which doesn't just start to think of, what should the income tax thresholds be, but actually go, in a world of AI, where the relationship between capital and labour will change, is actually taxing a small group, ever-shrinking group of working age, lower middle income, PAYE earners, the right approach to fund public services. We need to have papers which look to this. And what we hope this paper does is set a blueprint and a signpost for others to be able to embrace those changes and think about every policy through that lens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Giles, for speaking so well without notice. I'd now like to ask Bobby Dean to stand by and call Lord Tim Clement-Jones, who is our Lord spokesperson on science and innovation.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Conference. First, a very big thank you to my fellow Working Party members. As you can see from the contribution from Giles, we had quite a few debates in the course of putting the paper together, and I hope that despite the fact that it's not fully comprehensive, that you will approve of it this morning and the motion. So please do support the motion and all three of the amendments, particularly Amendment 1. We do need to send a clear message. Britain can lead in innovation while protecting the rights of those who create the content that makes it possible. And as a previous speaker said, that content is going to be increasingly important. And we need to make sure that the creative and tech sectors thrive together and are not set up by this government in opposition to each other. But I really wanted to say a few words about lines 74 to 89 and partly respond to earlier speakers in terms of saying that good regulation can and should be the driver of innovation. It's the cornerstone of distinctive Lib Dem policies for the future of AI. As AI systems become more powerful and pervasive, there's a growing recognition that appropriate regulation isn't just about restricting harmful practices. It's actually key to driving widespread adoption and sustainable growth. And there's a clear parallel with the motor car industry in the early 20th century and aviation too. In the current landscape, many potential AI adopters, from healthcare providers to financial institutions, are hesitating not because of technological limitations, but due to uncertainties about liability, ethical boundaries, and public acceptance. Regulation is also about ensuring, as Victoria said, generating public trust, ensuring that AI systems operate within boundaries that protect human values and rights. Regulation can stimulate innovation by defining the rules of the game, giving companies the confidence to invest in AI technologies without fear of future legal repercussions for unforeseen misuses. In markets where regulation is clear and aligned with global standards, companies can also find easier paths to expand internationally. So by establishing a robust regulatory framework, we can ensure that AI serves the public interest while also fostering growth. Now, I'm a tech optimist, but we need to create a future where AI's potential is fully realized in a way that is beneficial and safe for us all, and delivering the empowering society that Victoria talked about. We must make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Would Ollie Glover stand by? And I'd like to call Bobby Dean, who is the MP for Carshalton and Wallington.
Thank you. Conference, who remembers MySpace or Bebo or MSN? Yeah, I don't think Gen Z understands the pain of talking to your mates and then being cut off by your mum picking up the phone. I say this because I was part of a generation that had a relatively tech-free childhood, but then a teenage years full of being exposed to it. So probably the first generation of digital natives. And that means I have no fear of technology. I understand how liberating it can be, how fun it can be, how empowering it can be. But we do have a problem. We have a problem with content, with the sort of hate, the misogyny, the violence, the pornography that we're all being exposed to. We have a problem with addiction. The greatest minds in the world used to want to aspire to be in medicine and law, but now they're all working out the circuitry of our brains to keep us hooked on our devices. Because we don't pay for it with our money, we pay for it with our attention. And the more we look at their devices, the more ads they get to sell to us. And we also have a problem with power. The wealth and control that we've allowed the big tech companies to accumulate is starting to impact our politics and society more broadly. We've seen that with the dark ads campaigns in Brexit. We've seen it with Musk's influence on the US election, but we also see it in that everyday disruption of our conversations in society, the paid-for bots, the troll farms, that incessant interruption of our political conversation. Conference, it's my view that we've let this big tech oligarchy get far too big, and it's time to fight back. We are at the start of a revolution in AI, and I think that the party is right in this motion to outline how exciting that could be for the transformation of our society. But we also need to make sure that it works for the common good. We need to allow innovation to flourish, but in a particular direction, in a way that benefits all people and not just a small and powerful elite. And really, the only way to do this is alongside our reliable partners on the international stage. I did think of another way. I wondered if we could get a liberal agent maybe to infiltrate one of these companies, rise to the top and change it from within, but I don't think that'll work. Failing that, we need strong international cooperation. The Paris Agreement is a huge step towards that, and Britain should sign that. We have the potential to be truly global leaders in this space, but only if we are part of that global conversation. So I urge you to back this amendment today and back the best amendment, as Max put it, and let's let Britain lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Would Jonathan Everett please stand by? And I'd now like to call Ollie Glover, who is the MP for Didcot and Wantage, and who is going to summate Amendment 3.
Oh, gosh, such enthusiasm. Thank you, Conference. I'd like to start by thanking my honourable friend Victoria Collins, the policy team, and everyone who has worked so hard developing this conference motion and the underpinning policy paper. I thank Brendan Massey and M. Dean for their speeches, which explain the sound technological and procedural reasons for why we as Liberal Democrats are opposing the government's actions in relation to Apple's advanced data protection. We Liberal Democrats have consistently championed individual freedom and privacy against an overbearing state. Past examples include an ill-conceived identity card proposals and 42-day detention without trial, both by, I'm sure, an incredible coincidence under a Labour government. This is why we must oppose this Labour government's technology capability notice, which has led Apple to withdraw its advanced data protection from aspects of its iCloud service. Conference, I ask you to support Amendment 3 for 3 key reasons. Firstly, removing the convenient and secure consumer end-to-end encryption services that Apple have deployed puts all our data at risk. In 2024, the Chinese actor-sponsored Salt Typhoon attack occurred on the United States of America, which exposed years-long infiltration into the systems of 8 US telecom giants, including AT&T and Verizon, and millions of American customers' data has been put at risk. Secondly, the measure is likely to be ineffective, as criminals will continue to use alternatives like the dark web. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, it sets a precedent for governments seeking similar access to other encrypted data services, not least the very widely used WhatsApp. And I'm sure I don't need to tell you, conference, just how much we Liberal Democrats rely on WhatsApp and the 1 billion groups that we're all in, and without which party infrastructure would, of course, immediately collapse. For all of these reasons and many more, please support Amendment 3 and indeed the motion as a whole.
Thank you very much, Ollie. I'd now like to call Dr. Jonathan Everett, who is from St Albans and who was chair of the policy working group, and he is going to summate the motion.
Thank you. So, conference, I want to begin by thanking everyone who played a part in pulling this paper together, from my colleagues in the working group to the excellent spokespeople in Parliament, Leila Moran before the election, Victoria Collins after the election, and Tim Clement-Jones throughout. Science and innovation and the importance of it in maintaining the UK's place in the world and maintaining our strength in this area is something that there is surface level agreement on among all political parties. But a concern that was driving us in writing this paper is that this is increasingly not a view that is shared by the wider public. Research from the Campaign for Science and Engineering has shown that increasingly where people are seeing public services failing and struggling to afford the price of food, people can see science and innovation spending as a luxury. So it's important for us to make an optimistic case for science and innovation, to appeal to these people and to explain why, in spite of those challenges, science and innovation remains important. And conference, if we look to the States and we see the conduct of Elon Musk there, I think we may conclude that people are not necessarily going to feel more confident about the role of science and technology in their life. So this is important, and it is something we were trying to achieve with the paper. We set out a distinctive Liberal Democrat vision for science and technology that is optimistic and that is based on our distinctive values. It's grounded in individual rights and well-being, it's grounded in our internationalism, and it's grounded in our ability to challenge concentrations of power. So to help make the case for funding research and development, we looked at how technology can be used in the public service safely, and we looked at how it can be used to tackle global challenges. I think that's an important part of convincing people to be optimistic about the role of tech in the future. The paper sets out a wide range of policies that will build a dynamic and thriving research and innovation system that's fair to all. It starts with ensuring that universities and businesses have access to the best talent. So we looked first at schools, and we proposed a teacher workforce strategy that would ensure that every school child is taught by a teacher who is a subject specialist. We highlight the importance of mathematical education, proposing that it broadens to incorporate statistics, data science, computing, and critical thinking. This is both important for building the R&D workforce of the future and for helping people in a wide range of industries, but it's also important, as Victoria pointed out in proposing the motion, to empower young people to become informed citizens of the future. Ensuring universities and businesses have access to the right skills also means that they're able to bring in people from abroad. And we tackle this too. Our internationalism is essential to a thriving research sector. And we would introduce a flexible merit-based system that would ensure that universities and businesses can attract the best talent. Now, Imogen highlighted the importance of attracting women to these careers, and we agree. And we have some proposals in the paper that will help tackle this. So we speak about the importance of university outreach to women in STEM subjects, and we, as part of our teacher workforce strategy, we talk about making sure that we are increasing the number of women teaching science subjects. So hopefully that addresses her points. In addition to this, we would commit to Horizon Europe for the long term to give people confidence that when they come to the UK, we will be a source for research funding in the long term. So we also set out a plan to unlock the innovative potential of the private sector through high-quality regulation, promoting good corporate governance and transparency around infrastructure planning. Giles and Tim both set out the importance of optimism in our regulatory approach nicely. And on lines 86 to 89, there was some concern there that we were implying that the government doesn't already do this. I would just like to clarify that we're aware that the government already does that. And what we're hoping to do there is just strengthen it. So, a big focus of the debate today has been around AI. Helen set out how AI can drive productivity and transform the world of work. Charlie emphasised the importance of ethical innovation and regulating appropriately and making sure that we protect people in industries. And Bobby spoke about how AI in tech is influencing children and politics, and that needs to be at the forefront of our minds as well. This paper sets out how a national AI strategy, which shows how we can make AI work for the common good by introducing a single overarching regulatory regime with a single lead regulator, in contrast to the government's approach. The regulator will need to be able to balance ethical considerations with rapid technological advancements, and we set out how we will learn from best practice in that area. A key role for the regulator will be to promote and maintain the highest ethical standards, and we propose an Ada Lovelace Code of Ethics to enable that. We've also heard a lot about AI and copyright. So Manuela and Charlie both spoke about the importance of this and set out how the Labour government has failed in protecting the creative industry so far. I welcome Amendment 1, which sets out nicely how we can strike the right balance between enabling AI development and enabling AI to continue to develop while defending the rights of content creators. I also welcome Amendment 2, the biggest and best amendment ever. As Liberal Democrats, we believe in challenging concentrations of power and including the principles of the Paris AI Agreement in our AI strategy is an important way to do that. We set out how AI can be applied safely in the healthcare system while protecting people's data, and we also talk about AI in the context of the justice system. We'd require much higher standards and a mandatory human element in AI technologies being used there. And I support Amendment 3 in this context as well, which shows some of the dangers around how our Home Office can interact with tech. I want to talk briefly about strategies. So it is true that in this paper we talk about setting up strategies, and we aren't completely clear on the detail of all of those. That's right. But that is in part because the way you need to develop these strategies is by working with civil service, working with business, working with government, and we can't do that in a working group. What we can do is set out how our values will guide our strategies and how the outputs of those strategies will be different from what the current government is doing, and that is what we do in the paper. And I think that is what is reasonable to hope for a paper to do. I want to briefly highlight the National People Strategy, which I think is an important part in bringing people with us on the journey in science and technology, and I think that can build confidence in our optimistic vision for science and tech as a whole. So, conference, in closing, please vote for the amendments and please vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Now we've got the fun of 4 votes. So we're going to open the online voting on all 3 amendments because they can all be voted on simultaneously. So I think they're now open. So what I would now like to do is call for everybody voting for Amendment 1, please. Everybody in favour of Amendment 1, if you could vote with your voting cards. Thank you very much. Thank you if you could put your hands down. And now those people against Amendment 1. Fine, thank you very much. Let me just consult with my colleague about the online voting. Great, that is very clearly carried. Thank you very much. Let us now move on to Amendment 2. Could I please see all those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you, that seems fairly clear. And could I see all those against Amendment 2? Again, fine, and that's clearly carried. Now, all those in favour of Amendment 3, please. Thank you very much. And all those against Amendment 3? Fine. Fine, so all the amendments have been passed, so we can now move on to the motion as amended. Could I see all those in favour of the motion as amended, please? Thank you. And all those against? Thank you. So the motion is clearly carried. So thank you very much. The motion as amended is carried. And I would like to thank the final speakers on the summations, because they all spoke for slightly less than their allocated time, so we're a few minutes ahead. Can I just remind everybody about the emergency motions ballot? You should have received an email from Christian Moon. It closes at 1 o'clock today. So if you want to have your say on the emergency motions ballot, please do. Please vote. I'd like to thank my aide, Councillor Lord Shafak Mohammed, and my hall aide, Eleanor Kelly, for their help. I'm now going to hand over to the next section. There will be a slight break, and the chair of the next section is, in fact, Shafak Mohammed. Thank you for everybody.
Good morning, conference. Can I ask colleagues to settle in? We are about to start F5. F5 is from our MP from Eastbourne. In case you don't know, it's apparently the most sunniest place in the United Kingdom. Yeah, allegedly, I can't vouch for that. I've always thought Sheffield was. The MP for Eastbourne apparently likes his wetsuit and surfboard and etc. But actually, on a more serious note, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Josh Berberandi, our Justice spokesperson in the House of Commons. Thank you, Josh.
Good morning, conference. It is an honour to stand on this stage as our party's spokesperson for justice. And while I would typically kick off a speech up here by telling you all about somewhere where the sun shines, I need to be honest with you and start by telling you about a place where long shadows are cast. And that is in our criminal justice system. After years of conservative neglect, our prisons have reached breaking point. Last summer, in fact, we were 80-odd places away from our men's prison estate becoming completely full. and we're only months away from getting to that stage again. Court backlogs are rife, and victims are waiting years and years to have their days in court. Conference, justice delayed is justice denied. Added to that, reoffending rates are through the roof. 80% of people reoffend within 9 years of their conviction, according to Ministry of Justice figures. And I saw some of this total dysfunction up close before I was elected as Eastbourne's Liberal Democrat MP. It started a decade ago when I moved from Eastbourne to the East End, very different, where I volunteered full-time as a youth intervention coach, supporting young ex-offenders and at-risk young people away from crime and into employment. And I remember working with young people who felt backed into crime's corner. One in particular saying, I don't want to steal bikes or deal drugs, but I do it so I can secretly slip cash into my mum's handbag week after week to help her pay the bills. These kind of memories and insights and experiences stay with you. I remember asking a young person to come in for a work opportunity in smart trousers, and he looked at me completely blankly and replied, "Do you mean court trousers?" And while that can tickle us in some ways, it is a fundamental sadness that there are young people in our country who are more accustomed to the criminal justice system than they are to the world of work or than they are to our education system. And I remember reading even more about this at the time, the phenomenon of the so-called school-to-prison pipeline, the research-backed near inevitability that school exclusion was a slippery slope to criminality in so many cases. Conference, that kind of path dependency is an affront to liberalism. No one's circumstances should consign them to a future of criminality. So I couldn't just let that all slide, and I sought to do my bit to address some of these issues by setting up an organisation that trained and employed ex-offenders and at-risk young people. Specifically, we trained and employed them to repair smashed iPhone screens. 29% of people have a smashed smartphone screen, and the average person swipes, scrolls or taps on their device 2,617 times a day. We got a lot of business, and I'll give 29% of you my card before the speech is out. But what we did is we trained and employed them to do that work, running pop-up repair shops in large workplaces, including the headquarters of Barclays. We did it in the Ministry of Justice, and we did it in the US Embassy. And this was back in 2018 in particular, under Trump's first presidency. We took offenders with convictions for things like wielding an axe into Trump's embassy to repair his diplomats' phones, all in the name of rehabilitation. I'm not sure that Trump Mark II would permit such a thing. But through that work, we supported young people like Tariq. And Tariq was referred to us by his youth offending team and had been in the Young Offenders Institution. And with mentoring and support and employment from myself and my team, he turned his life around, having been empowered to do so with the tools that we provided, physical tools and metaphorical ones. And we caught up the other day. I'm pleased to say he's kept out of trouble, and more than that, Tariq is now a door-to-door salesman, Conference, a professional door knocker, no joke. He is doing Liberal Democrats proud. But let me tell you what else does our party proud, Conference. Our unwavering belief in the power of rehabilitation, embodied in stories like Tariq's. I'm proud of our ambitious plan to break the cycle of crime by putting rehabilitation at the heart of every aspect of our criminal justice system, a plan that you passed at Autumn Conference last year. I'm proud that we're bold enough to say that we can't build our way out of the prisons crisis. I'm proud that Liberal Democrats are bold enough to say that we can rehabilitate our way out of this crisis. Now, Labour, though, they're just not being ambitious enough about this. And we are only in this situation in the first place because the Conservatives failed to prioritise rehabilitation. In fact, the only rehabilitation they seem to be interested in these days is the rehabilitation of their own image, which strangely they think they can do by trying to steal Reform's clothes. For example, this week they've been mimicking Farage's cries that we have a two-tier justice system in our country. Well, let's give them some credit. They are right in a way. Two-tier justice has existed in our country because we've been governed by two-tier Tories who thought they could get away with illegal number 10 parties while telling the rest of us to stay home. Two-tier Tories like Shadow Justice Secretary Robert Jenrick, who unlawfully approved a development for a major donor, yet tries to lecture us on law and order. Two-tier Tories who have pummeled our prisons and crashed our courts, leaving victims to pay the price. Conference, we will not be taking any lectures from the Conservatives on justice. Instead, we are showing them what fighting for justice actually looks like. Just look at John Milne, for example, our MP for Horsham, who alongside Ed has been fighting the bureaucratic court system to unlock child trust funds owed to disabled children and their families. That is what justice looks like. Look at Helen Morgan, who just this week in the House of Commons advanced the effort to ensure that the family courts can't be used to perpetrate abuse. That is what justice looks like. Look at Caroline Voden MP, who is fighting for victim support organisations to be protected amid Labour's funding cuts and Nick's hike that is hitting charities with real terms budget cuts. That is what justice looks like. Liberal Democrats are fighting for those on the receiving end of crime and injustice, so let down by the Conservatives. Conference, we are the party fighting for victims. Now, an area where we need to see urgent action to protect victims is when it comes to survivors of domestic abuse. And I will say now that I'm going to share a number of experiences, some of my own and some of other people, by means of a trigger warning. Now, having grown up seeing what domestic abuse looks like firsthand, this mission is pretty personal to me. And I know that it's personal to so many in our party and across the country. 1 in 5 people will experience domestic abuse in their lifetimes, and that needs to change. But too often, the law leaves survivors without the protection they deserve. And the government's emergency early release scheme made that painfully clear last year. And recognising the problems that a scheme like that would cause for survivors, the government made a commitment to try to exclude domestic abusers from that scheme. But it hasn't been the case in practice. This is because an exclusion of that sort, of domestic abusers from an early release scheme, can only be made on the basis of the offence committed. But there is no specific offence of domestic abuse in the law. So it is impossible at the moment to commit to such a task. Instead, many domestic abusers are convicted of general offences like actual bodily harm, assault, or battery that do not reflect the full gravity of the abuse. It's the same offence that somebody could be convicted of for a brawl in a pub with a stranger they've never come across before. And what's more is that in England and Wales, these are offences that are criminalised by the Offences Against the Person Act 1861, written without domestic abuse in mind. This is bonkers, conference. Now, I've met a brave survivor who was affected by this unacceptable state of affairs. Her abuser assaulted her and held a knife to her throat. That abuser was convicted of actual bodily harm. But despite this, that brave survivor was originally told that her abuser was eligible for the government's emergency release scheme, despite commitments to the opposite. That cannot be right, conference. Now, one could debate whether or not an early release scheme is morally right or wrong. But what is not for debate is that when, as a government, you make a commitment to survivors like the one this government made, you must keep those promises. And the government can only keep commitments to survivors like this in future if it properly recognises domestic violence and domestic abuse in the law. So what are Liberal Democrats doing about this, conference? Well, on our party's behalf, I've tabled a bill to create a specific set of domestic abuse aggravated offences in the law for the first time. These would work similarly to racially and religiously aggravated offences in England and Wales. So instead of just being convicted of ABH, say, a domestic abuser would be convicted of domestic abuse aggravated ABH. Abusers would no longer be able to hide behind general offences. And this change would not only make it possible for the government to exempt domestic abusers from a future early release scheme, if that is a commitment that a government is to make, but it would also improve our data to keep people safe. I'll give an example. I recently wrote to the Ministry of Justice with what I thought was a pretty simple question. How many domestic abusers are currently in prison, and what is their reoffending rate? The answer, conference, and I quote, was this: "It is not possible to robustly calculate the number of domestic abusers in prison or their reoffending rate. This is because these crimes are recorded under the specific offences for which they are prosecuted, i.e., we do not know how many domestic abusers there are in prison because there is no specific offence of domestic abuse in the law." This is a national scandal. The government has a powerful ambition, and Liberal Democrats stand by this, to halve violence against women and girls over the next decade. But how on earth can we possibly know if we're achieving that if we do not know how many domestic abusers are in prison? And more than that, how can we be serious about reducing reoffending? How can we know what kind of interventions work best to stem this kind of crime if we are not properly measuring it because there is no specific offence of domestic abuse in the law? We can only change this through legislation, and I'm determined to drive that change on behalf of our party. I'm so proud to say that our bill, in light of everything it seeks to achieve, in light of the listening that we've done working with survivors across the country, our bill has the backing of organisations like Refuge, Women's Aid, Victim Support, and Mankind. Our petition pushing this bill has already been signed by over 50,000 survivors and their supporters across the country. We have lobbied every single minister going on this who has a relevant portfolio and had some very constructive meetings to help get this over the line. We've rallied together MPs from across the House to back this, including, crucially, some Labour MPs who are privately offering their support and who look increasingly willing to speak out. As a result of all this campaigning, conference, all this pressure, I'm pleased to share that earlier this week we secured a key breakthrough on our campaign. The Victims Minister finally confirmed to me that there is a problem here and that, I quote, "The government and I are actively considering how we can better identify domestic abuse offenders. And I want to reassure him that nothing is off the table. I'd be happy to work with him, and I invite him to come and meet me in the Ministry of Justice to discuss how best we do that in more detail. Conference, that is progress. That is what the influence of 72 Liberal Democrat MPs and our activists can achieve. This represents hope for millions of survivors of domestic abuse across our country who have been waiting for justice. But we will not stop until the government's promising words become serious action. That's why we will be tabling an amendment to the Crime and Policing Bill currently going through Parliament that would see a new set of specific domestic abuse aggravated offences created. We'll do this to keep up the pressure. Conference, that is what a party for victims does. That is what a party for justice does, and that is what the Liberal Democrats do. Watch this space, Conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference, and what a fantastic speech by Josh, but more importantly, what a fantastic cause you are championing, and we wish you well. I'd like to thank my aide, Sam McGrath. I'm going to hand over to our colleagues, Darren and Matthew. Thank you.
Good morning, Conference. Can people taking their seats do so as quickly as possible, and we will move on to F6 very shortly. So, good morning, Conference. We now move on to F6, which is party business, reports of the parliamentary parties. I'd like to welcome Wendy and Dick to the stage. Thank you. I mean, I guess that seat is for our European colleagues. And thank you very much, Conference. You can find the business for F6 on page 23 of the Conference Agenda and Directory and page 7 and 8 of Conference Daily. We've not had any additional questions submitted beyond those that are published in Conference Daily, so I will take those in the order that they are published. I'd now like to invite Wendy Chamberlain MP, our Chief Whip of the Commons Parliamentary Party, to the lectern to present her report. Thank you, Wendy.
Good morning, Conference. It is great to be here, and this is the second time I've given my report as Chief Whip since the general election, where we obviously went from me having 14 colleagues to me having 71. And I'm very pleased to say that it is great being the third party in Parliament. In just 7 months, our parliamentary team has grown not just in size, but in purpose. And I think if those of you who were at the rally last night, and indeed what we've heard this morning from Josh, Victoria and others, shows that we have grown in purpose too. We are a serious and constructive force in British politics, and we aren't just opposing the government for the sake of it. We are offering real solutions, and you can see that in the amendments that we are now regularly voting on in Parliament, which as third party we have the opportunity to do. And we have pushed hard on matters we know that the people who sent us here care about. That's getting a GP appointment, finding an NHS dentist, and making sure our carers aren't punished for doing the right thing. Indeed, just this week I chaired a Centre for Care round table in Parliament, and the two carers that had been invited in to speak about their experience said to me, "But the Liberal Democrats, you're the party of carers." And I think that demonstrates how much our message is getting through. But we have opposed the government where it's right to do so, and we haven't stopped them dodging the tough conversations around social care. Because everyone in this room knows this, and it's true in Scotland too, without serious cross-party plans to fix social care, our health system will keep buckling under the weight. We've also looked at other Liberal Democrat values, our climate and environment. We've talked about ending sewage dumping to backing clean energy in new homes. We've secured changes to the GB energy bill in the Lords, which I'm sure Dick will speak about. But that's about being that constructive opposition where we've made the case for change. And we are also the ones pushing for fairer politics, whether that's giving people the chance to live and work across Europe again. Helen Maguire raised just that issue in PMQs this week, or making our voting system reflect the will of the people, the first successful vote on proportional representation that has taken place in Westminster. So we are taking on the big structural questions too. And I should also say that both myself and Marie Goldman are sitting on the Modernisation Committee. But this work doesn't happen without our incredible team in Parliament, constituencies, local councils, and in every corner of the UK. I always say that the reason why I'm able to do this job is because I have a team of amazing people that make me look good. So thank you for that, your energy, belief, commitment. It's what keeps us all going. On a personal note, we're only 7-8 months in, but watching so many colleagues go from hopeful candidates to really fierce frontbenchers practically overnight has been pretty inspiring. We've hit the ground running, and you've made us proud. Whether it's about tackling cost of living, defending human rights abroad, or cleaning up our politics here at home, we are absolutely not wasting a moment. But before I move on to Dick, I just want to obviously address some of the events in Parliament this week. You may be aware and have seen the footage of the Right Honourable Jenny crossing the floor on Wednesday evening to be petted by Labour MPs. It obviously did concern me. I had Jenny into the Chief Whip's office on Thursday morning. I have to say she made very successful puppy dog eyes at me. But just in the same way that Labour voters feel let down by the promises that have been made by the Labour government, Jenny and I had a good conversation about ensuring that she doesn't fall for those promises from Labour either. And I'm very pleased to say that she is very firmly a member of the Liberal Democrat team. And I'm in no way censuring her. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Can I ask those that have submitted questions, if you do want to ask a supplementary, can you make your way to the intervention mic, which is just there, ready? And we now move on to Lord Dick Newby, who is the leader of the Liberal Democrats in the House of Lords.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be in Harogate, not least because I have a 20-minute drive from my house, so it makes an improvement from Bournemouth. The Lib Dem peers in the House of Lords remain in an absolutely pivotal position because of the numbers. There are 279 Tories, 213 Labour, and 78 Lib Dems, along with 180 crossbenchers. This means that if we vote with the government, they win. If we don't vote with the government, if we either vote with the Tories or abstain, the government loses. So that puts us in a very, very strong position, but also it's quite tricky because we find ourselves sometimes in the same day voting with the government, against the government, and abstaining. So it requires quite a lot of careful whipping to make sure that people do the right thing. The only way we can operate in this environment is very much on a case-by-case basis. So, for example, we voted with the government this week to stop the Tories watering down the football regulator bill. We voted with the government on the terrorism bill, which is the follow-up from the Manchester arena bombing, to stop the Tories watering down the provisions there. We find ourselves doing that sometimes with noses being held, but it's sometimes quite important. And we did it, for example, on both the National Insurance Bill and the Non-Domestic Rating Bill to try and get the government to move to exempt the healthcare sector from the national insurance rises and the changes to non-domestic rates, which are hitting hospices and hotels hard. And we did that again with the Tories. They voted for our amendments, and the government was defeated. So this is what we're grappling with on a daily basis. An advantage of the position that we're in is that the government can often see the advantages in making concessions to us in order to avoid defeats. So, for example, on the Passenger Railway Services Bill, Sal Brinton got an amendment on disabled access, and Caroline Pidgeon got an amendment to give more opportunities for devolved authorities to take over the running of the rail, and Dominic Addington on the football bill got an amendment, support from the government to require football clubs to have a formal social responsibility duty. So we are able to get amendments on a day-to-day basis, which is how Parliament should really work. And so we're glad that the government has been much better than its predecessor in being prepared to listen to argument. I'm bogged down at the moment on the hereditary peers bill. The government has decided, quite rightly, that the time has come for under 800 families no longer to have the right to nominate 10% of one chamber of our legislature. However, this bill is not universally approved of by the Tories, and particularly by the hereditaries themselves. When we had a first debate on it, 30 reasons were advanced why it would be bad for democracy for the hereditaries to be abolished. At second reading, we had the most extraordinary exchange where the 19th Earl of Devon said that because his forebears had fought at Agincourt, Crécy and Poitiers, they deserved to be in the House of Lords, only to be slapped down almost immediately by the 9th Duke of Wellington, who reminded the House that in 1836, the first Duke of Wellington had explained why they had to pass the repeal of the Corn Laws because both the monarch and the House of Commons were in favour of it. So it's a very strange world that we live in. We are trying to advance the case for having an elected House of Lords. We're trying to advance the case to give the House of Lords Appointments Commission power to veto nominations whom they think are improper. If you remember, Boris Johnson put forward somebody who they thought was improper and made that clear to him, and he just overruled it, which seems to us to be a very bad principle. And so we're working through all that, and hopefully we may make a bit of progress, though the government is being very, very weak in terms of reform, beyond getting rid of the hereditaries, which is obviously a very, very long overdue change. We're greatly enjoying having so many colleagues in the Commons to work with, and having to get used to the idea, Wendy, that we have to consult them more. Because in previous recent parliaments, they've tended, in some cases, to be so busy that they've been willing to let the Lords have more or less a free hand. Well, quite rightly, that no longer obtains. But we are hugely impressed by their dedication and energy and a loving basking in their shadows. We've suffered a big blow to our numbers in recent months. Jenny Randerson, who was a wonderful colleague, died suddenly at the beginning of the year. and we miss her greatly, but we are basking in the joy of having 3 new members, Caroline Pigeon, who joined us last year, and more recently Shafak Mohammed, who some of you will have seen at the rally last night, and Mark Pack. These are the first new appointments since 2015. So my group has been getting that much older, and only in the last week or two, I managed to persuade Dick Taverne, who's our oldest member, to retire. He thought, and we agreed, that when you get to 96, it's probably about time to call it a day. But having Mark, Shafak and Caroline with us is really, really brilliant. Final thing just to say is that unlike the Commons, members of the House of Lords do not have any staff. And so everybody relies to a greater extent than in the Commons on the Whip's office, not just to tell us what to be doing on a day-to-day basis on legislation, but more generally in providing support. And we've got the most wonderful Whip's office team, without which we couldn't function at all. And I and all my colleagues are extremely grateful to them, and I'd just like to thank them today for everything they do. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dick. I've been told this chair is actually for me, so here we go. Yes, I'm mic'd up. We'll now, as I mentioned at the start of today's session, we've not had any questions beyond those that are submitted in Conference Daily, so just to reiterate, it's on pages 7 and 8. And I guess we'll kick off. The first question submitted by Brandon concerns parliamentarians potentially undermining the arguments we have in opposing Labour policy. Yes.
Hopefully,
no. Oh. It might be on there.
Am I on? Oh, yeah, there we go. That works. Excellent. So thank you very much. I'll take the lead on this one. So the question from Brandon, and thank you for submitting it. I'm really pleased to see how much interest colleagues take and members take in terms of what we're doing. But I believe the question refers to remarks made in the House of Commons chamber during a debate on the Public Authorities Fraud, Error and Recovery Bill. That bill doesn't introduce tax policy, but it does give the government new powers to recover money relating to fraud and error across the tax and welfare system, which also includes accessing personal bank accounts. So to reassure that we did vote against that bill at second reading. And as I say, some of those new powers are very significant. They will have access to the data about people's bank accounts, and the DWP will be given powers to recover money directly from individuals' bank accounts without a court order. I can hopefully feel confident that you all as Liberals here see why we voted against that. And we can immediately understand what this could mean for people, for example, caught in the carers' allowance repayment scandal, where monies would be taken directly. Upholding those civil liberties, including data privacy and fairness across our public sector, is a key Liberal value. So I think it's understandable in that circumstance that we might have used stronger terms than we do normally, but I don't think that detracts from the effectiveness of our arguments. And just to reassure, during that debate, we provided detailed scrutiny on the bill, its effectiveness, its impact on carers' allowance scandal, privacy concerns, and the need to prevent fraud from happening in the first place, and challenging the government on its revenue estimates. So I hope that's given some clarity in relation to that, and why our colleague made those comments that they did.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Just looking over, and I can see Brandon there. Can I ask that those asking supplementaries keep them just as brief as possible? But over to you, Brandon.
Yeah. So my initial question wasn't about the topic you discussed.
Okay.
It was about a front bencher talking about the private school VAT and the comments from the Treasury account about calling it a tax break, because this Member of Parliament suggested that it was irrelevant to call it a tax break. But not to dwell on that further, I was going to ask my supplementary on... one sec. When it comes to announcing policies, what process does the Parliamentary Party have with the policy team within Lib Dems in ensuring that it is credible, especially when it comes to announcing tax rises and new spending commitments we want from the government? this is in context with the digital service tax announcement we've made recently in quintupling it, and whether whether the Parliamentary Party views that as actually credible, given the crediting that would do later on whenever digital service tax eventually gets withdrawn in favour of Pillar 1 arrangements.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thanks so much, Brandon, and I'll follow up on your first comments. On the second, what I would say is we are sitting here at conference, and you know, I'm very proud of the fact that conference is the policy-making body of the party. Members make it, and Dick, you know, chaired the general election manifesto during the last general election campaign, and a big part of that is ensuring that not only do we look across the landscape of our policies, but we also ensure that we are promoting those policies that fit with the campaign narrative that we want to deliver. So we do have MPs on Federal Policy Committee. They are representatives to ensure that we are linked in, and as well as that, you'll know that there's a policy review ongoing currently, and my colleagues who are involved in that have also been linking in with MPs to get their feedback, and that will go to Federal Policy Committee, which is the right and proper place for it to do so. I think what I would finally say is there is just always the fact that we have to respond to things that the government and other opposition parties are saying and doing, which does mean that we need to look at things potentially more quickly, but we always do that with thinking around what is our current policy and whether what we're saying aligns with that. And I would just assure members of that.
Thank you. Dick, do you want to?
Just briefly, when we did the manifesto, we were very, very keen to ensure that the numbers added up, and they did. And on the digital services tax, the thing to remember about this is a tax to ensure that the tech giants pay the tax that they should. This is not a punitive tax on them. The problem at the moment is they have this concept of base erosion and profit shifting, which means that they channel their profits to lower tax jurisdictions, and they don't pay the tax they should do here. And all we're seeking to do is to make sure they pay the tax that they should. Obviously, President Trump and his new acolytes don't like that. But that's just tough. They should pay the tax that they are eligible to pay.
Thank you very much, Dick. Our second question is from Emily Tester, and it concerns challenging the far right. I don't know, would you like to?
Yeah. I think on this, why is there a rise of right-wing populism? And the main reasons are there are a lot of people who feel that nobody listens to them and they can't trust politicians. So the thing that we've got to do is to listen to them and show that we're trustworthy. And I think one of the first things we do in Parliament, or try to do, is to concentrate very much on the issues that worry them. So, for example, we've been talking, as you know, about social care for a long time, and the work that Helen's doing on that is a classic example of talking about an issue that the government, frankly, is avoiding, and trying to get a better provision so that people who feel that governments aren't listening to them can see they are. The other thing is showing that we deliver for people if they give us a chance. The extent to which our councillors and MPs spent talking to people on the doorstep and then trying hard to deliver for them, the number of emails they deal with is of a different order to most MPs in most of the other parties. But that for us is why everybody's involved in politics. As far as tackling the far right internationally, obviously our ability to do this is relatively limited, but we do it by supporting sister parties through Liberal International. And Sal Brinton, my colleague, is now chair of Liberal International's Human Rights Committee and spends a lot of time worrying about that. And what a lot of that work is really supporting people, very brave people, in difficult parts of the world where democracy very often isn't as entrenched to the extent that it is here, and giving them moral support and practical support in terms of how you promote your ideas and fight elections.
Thank you very much, Dick. just reaching over to see if Emily would like to make a supplementary, but I can't see her. So in which case we move on to question 3, which is submitted by Caroline Juss, which refers to how you're adapting to our new intake.
Thanks very much, Caroline, for your question. I think I said in the last parliamentary party reports in the autumn that there was going to be a shift required, not just from the media in relation to the size of us as a third party, the biggest in a century, but also in terms of Parliament. And we can't get away from the fact that there are just parliamentary processes that do recognise the official opposition, the second largest party, in a way that the other parties don't have that same recognition. So we are doing a lot to kind of make that case. I mentioned Modernisation Committee. One of the things that we're looking at is some of the different orders that have emerged, such as the fact that on opposition days, the split of the 20 opposition days in any parliamentary session is 17 for the official opposition and 3 for the third party. And if any of the smaller parties want a day, the expectation is the third party gives one of their days up. And that doesn't feel very right to me when we are 2/3 the size of the official opposition. But a big part of the work we're doing is about helping our new MPs navigate the workings of Parliament effectively. One of my colleagues will be sick of hearing me say this, but one of the frustrations of Parliament and the processes there is it is not an objective place in terms of its processes. It's pretty subjective. So developing good relationships with the Speaker in particular is really important. And I was really grateful to a number of my colleagues who gave up a Monday morning in their constituency to spend time in the chamber with the Speaker and their team to go through again some of the processes, because obviously it's easier for me to make my arguments in terms of ensuring that Liberal Democrats get the recognition that they should in Parliament if I'm not getting niggles back from the Speaker about people not standing for the mace. But if I just move on to some of the other things, you know, the relationships between our two parliamentary parties, as Dick has talked on, is as important as ever. I think our teams are working well together, which means that, you know, for example, just this week, we saw the Liberal Democrat amendment pass in the Lords in relation to national insurance increases, which was exempt hospitals from that rise, and that allowed us to follow up in the Commons on the same issue. And that makes it very uncomfortable for backbench Labour MPs. But I also just want to highlight on the third party perspective is the work of select committees. We've got Alistair and Leila and Jamie obviously chairing select committees, and you know, if we look at things like APR on DEFRA and the fact that social care, the work that the party's doing there with Leila on health and social care is really important, but also members on those committees, the work that they are doing. You know, Joshua Reynolds did go viral in relation to his questioning of big tech on the Business and Trade Committee, and those kind of things are important too. Final thing just to say is 10-minute rule bills are another great way that we can raise issues, and that gives us basically a first reading of a bill, a 10-minute speech. And in true Liberal Democrat fashion, how we determine those slots when we get them is that we have colleagues bring forward their ideas for bills, and we give them an STV opportunity for colleagues to vote. But we've had some brilliant bills, such as the political donations bill that Manuela brought through recently, as well as the PMBs, such as Ros Savage's Climate and Nature bill. So I hope you are really feeling our increased presence in the chamber and in Parliament more generally. We're certainly working really, really hard to make that presence felt.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much, Wendy. Just reaching over to see if Caroline would like to make a supplementary, but I cannot see anybody. Very, very quickly, because we're very close to the end of this session, I'm going to go to question 4, which is from Abriel Jerem, about the issue of housing and planning and its relation to MPs' actions. I don't know who would like to...
That's back to me. Okay, thank you very much. So I'm conscious that I'm saying this here as a Scottish MP, so obviously the planning and infrastructure bill will not impact on my constituents. But, you know, I think we are really proud that we've got the most ambitious housing targets of any party, and I think what I'm particularly proud of is that ambition is around building social housing too, because I think that's a part of the narrative that is missing currently. And we had them going into the last election. Again, credit to Dick and the manifesto team for that. So we will be focusing on what we set out in the manifesto and where we think the government could be doing a lot more. And for homes, that's increasing social housing, improving the quality of new homes to ensure that they're zero carbon, upgrading current housing stock with free insulation for people on low incomes and incentives for homeowners to invest in upgrades like heat pumps and solar. But as well as that, it is about housing more generally. So that is about holding the government to account on their actions to end rough sleeping and to make the rented sector fairer, including implementing the ban on no-fault evictions. I think what that demonstrates is we are putting our values into action and we're rightly focused on providing support for the most vulnerable. I want to give a shout out to Gideon Amos, who is leading on the Renters' Rights Bill in the Commons, and we'll engage with colleagues. There is still a long way to go in this, but we will, as I said in response to my the last question, we get more opportunities as a third party now to push votes both in the chamber and on bill committees where we now have representation that we haven't had recently, but also in terms of working with the Lords to push issues there too.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much, Wendy. We are very, very close to, well, possibly out of time, but we'll take your intervention, Gabrielle, but please keep it as brief as possible.
I'll be very brief. It's just, we agree in the party general principles MPs should represent their constituents. And by and large, and I know it's unpredictable because Scottish MP, our MPs represent very well off areas who have actually have quite a lot of constituents who have benefited from the housing crisis in terms of asset appreciation. How do we strike the balance between keeping our values and representing our constituents? Because there could be a conflict there. How will you advise the Parliament? How will you sort of steer the parliamentary party through that tension?
Thank you very much for that. It's a very fair question, but I think what I would say is, in terms of what we are saying about planning and infrastructure, is how do we do that? We do that with communities. And I think, for example, in Kingston Council, obviously Ed's constituency, the fact that there is social housing and mixed housing being built in a development led by the council, where actually constituents and the community were balloted in terms of what they wanted to see. I think generally when I speak to constituents, because I've got housing issues in North East Fife as well, in fact the Scottish Government has declared a housing emergency, the conversations I have is the fact that people don't actually object to more houses, far from it. What they object to is feeling things that are done to them, and I think it's a very Liberal Democrat value to ensure that we make sure that people are properly consulted and ensure that they don't feel like that.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Wendy. Thank you to everyone who has submitted questions, and sincere apologies to Sir Simon Hughes, Tony Vickers and Christopher Johnson, because we've not had time to take your questions, but I hope they will be answered.
Yes, we will always do written responses.
Fantastic.
And we'll make sure that happens, Darren.
Thank you very, very much. With that, we now have to take a vote. So I understand the online voting has been open for a little while for those that are joining us online, but in the hall, could I please take a vote on whether to accept the Wendy's report from the Commons Party? That's pretty overwhelming in the hall. Just checking if that matches online. Perfect, and the online vote is in consensus, so thank you very much. Your report is overwhelmingly passed. And another vote, please, on to accept the Lord Newby's report from the House of Lords. So again, very overwhelming in the hall, and just to check the online vote. Is in consensus with that. So thank you very, very much. Conference, I'd like to thank obviously Wendy and Lord Newby for coming and taking those questions. I'd like to thank my aide, Matthew Palmer, and my hall aide, Chris Mains, and we now move on to F7, Party Business, which is the General Election Review presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this next session at Harogate 2025. The next motion, or not motion, sorry, party business item we have is the general election presentation by Tim Farron MP. This is F7 and will run from 11:20 till about 11:35. So please can welcome to the stage Tim Farron MP.
Morning all. Last April, I was minding my own business in the House of Commons tea room, which was a lot easier in those days because I only had 14 mates. I was minding my own business when Ed Davey sidled up alongside me and asked if I would like to chair the general election review, which he was absolutely certain was going to happen in November 2024. Never trust a politician. My strong advice to you is that if you are going to chair a general election review, make sure you chair the one where the party gets its best result in a century. I chose wisely. Although, to be fair, I didn't know quite how well we were going to do when I signed up, nor did I have any insight into how the leader was planning to conduct himself during the election campaign. Perhaps should have picked up on the clues. He did, after all, sidle up alongside me wearing a Dayglow orange wetsuit. And most of that story is true. The general election review is the biggest, most comprehensive and detailed act of consultation with our members that the party engages in any given 5-year period. More people's voices, views and experiences were heard even than at our largest federal conferences. We interviewed a huge variety of people and invited submissions from every single member. It is the most democratic and inclusive thing the party does. To me, the objective of this review was to value our members in a practical way, to identify and celebrate the heroes of the campaign. And in case you hadn't worked out who those heroes are, I'm talking about you. We wanted to ensure that you know that what you did was crucial to delivering the biggest cohort of Liberal MPs in living memory. What might have looked to the untrained eye like mundane, thankless tasks turned out to be integral to the mission, a successful mission to transform the state of liberalism in Britain. This was your triumph, and this review gives you the credit. Now, I first joined the Liberal Party when I was 16 years of age, and soon after, the merger that formed our party took place, with the Liberals and the SDP becoming one. Our party suffered at that stage, what shall we say, the first of many near-death experiences. I'm pretty sure that one wasn't my fault. There have been a few more along the way, but let's be honest, the worst came in 2015, when I saw almost 90% of my parliamentary colleagues wiped out. That dark day for liberalism caused many to think there might be no way back for us. When we launched the Lib Dem fight back in the aftermath of that devastating defeat, I did not dare dream of a day when the Liberal Democrats would make a comeback of such epic proportions as we did last July. So the triumph of 2024, personally, continues to overwhelm me. You made my dreams come true, and I am unbelievably grateful. It's so nice not being one of 8. So it has been a deliberate intention of the General Election Review team to make an excellent general election result, to take that, and then to be the opposite of complacent, to instead seek to learn from our successes and not to assume that everything was a success, to read correctly the mood of our times and to listen to what you told us so that we can propose real action based upon what you want. Now, I couldn't have asked for a better review team, and I want to say a massive thank you to the review panel. Donna Harris, Adi Adeyemo, Emma Holland-Lindsay, Mike O'Carroll, Sally Pattle and Paul Farthing, and to Venus Ali, who supported us with such skill and patience. Please thank them with me. Moral Goitom and Dan Payne from my team who are not here, but massive thanks to them because they made sure I gave this review the time and attention it absolutely deserved. And thank you for responding to the review in your thousands. The conclusions and proposals that come from this review, they're your conclusions, they're your proposals. So what did we find out? Well, we made the stunning discovery that in July last year, we won our largest number of MPs since 1923. Who knew? Who knew? And we concluded that we'd done quite enough back-patting and self-congratulation back in September, and that now was time to focus everything we've got on winning the elections ahead of us. The ancient Greek historian Polybius once said, "Those who know how to win are more numerous than those who know how to make good use of their victories." Absolutely. So it is not our job to rest on our laurels or to feel too pleased with ourselves or protect historic internal party systems from modernisation. It is our job to make the changes we need in order to keep on winning and rescue our country from the terrifying threats that it faces. To do less would be inexcusable. In the words of Britain's greatest poet, Paddy McAloon from Prefab Sprout, "You surely are a truly gifted kid, but you're only as good as the last great thing you did." So let's crack on and do the next great thing. The 2024 result was absolutely no accident. Early in the campaign, the campaigns team, or early in the Parliament, I should say, in 2020, the campaigns team led by Dave McCobb began to identify seats that were winnable, and with the support of the Chief Executive, Mike Dixon, chose to allocate resources to ensure that the party had the biggest and the best field campaigns team in our party's history. But even the best field team still needs candidates in place early enough to help them to win. So just like many reviews before this one, our candidate system was once again raised by many members as something we need to urgently seek to change. Despite brilliant people giving their time as regional candidates chairs, assessors, returning officers, we were hampered by the bottleneck that is our candidate approval and selection process, which is not the fault of any of those volunteers who made that system work as well as possible. Indeed, the fact that we managed an almost total full slate in the election was an utterly amazing achievement. But the process was again so slow and unwieldy that members in, wait for it, 2/3 of constituencies didn't even get the chance to vote in the selection, and many winnable seats were inexcusably held up in their desire to select a candidate. Likewise, many smaller local parties were denied the opportunity to select a candidate in time to help them to grow and build for the future. Now, this peculiar system is not the fault of the volunteers who got it to work. It's an accidental hangover from the bureaucratic compromises in our merger negotiations in 1988. Yes, conference, we shockingly discovered that not everything from the 1980s was brilliant. It's no one's fault today, but it will definitely become our fault if we do not fix it. So one of the conclusions members urged us to draw is that we shouldn't be putting loyalty to a random constitutional arrangement from 37 years ago ahead of valuing and supporting those fantastic volunteers who run the candidates process, or ahead of getting us ready for the next general election. It would be inexcusable to cling on to a system which actively prevents us from campaigning to win. But that's for later. Please come along to the F10 debate this afternoon. Now, winning back so many of the seats that we had lost in 2015 was a testament to our cockroach-like resilience, to our determination to survive. But we also won seats in Cambridgeshire, Hertfordshire, Oxfordshire, Surrey, Sussex, seats that we hadn't won since 1906. In some cases, since we hadn't even won in 1906. Now, until our party took the brave stand that we did on Brexit, so many of those seats weren't even remotely on our radar. So I just want to say a quick word about one of my other successors, Jo Swinson. Jo's positioning in 2019 put seats on the target seat list that we would never have previously dreamed of winning. Jo, we owe you tons, and we think the world of you. Now, Ed Davey, Dave McCobb and the HQ team took that strong list of second places and constructed a campaign over a 4-year period that ruthlessly focused on turning them into first places. The national messaging, the allocation of funds, the advice and support to local campaign teams were all about us getting people elected to Parliament. This meant that we did polling about issues and we followed what we found. The strategy prioritised winning seats in Parliament over winning a higher national vote share. The review concludes this was a bold, decisive and incredibly effective strategy, and we strongly endorse the choices Ed and the HQ team made. But the review team is fully aware this strategy came at a cost. We lost 229 deposits, our on-the-ground campaigns were limited outside of our targets, and with 1 or 2 exceptions, we did not trouble Labour. Some candidates told us we had been so focused on a small target seat list that we didn't support soon enough some of those seats that were moving forward and had unexpectedly become winnable rather late on in the Parliament. Many of those seats, but not all of them, were still successful, but in the end they were hampered by 2 things, they tell us. First, being forced to wait too long to select a candidate, and second, by not being included in target seat campaign support until the very last minute in some cases. So we could have been more fleet of foot, and so we aim to make changes to enable us to do that, including, but not restricted to, the F10 motion this afternoon. The party ran, you may have noticed, its best air war campaign for years and years. As the 4th party going into the election, the media owed us very, very little. There was no guarantee we were going to get any meaningful national coverage, and yet, you may have noticed, we did. And we got that coverage because of the most joyful and creative leaders tour in British electoral history. Bungee jumping, paddleboarding, roller coaster riding, Ed Davey led the party in the spirit of a relatively well-behaved stag do. And it worked. It worked. Journalists wanted, they actively wanted, lobbied us to be on our battle bus because that's where the fun and the action was. The party showed it understood the saying, a picture speaks 1,000 words, in a more effective way than I had ever witnessed in any election. And speaking of witnesses, I am an eyewitness of how astute this approach was on the ground, or should I say, on the water. You'll recall the paddle boarding on Windermere. I fell off once. My daughter, who was with us, did not fall off at all, and Ed Davey fell off 7 times. You ask me, he was doing it all on purpose. But when all the fun pictures were done, the journalists all paddled out to us and asked Ed about water quality, about Ukraine, about social care. By doing the eye-catching stuff, we won the right to talk about the serious stuff. Now, as you know, the review focuses on several distinct areas. The laying of the foundations of the campaign from 2020 onwards, the experiences of candidates, agents and organisers, on the party's political strategy, on fundraising, on the targeting strategy and on diversity. And on that crucial point, as Liberal Democrats, we are committed to being a diverse family, a party that represents everyone in Britain no matter who they are. And while the Parliamentary Party has become more diverse, we need to go so much further. We concluded, as do the members who responded to the review, that some of our failings on diversity are due to institutional issues that we can practically address with a better candidate system, but that many of them are down to the escalation of online hate and to the dismal fact that women, LGBTQ, ethnic and religious minority candidates get the brunt of this poison. So in the motion this afternoon, we make proposals to support and resource our candidates in the face of this evil as we seek to defeat that evil at the ballot box. Indeed, this is a time when the evils of division, hatred and nationalism bear down upon us. Despite our success, there is a nightmare direction that our country could take, and you know it. A disappointing, underwhelming, unambitious Labour government has left an electorate that, having rejected the Tories, now feels restless, homeless, hopeless. The perfect cocktail for extremist populists of the left and the right to sidle up to people offering them simplistic, poisonous solutions to complex problems. This means that Liberal Democrats become more important than ever, that winning becomes more important than ever. In my introduction to the review, I suggest that we do not need to look very far for an antidote to this poison. We have it in our hands. We call it community politics, because we believe that people matter, that every person has value, that they deserve to be served in their community by people who care for them. Community politics is not just a tactic to win elections, it's an outworking of something far, far deeper. Community politics is a way of life, of immersing yourself in your area, of getting your hands dirty and your hearts broken as you walk step by step with the people you have committed to serving. You see, extremism is born out of a lack of trust in politics and politicians. It breeds the desire to go up yours to the system and to vote for charlatans like Farage and Galloway. But if you are a voter who is served by councillors, candidates, campaigners, volunteers, MPs who do dedicated, liberal community politics, who have earned your trust, that neutralises the need for you to go up yours. Instead, you have people to vote for with whom you have a relationship, who you know, who work hard all year round and get things done. So don't let anyone ever tell you that this is small beer, that this is low level, that this is trivial. It is so much loftier than that. It is politics at its most honest, vital, authentic and real. It is the heart of what liberalism is, and it is how we will defeat the extremists that lie to us to divide us. This review is a warts and all account of an election campaign that had fewer warts than normal. Only in the Liberal Democrats do you have your best election result in living memory that concludes with a review that says, could do better. But that's the attitude of winners, and I am determined that we become a party of habitual winners, because our opponents are not like they used to be. Once upon a time, you could look at other parties and say they were wrong, of course, but there was at least a basic sense of decency, patriotism, of public service about most of them. But today, in the case of some, we have opponents who would deliver genuine wickedness upon our country and on our allies. The stakes are so much higher now. It means that winning elections matter more than it ever did before, because liberalism matters more than it ever did before, which makes it utterly inexcusable for us to cling to what holds us back, or for us to do anything less than the everything we need to do to see off that evil. Thank you for delivering the best election result of our lifetimes. Now buckle up. We have a country to rescue. Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We are now going to move on to F8, which is the speech by Helen Morgan, the Health and Social Care spokesperson.
Well, good morning, conference. It looks like I've been given the hospital pass of following Tim Farron. It's great to see so many of you here this weekend, and I hope you're going to have a fantastic time at our spring conference here in Harrogate. Now, since I had the last opportunity to speak to you, you might have noticed things have changed a little bit. I've got 57 brilliant new colleagues, and I have had the honour of taking on the role of the party's spokesperson for health and social care. And I also have the absolute pleasure of working with a talented team of new MPs to campaign on the health issues that matter most. I've got Danny Chambers on mental health, Jess Brown-Fuller on hospitals and primary care, and Alison Bennett on social care. Now, those of you who made the long winter trip to North Shropshire back in December 2021 will know that the crisis across the country in the NHS and social care hit my area harder than most. At every Canvas session we went to, we found someone whose friend or relative had had an awful experience waiting for an ambulance. And at some of those sessions, we talked to people who had tragically lost their loved ones. Lost them waiting for the life-saving service that they have always been able to rely on, and the life-saving service that they should still be able to rely on. And that is an experience I will never forget. And it's an experience that has been central to my work as North Shropshire's MP, and it's an experience that is central to my work now as our spokesperson. Waiting far too long for an ambulance in a life or death situation is the end result of an NHS which needs fixing both at the front and at the back door. It's not because those ambulance crews haven't worked hard or don't care. Believe me, they do. I had the privilege of joining 2 paramedics for a 12-hour shift in the autumn of 2022. They were amazing. They were knowledgeable, they were professional, they were incredibly hardworking, and most of all, they were caring. But when they get their patient to hospital, they are faced with a very old problem that we all recognise. There's no room at the inn. And for them, there's no option other than to sit and to wait with their patient until there is. So, they sit and they wait, knowing that there are other people out there who need their expert help and their expert care. People that they can't get to. People like an 81-year-old lady called Sylvia, who fell in the street in Oswestry just 3 weeks ago, and she'd had a suspected stroke. Now, as we all know, with a stroke, time is critical. A passerby stopped to wait with her, while her breathing became shallower, her speech more slurred, and she got colder and colder. And he, the hero of the hour, waited with her for an hour and 20 minutes before the ambulance got there. Now, the target for someone with a suspected stroke, a Category 2 incident, is 18 minutes. But Sylvia waited for more than 4 times that. And it's far from the worst example I've dealt with. So we need to ask ourselves, how have we got here? How have we ended up with expert paramedics waiting outside hospitals and in corridors when there are people in the community who need their help? And as we all know, the situation inside the hospital is just as bad. Patients can't be admitted because the hospital is full. And so the desperate staff in A&E treat them as best as they can, in corridors, in cupboards, and for those fit to sit, on plastic chairs. And this can go on for hours and hours, or even days. Patients such as my constituent Emma, who, having been diagnosed with sepsis, spent 48 hours in a fit-to-sit area and then 12 hours on a trolley in an X-ray corridor before finally being admitted, alongside a horrifying delay in the medication required to deal with a life-threatening condition. Now, I'm glad to say Emma is recovering, but these horrifying stories are the symptoms of what we have described in recent years as winter pressure, or occasionally winter crisis, with hospitals full due to spikes in winter diseases that happen every year, such as flu, COVID, and norovirus. And far from being an unexpected bolt from the blue, this winter crisis has become an annual event, and the knock-on community effect is devastating. Over the last couple of years, there's been widespread reporting from nurses that they are delivering care in overcrowded and unsuitable places, such as corridors, converted cupboards, and even car parks, and that's happening on a daily basis. Patients are forced to routinely receive care in unsuitable conditions without dignity or privacy and compromising patient safety. And it's fast becoming the new normal all year round. This year, several job postings for corridor care nurses were advertised across the country as hospitals desperately sought to cope with appalling overcrowding in A&E. Patients should not be expected to accept this. Now, almost every year, the government has ended up announcing hundreds of millions of pounds of emergency funding to help the NHS through yet another winter crisis, around halfway through the winter. So what if, instead of just reacting, of normalising corridor care and spending money far too late in the process, we invested now, invested properly, to ensure that the NHS is prepared for the next winter? The government has the opportunity and the responsibility to end corridor care, end it forever, to ensure patients never have to face such indignity again. And this has to happen by the end of this Parliament at the latest. That's why we've called for a winter task force, which would begin right now, to work throughout the year to prevent the annual winter crisis. A £1.5 billion ring-fenced fund to ensure that hospitals can prepare for the surge in patients before it happens, accessing extra beds and extra staff without resorting to corridors and cupboards. The NHS can plan now to spend that money effectively. I might have mentioned that I'm an accountant, and as an accountant, I know that getting hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds in January, probably in the midst of a critical incident, is of no use to hospital managers. They won't be able to spend that money well, or even at all, with only a few weeks of winter left to go. They need time to plan the best way to make sure that that money is spent to deliver safe and timely patient care. So while Wes Streeting is busy reorganising the NHS from the top down, Jess and I are asking him to focus on the patients who will need that winter plan in place. So if they have a stroke, they aren't left for an hour and 20 minutes on a cold pavement, so that another person like Emma with suspected sepsis is treated with the urgency that their life-threatening condition demands, not left to suffer in a corridor for hours. Now, of course, we've been talking about the immediate problem in hospitals, but it's widely acknowledged that to tackle the NHS crisis properly, action is needed in the community too. Action to get people to a GP when they need one, to keep their community pharmacy open, and end the horror that is DIY dentistry, people pulling out their own teeth to escape the agony that they're in. And we need action to deal with the mental health crisis that is gripping the country, gripping every generation, but especially gripping our young people. They deserve better. Far too many young people are stuck on a CAMHS waiting list, their situation worsening, their life chances diminishing. Young people who would thrive with the right early help. Only the Liberal Democrats have committed to tackling this problem. Norman Lamb was the first MP to campaign for mental health to be seen as important as physical health. And Liberal Democrats have put mental health as a priority at every general election and in our manifesto since. Now, my brilliant colleague, Munira Wilson, has been campaigning for a mental health professional in every school for years, and she won't stop until she's achieved her goal. And my other brilliant colleagues, Vera Hobhouse and Baroness Parminter, have led the campaign for people with eating disorders, the mental health condition which tragically has the highest suicide rate of all. They will continue the fight for recognition and priority for this awful illness. And the Labour government has made all the right noises on mental health. But just weeks ago, the government shamefully axed mental health targets, putting at risk progress on dealing with a disease that for many can be turned around with the right intervention, and putting at risk the huge progress made in recognising mental health as critical to well-being as physical health, and putting at risk the lives of people who unnecessarily reach a crisis point and for whom there may be no ambulance when they need one. That's why Danny and I are calling on Wes Streeting to put those targets back. And last, but perhaps most importantly, we are calling on Wes Streeting to fix the crisis in social care. Now, we all know that hospitals struggle at dangerous levels of occupancy because so many people can't be discharged back into their home or a care home. The care they need just isn't available for them. There are huge vacancy rates in social care. We need to find a small city full of carers by 2030 to ensure that everyone can live with the dignity they deserve and as independently as possible. And we can't do that without valuing our carers, paid and unpaid, for the vital and the skilled work that they do. So Alison and I were delighted when Wes Streeting contacted us over Christmas to invite us to cross-party talks on social care. This was a huge Lib Dem win, a key ask in our manifesto and a chance to put into practice the Care Act that the Lib Dems passed in government all those years ago. A chance to find support for the unpaid carers, the people who want to provide care but can't because of the practicalities of paying their own bills and looking after the rest of their family. A chance to free councils of the unreasonable burden of paying for social care from council tax. And the chance to free everyone of the worry that one day they might need to spend all their hard-earned savings on care. But it wasn't all good news. The Casey Commission won't report back on its findings until 2028, 3 years' time and just before a general election. The risks of social care plans becoming a political football once again are far too high. And 2028 is too late for a care sector on its knees. And we were angered beyond words when those cross-party talks were abandoned at the last minute because of diary clashes. Now, which politician can't be bothered to clear their diary for a once-in-a-generation chance to fix the problem of social care? Not one that's fit for office, that's for sure. The truth is that it is Liberal Democrats providing the only real opposition to this Labour government when it comes to the NHS and care. Goodness knows the Tories don't have a leg to stand on after leaving the NHS in a state of crisis because of their disastrous mismanagement. Alison, Jess, Danny and myself will be taking on Labour and providing the constructive opposition this country so desperately needs. Supporting the Labour government when they get things right and challenging them when they don't. Challenging them on the cruel axing of mental health targets. Challenging them to fix social care now, not in 3 years' time. And challenging them to bring the horrific reality of corridor care to an end once and for all during this Parliament. Because conference, I never want to hear about someone who died waiting for an ambulance ever again. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. And now I'd like to hand over to Duncan Brack and Cara Jenkinson for F9.
Thank you, Alison. Conference, we're now moving on to item F9, free to be who you are. To understand this debate, you will need to have in front of you a copy of the main motion, which you'll find on pages 24 to 28 of the printed agenda. And you will also need to see pages 8 to 10 of today's conference daily, which lists 3 amendments and 2 separate votes. However, we have had notice of a request to withdraw Amendment 1 from the movers of Amendment 1. Conference, you will need to vote on this, and we will deal with that vote directly after the mover of the main motion. I'll explain the order of the votes that we're going to take towards the end of the debate. So, would Donna Harris from Lambeth please stand by to move Amendment 2, and I now call to move the main motion the MP for Edinburgh West and the spokesperson on women and equalities, Christine Jardine.
Good morning, conference. What a treat to be in Hampshire, and I don't just mean the ones you've all been picking up for Betty's. But seriously, thank you all for coming here today to hear what we, and the we is important there, are proposing to take forward, to take us forward as a party, rejecting the dark, toxic place the debates on equalities have found themselves dragged to for the past 2 or 3 years. Not just here, but we've seen pride marches banned in Hungary this week, the rise of the right, and Trump. It's time to remember who we are, what we believe in, human rights, equality, valuing everyone. Specifically here, protecting LGBTQ rights to ensure that everybody in our society feels free to be who they are. It's been a long considered process, and I want to thank everyone who's taken part, all the party groups, the individuals, my team, and in particular, Kerry Roach, who's done so much. Of course, I'm doing this because I'm the Women and Equality spokesperson, but more than that, it's personal. And I do feel the weight, the responsibility of this, because in terms of creating the policy that has driven progress to equality in this country, we have some pretty big shoes to fill. It was Ed Davey who introduced the clause that led to the repeal of that obnoxious Section 28 of the Local Government Act in 2003, which prohibited, and I quote, the promotion of homosexuality. Can you imagine the damage that would have been done to children who are now living their best lives if that hadn't been repealed? Then there's Lynn Featherstone, who single-mindedly got same-sex marriage into legislation when nobody really thought it was possible. And I remember a hustings in Scotland back then being asked, if I was in Parliament, how would I have voted? And why? Well, that was easy. If I had 2 children, one was straight and one gay, I would want them both to be equally valued by society, have the same protections under the law, and the same right to love and be loved, and marry who they want. Doesn't it seem a ridiculous question now? To question someone's fundamental rights because of their sexuality. But here we are again. And despite all our progress, the reality is that so many people, particularly in the trans community, don't feel equally valued, free to be who they are without having to fight for their rights. It saddens me to my core that the debate around fundamental rights, the rights maybe of your friends, your family, your neighbours, or your work colleagues, has been so toxic. 3 years which has been damaging for all of us and never taken account of the people at the centre of it. It's time to find a positive way of progressing the rights of the LGBTQ community. That's why, since the last party conference, we met individuals and groups from every section of our party and outside to hear their views on how we do that. Plus, Young Liberals, Lib Dem Disability Association, Lib Dem Women, Lib Dem Campaign for Racial Equality, we heard what they felt needed to be done to protect LGBTQ freedoms. Conference, I understand what it's like to be sitting out in the audience with an MP proposing and occasionally preaching what we need for change. But we're Liberals. We don't always agree. There's always another side to every argument. But this one, for so many of us, is personal. Many of us in this hall. Another group I met was Liberal Voice for Women, to reassure them that the genuine concerns of lesbians under attack on social media and women who have suffered sexual assaults are not being ignored. And I actually met Hilary Cass to lay out our concerns. And do you know what? All of us agreed that the health and care of our young trans people has been sorely lacking in this country. And that is why I think it's important that we accept the Young Liberals amendment on improving healthcare for trans people. It's fundamental to the well-being of our young people that they have the best possible support and don't have to wait forever for the care that they need. And here's the thing. Every single person we spoke to wants the best possible outcomes for all people, not just our young people. And that's why the amendment from Councillor Donna Harris about protecting our elderly population in care homes is so important, and we should accept it. But somehow that concern for people has been lost in the toxic public debate, which has lacked any real compassion for anyone. We have to stop. We have to change the narrative, and it starts with us. We have to stop thinking that because someone is different, they're somehow a threat. But at the same time, we have to recognise that not everyone understands that their concerns, although we don't share them, are genuine. And what they need is not insults, but reassurance. You know, I was young once, in the 1980s. I remember a time not unlike this one, when a campaign of fear of the threat of HIV and AIDS made life insufferable for the gay community in this country. That we would live in a society which embraced same-sex relationships, allowed us all to be free to love who we love, seemed like an impossible dream. My generation, my friends, went through hell to achieve that. And we can't just stand by and let it happen again. I was at the theatre recently with my daughter to see everybody talking about Jamie and see I got the name right this time. A brilliant play about the controversy that breaks out when a young boy just wants to wear a dress to his prom. I'd seen it before. And about halfway through, I began to find the audience fascinating. The majority were engaged, cheering Jamie on, booing his enemies. The rest just looked a bit confused. Well, Vari and I talked about it afterwards, and she said that most people she knows just don't care. They don't get why it's an issue. And she's right. Most people don't. And they will not allow another generation to be punished simply for who they are. And they don't understand why the politicians are making such a mess of it. And believe me, we are. Too many politicians, myself included, have wasted too many words extolling our own virtues as trans allies, or for that matter, as gender critical, rather than focusing on finding solutions to the real issues and concerns, looking after the rights of the people we represent. By doing that, we made everything more difficult, much more difficult. And rather than searching for a solution, we hunkered down in our trenches, arguing about who's right, rather than focusing on how we protect the vulnerable. This debate has for too long been about who thinks what, rather than how we ensure equal rights and protection for all. So please, conference, send a message out from this time and this place that this party will not allow anyone to be punished simply for who they are. That if you are a teenager struggling with your sexuality or your identity, you're an elderly person who survived the horror of the 1980s, lived a fulfilling life with your same-sex partner, only now to find yourself being pushed back into the closet in a care home. That if you're middle-aged, a man or a woman realising for the first time that your feelings towards a friend or colleague of the same sex are so much more than friendship, or a wee boy who doesn't know why he feels happier more himself in a dress or playing with the girls, then we are here for you. We will stand up for your rights, for equal protection under the law, for the right for you to be who you are, because, colleagues, that is who we are, and that is who this country needs us to be. Conference, you know what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Christine. Hold on, Donna. Okay, we're now going to deal with Amendment 1. Amendment 1 is included on the agenda, but the movers have asked permission to withdraw. Understanding Order 8.2, conference needs to give their permission for that. So I'm going to ask you to vote in a second. And for the online voters, we're opening the voting now. The reason they have given is that after discussion with party members, the proposers of Amendment 1 have realised that it is open to being misinterpreted, and since the mover is unwell and not at conference, they have asked permission to withdraw Amendment 1. So I'd now like to see all those voting to withdraw Amendment 1. Thank you very much. Can I now see all those not wanting to withdraw Amendment 1? Thank you very much. We'll just wait a few seconds for online. While I'm waiting, I should say we've had more than double the number of cards we can possibly call to speak in this debate. We're also starting late, so I would like to ask all speakers to stick strictly to time. Yeah, that is withdrawn. Thank you very much. The separate vote, therefore, on Amendment 1 also automatically falls. So now I'd like to ask Rebecca Jones from Islington to stand by to move Amendment 3. I now call to move Amendment 2. Donna Harris, who is not only leader of our group on Lambeth Borough, but my own ward councillor. Donna.
Thank you, Conference. Conference, I'd like to draw your attention to the heartbreaking case of my constituents, the late Noel Glynn and his partner Ted Brown, which highlights a profound systemic failure. Noel Glynn, a prominent gay rights activist who dedicated his life to fighting for equality, tragically endured appalling abuse while in a care home. Noel suffered homophobic abuse while under the care of Lambeth Council, leaving him with bruises and cigarette burns. And yet, despite the appalling abuse, the Care Quality Commission still rated the care home as good. This is a glaring example of why the current grading system is inadequate. Lambeth Council acknowledged placing Noel in the care home was not in his best interests and paid Ted, his partner, £30,000 in compensation. However, no meaningful action was ever taken against those responsible for the abuse. No police investigation and no sanctions were imposed on the perpetrators. Despite holding power of attorney, Ted was also excluded from decision-making regarding Noel's care, even though they had been together for 50 years. The couple was shockingly advised to de-gay their home to avoid prejudice from visiting care staff. This was a devastating and disgraceful lack of support and respect for their dignity. Conference, this case isn't an isolated incident. According to Compassion in Care, as of 2024, they had received 486 reports of homophobic abuse over the previous 4 years. Yet, 481 of the service providers accounted for in those allegations are still rated good by the CQC. A CQC rating of good should mean that a facility meets the highest standards of care, but this case and others have demonstrated that the system fails to detect or address critical issues such as homophobic abuse. If these issues are not being properly investigated or reflected in care ratings, how can we trust that vulnerable individuals are being kept safe and treated with the respect they deserve? It's unequivocally clear that abuse in the care system is absolutely unacceptable. This is not merely a moral issue, it's a legal and a human rights issue. We must stand united, demand accountability, and push for a care system that genuinely is inclusive, safe, and fair for everyone. We must ensure that the men and women who fought so courageously to come out of the closet for themselves and others are never forced back into it again, especially at the time they're most vulnerable. Thank you, Conference. Please vote for the motion as a whole and Amendment 2 and Amendment 3.
Thank you, Donna. Would Zoe Hollowood from Harpenden and Berkhamsted please stand by? And now call to move Amendment 3, Rebecca Jones from Islington.
Good afternoon, Conference. First, before I start, I'd like to thank Christine for bringing this motion forward, for the other amendments from Donna, and for the consultation that was taken from it. The Liberal Democrats have a long and proud history of championing the rights of LGBTQ+ people, and it's right that we continue to be the strongest party on LGBTQ+ rights, freedom and equality. This amendment that I'm proposing today aims to strengthen this motion even further by working to tackle the poor quality of service trans people face trying to access gender identity clinics. The Tories have left our NHS in a state of crisis, and the new Labour government seems to be continuing this managed decline. When I talk about long wait lists for trans healthcare, many people say to me that NHS services are all facing long wait times, and that is true, but many people don't quite realise how long trans wait lists are. To give an example, the London Gender Identity Clinic currently has a waiting list of 16,270 people, and as of the 26th of February, is seeing just 118 people a month. That means if someone was referred today, it would take them 11.5 years to be seen. It is a damning indictment of the state of trans healthcare when we aren't measuring wait times in days, or weeks, or months, or even years, but decades. The government has constantly said they are improving gender identity clinics in the UK, but even with this, the London GIC still received more than double its capacity in new referrals, with 242 last month. It's clear that the current approach just is not working. There have been some pilot schemes, such as Trans Plus, which have seen great reviews from patients, myself included. But there are simply not enough of these being commissioned. Our amendment calls on the government to learn from these pilot schemes and work to rapidly roll these out nationwide to finally get a grip with this. It is also not as if trans people experience significant support whilst on a waiting list. NHS mental health support is in shambles thanks to sorry neglect, and trans people are often left alone on the waiting list for years. We have seen too many heartbreaking stories, such as Alice Slipman, who took her own life after being abandoned on a waiting list for years. We need the NHS to give trans people real support at such a critical time, and we also need them to start working with private gender specialists to ensure trans people aren't left hunting for a GP that will provide a shared care agreement. The benefits of medical transition for trans people are immense. I can personally attest to the difference in confidence and overall life satisfaction that this medication has given me. I want more trans people to be able to access this medication and the benefits that it gives without having to wait decades. Overall, this amendment will strengthen an already important motion, and I encourage you to vote for this amendment as well as the motion as a whole. The Lib Dems have rightly been championing fixing our NHS and care system, and this motion continues our track record, and we will fix the NHS. As Labour, the Tories and Reform continue to attack LGBTQ plus people, we must be the party that refuses to abandon the LGBTQ plus community, and we do that by backing this motion and backing this amendment and Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Would Eugene Lynch from Tower Hamlets please stand by? I now call to move the separate vote on lines 111 to 113 of the main motion, that's paragraph 16. Zoe Hollowood from Harpenden and Berkhamsted.
Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you to the committee for allowing this separate vote. The reasons I am asking Conference to vote against lines 111 to 113 are that these proposals are harmful for women's rights, for broader society, and good policy making. So firstly, the removing the diagnosis of gender dysphoria to obtain a GRC, so allowing people to change their legal sex on documents by effectively self-ID. Recently, the Supreme Court heard a GRC has far-reaching consequences. Conference, this is not just about marriage and death certificates. In 2022, Lady Haldane ruled that the acquired gender becomes the person's sex for all purposes. More males being able to obtain paperwork saying they are female by self-ID harms women's hard-fought-for sex-based rights. This provides a key to more males to unlock those rights for themselves, such as being included in women's diversity quotas on public boards. Also, the operation of single-sex spaces, which women need for dignity, privacy and safety, and some for religious reasons, becomes more difficult. Worryingly, lesbians are being denied the right of freedom of association, not allowed to exclude males with a GRC who identify as lesbians. So self-ID is stopping many lesbians being free to be who they are. In a YouGov poll of Lib Dem members, 75% said they thought the current rules for obtaining a GRC were about right or should be made harder, not easier. Next, X on passports. Everybody has a sex, that's just a fact. People can describe their gender identity however they like, but that's separate to sex. The Sullivan report published this week has made it clear that we are failing to collect accurate information on sex through conflation with gender identity and confusion about the law. And this has many, many issues, e.g. whether you're called for cervical or prostate cancer screening, or people who want to receive same-sex intimate care, like vulnerable women in their homes. Like age or weight, some people are sensitive about their birth sex, but we need accurate data on sex to provide the right services for society. Note, people will soon have a digital ID and passports will be used to collect data on sex for that ID. It needs to be accurate and not muddled with gender identity. And finally, the spousal veto, really a spousal exit clause. Typically, this is about whether a woman wants to stay married to a man who chooses to transition. I think women should have the right to decide whether
Please
their
draw your
marriage
remarks to a
contract
close.
shall be altered. Some agency. In a YouGov poll of Lib Dem members, 64% said they thought the...
I'm sorry, Zoe, you have to finish now. We're right up against time. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Zoe. Would Natalie Bird from Stockport please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Eugene Lynch from Tower Hamlets.
Good morning, conference. This is my first time speaking at conference, so please bear with me. Thank you. I'd like to speak in favour of the motion as a whole and amendments 2 and 3. In my day job, I work for the UK's largest HIV and sexual health charity, and in my personal life, I've seen what a lack of healthcare for LGBTQ+ people can do. I was diagnosed with depression in 2010. I was diagnosed with anxiety and panic in 2015, with HIV in 2013. Intervention earlier could have helped me to thrive and to prevent those things from occurring. I was fortunate in that I was able to get support from a charity, the charity I now work for. I was able to go to rehab through private insurance, but everybody should have access to the healthcare services that they need and the services that I was able to benefit from. The forces of the far right are on the rise around the world. You've heard it many times said today, and LGBTQ+ people are at the forefront of the fight against those forces. The fight is exhausting, I'll be honest with you. What voting for this motion would do today is send a message to people that we support you, this is the party for you, that your rights are important, that your healthcare is important. So please, I would urge you to vote for the motion today. Trans people and trans women in particular are under attack constantly. And again, that is exhausting for those of us who are in the fight to support rights. I want to speak specifically about lines 104 to 107 of this motion, which call for a national postal testing service for HIV and STIs. This exists in Wales and Northern Ireland. It's not perfect. We'd like to make it better. But this would be the first time, and this would be the first party to enshrine that as party policy. That is something that will really help us to reach the goal that we as a party have and we as a country have to end new cases of HIV by 2030. It's really, really important that we vote for this motion to send a clear message to the government and to people living with HIV like me that we can end new cases by 2030 by making sure that people have access, especially people in rural areas, to the testing services that they need. Please vote for this motion and for amendments 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Thank you very much, Eugene. Would Christina Noel from Brent please stand by? I now call to speak against the motion Natalie Bird from Stockport. Nope. Okay then. Would Deirdre Hoyle from Glasgow please stand by? And I now call to speak in favour of the motion Sorry, is this Natalie? Okay, apologies. So Christina Noel, please stand by.
Hello, conference. I mean, in some ways it's been an incredibly long journey to get here. I sent an email to my Lib Dem MP asking them about women's safe spaces. It took months for me to kind of receive a response, and that response, all it spoke about was for the past 20 years, Lib Dems have basically supported gay rights, and now they're wholeheartedly supporting trans rights. And everybody has a right to basically identify as their own gender, yeah? Now, 20 years ago, I would have agreed with you completely, and I still do, on same-sex rights and on gay rights. But I think people have lost their critical thinking around the issues of trans rights and how it's different, yeah? In 2004, the GRA was brought in, yeah? And that certificate gave the ability for individuals to state their gender on a certificate, yeah, which is completely different to a person's sex. But we all live in a reality that is determined by our sex and by our bodies, yeah? And I have asked numerous times various trans activists what exactly and how it helps them to have a certificate that isn't telling the truth, yeah? They know that they were born male. I don't see how it helps anybody to have government documents and certificates that create a false reality. We are not being kind by lying to people and colluding in a lie because they are distressed about who they are. We should be looking at what has happened, whether there's underlying trauma that needs to be addressed, and actually helping them in addressing that, yeah? We are not doing that by just saying, actually, we're going to give you an information with false information on a government certificate. It doesn't help anybody, yeah? The other point I have of concern, yeah, is Lynn Featherstone did a great thing with same-sex marriage. I completely agree with her on that. The party were right to promote same-sex marriage and gay rights.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
But we've allowed ourselves to let the Stonewall lobbyists take over the party.
Sorry, Natalie, your time is up. Thank you, Natalie. Would Deirdre Hoyle from Glasgow City please stand by? And now call to speak in favour of the motion, Christina Noel from Brent. I should say, while we're just completing this, if I ask someone to stand by, there are seats around at the front for you to come and sit in so you minimise the time you spent coming up to the stage.
Thank you. Hello, conference. I'm here to speak in favour of the motion and specifically to focus on lines 123 to 125, which ensure the rights to asylum regardless of the country of origin. In many nations, as conference can read the motion, and it specifically mentions, in 67 countries, actively being gay is illegal, de jure. This may come as a shock to some, but unfortunately does not to me. I've heard stories from my friends across the globe about these issues and still know the degradation of gay rights and transgender rights. As we know, and we'll hear later in policy motion F14, Donald Trump's administration has been extremely hostile to transgender rights. As a result, I, who is unfortunately an American citizen, am no longer able to safely travel to the nation I was born in, to visit my family or to meet some of the recent additions to it. For example, my recently born cousin in Florida, who I have not been able to see once, and who, by the time that I first estimate I will be able to in 2029, will be 5 years old. These issues very much hit home for me, as I know it does for many of us. I frequent online discussions on LGBTQ+ rights, and I try to help give asylum information to those in unsafe countries. I today actually have permission to tell you one of those, of a friend of mine in Egypt who is a transgender woman. As I am sure you know, I cannot tell you her name today out of concerns for her personal safety. In Egypt, you can be tortured for being trans. People have been killed for being gay and for standing up for the rights of human beings. I have had to help them with knowing the fastest routes to European embassies because they have had to know how to get there if there is the police actively after them. The situation in many countries is entirely unsafe. In Egypt, despite the fact that it is illegal and you can be tortured, it is not a criminal offense except for whenever it is. The world is not safe at this moment, and this motion is to protect that. In 123, noting the asylum seekers' needs, it is extremely important to be able to protect the people of the world in this, and to protect gay and transgender people across the world. Regardless of as I'm sure that all of my friends here can agree, regardless of what country you live in and your specific status in the United Kingdom that you may have, you deserve to be safe. You deserve to be safe where you live, where you wish to live, and anywhere where you may be. Thank you for your time, conference. I urge you today to vote for both Amendments 2 and 3 and to vote for the motion as a whole.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Christina. Would Rebecca Clark from Sutton Coldfield and North Birmingham please stand by? And now called to speak against lines 72 to 78 of the main motion, Deirdre Hoyle from Glasgow City.
Hello, conference. I have not spoken to conference before. Please excuse the tremor. It's what's called essential. I was a teacher of biology. I was also the teacher of sex education and what we then called social education in my school, which for most of my career was a girls' school. I did my best then to equip the girls with what they would need to see them through the murky waters of being a woman. And one of the sessions that I chose to do with the girls was about body modification in different cultures. I mean, you'll know about these things. Foot binding, lip plates, neck rings. And at that point, I suppose, a lot of people were thinking about breast augmentation. I was trying to say to them, look, celebrate your genes, and I mean G-E-N-E. You've got red hair, fabulous. You've got curly hair, fantastic. Just be you. I never imagined what would be happening now. Girls are feeling that they have to inject things in their lips, in their faces, their buttocks. And some of them feel they just can't do this, and they're getting their breasts removed. I couldn't have imagined it. My thing really is also about safeguarding. That children, little children, actually need to know if someone is a boy or a girl. But now we seem to feel it's okay that really tiny children can be told, oh, you could really be the other thing, which we all know is actually a scientific possibility and certainly should not be implanted in the minds of young children, because children will go along with what you tell them. They will want to agree with you. And once they've said that and all their pals will agree with them, they could be stuck with that. Children are fluid. They might want to change their minds later. Teachers, we're not psychologists, we're not psychiatrists, we're not counsellors, we're teachers. And yet huge responsibility seems to be given to teachers now to say to a child, oh, maybe you're really a boy because you're wearing a frock. My goodness, look what guys were wearing in the 80s. Nobody cared. Nobody cared about the makeup and all the rest of it. It was fun. So I just want to use a phrase, fleeing womanhood like a house on fire, from Vaishnavi Sundar's amazing film. I am just really scared that what we are now doing is damaging the health of young people. Thank you, conference.
Thank you, Deirdre. Would Toby Keynes from Brighton and Hove please stand by? And now call to speak in favour of the motion, Rebecca Clark from Sutton Coldfield and North Birmingham.
Thank you, conference. I am a first-time speaker, and I feel privileged to speak on this debate. I support the policy and amendments 2 and 3. And I'm reminded of our party's value that no one should be enslaved by ignorance, poverty or conformity, which is why I'm here to speak in favour of lines 66 to 78. School education during the most formative time of your life is very important. It's when we learn to expand our minds, learn about new things that our parents that we don't get from our home environment or religious environment, which is why inclusive LGBTQ+ relationship and sex education is so important. Not only for children who are growing up feeling that they may identify as LGBTQ+, but also for the children who don't. If we don't have an inclusive relationship and sex education program in schools, how on earth can we tackle transphobic, homophobic and biphobic bullying? It's a place of ignorance and lack of understanding, backed with poor quality social media availability of information, hate, and also, more worryingly, the rise of misogyny from people like Andrew Tate, and also, you know, the more general media outlets like GB News, which say the most appalling things. So I would like to really welcome the policy, support it, and say as a parent, I would really like all children to have the opportunity to have a broad education, and most importantly, put that support there for teachers to make sure that we have appropriate training for them and support and resources, and value the importance of pastoral care in schools as well. Not every parent, like myself, will have a child, but will openly talk to them how they feel and feel supportive, and the school is that safe environment for children to access that. So thank you for listening to me, and I urge you to support the policy and vote for amendments 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rebecca. Would Jenny Rigg from Calderdale please stand by? And now call to speak against line 108 of the main motion, Toby Keynes from Brighton and Hove.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Christine also for her speech. I know all about the kind of toxicity she spoke of. I started campaigning for gay rights in 1976 when I was 16, and when it was still physically dangerous. And in fact, I was seriously queer bashed, and I'm lucky that I didn't suffer permanent damage, at least not damage that I'm aware of. I was part of a small community that was under constant attack. We were no longer being chemically castrated by the state, but the age of consent was still 21, and we were still being arrested and prosecuted for indecency. And all this because I'm gay. I was same-sex attracted. These are not words that you'll find in this motion, but that's what I am, that's what I had to fight for all those years ago, the right to live my life as a same-sex attracted boy. And today, once again, gay boys and lesbians are in real danger, but the danger is very different. I know people who have detransitioned now, but who have been permanently harmed, whose sex drives have been destroyed, and who will continue to suffer ill health for the rest of their lives because of the gender health care that they went through when they were younger. I have a wide circle of lesbian friends, and I keep hearing the same things, that there was a period of their lives when they felt they didn't fit, that they hated being girls, and that their bodies were all wrong. And they are horrified at the thought that they too might have ended up permanently damaged if they'd been growing up today. The Cass report confirmed that 85% of the children who were referred to the Tavistock clinic were same-sex attracted. And what evidence there is show that, again, for 80% of those kids, gender dysphoria will actually go away if they aren't pressured one way or another, and if they're allowed to go through normal, natural adolescence. But the report also found that far too many of them, a third, were also dealing with major trauma in their lives, and others were autistic, highly autistic. These children need counselling, neutral exploratory therapy that doesn't try to push them in one direction or the other, but instead helps them to understand and deal with all of their issues. This motion demands a ban on all forms of conversion therapy and practices, but it's very vague about what that actually means. And I know that for many trans activists in this party, the only kind of therapy that is acceptable is so-called affirmative therapy, which pushes the child to believe that this is who they are, this is who they always will be, and that this is their only path to happiness. I personally know therapists who say that this area has become totally toxic, with constant pressure to affirm and never to explore in a neutral way, and that's what happened at the Tavistock. And there aren't enough therapists because so many are being driven away. This motion says nothing about that, but it is a huge problem. We have to ensure that any ban does not drive out genuine, neutral, exploratory therapy, because that is what children and teenagers with gender dysphoria need. We also need to protect all those vulnerable kids from permanent physical harm, and that's just one reason why I cannot support this motion. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Toby. Would Chris Davis from Oldham please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Jenny Rigg from Calderdale.
Conference, hello. I want to talk about sex. Yeah, I'm glad you reacted like that, because that reaction is why in the 1960s and 70s, lawyers, policymakers and politicians stopped referring to sex and started referring to gender. But I really do want to talk about sex. Now, I know the lady that came up here was a biology teacher. My dad's a retired human biology teacher, and since he's retired, I'm sure he won't mind me telling you that from the age of 8, he used to give me his mark schemes and let me help him mark papers from very basic up to A-level on human biology, so I do have a bit of knowledge on this. Did you know that there are over 30 different combinations of human sex chromosomes? It's not just XX and XY. Triple X exists, XYY exists, lots more. Did you know that it's perfectly possible, albeit very rare, to have a penis and produce ova? It's possible. These are just a couple of the facts that the people who argue that sex is binary and immutable would prefer you not to know. Biologically speaking, sex is neither binary nor immutable. In fact, before the lawmakers caved to that giggling impulse that you had after my first line, we used to call gender affirmation surgery a sex change. Have any of you seen the 1975 movie Dog Day Afternoon? It's got Dustin Hoffman in it. It's very good. He robs a bank. Do you know what he's robbing a bank for? To pay for his partner's sex change operation in 1975. And that's not even the oldest example. Dora Richter had vaginoplasty in 1932. So I know I'm rushing through things here, 3-minute speech limit, yeah. I hope that I've given you a couple of examples that sex is not binary nor immutable and that this has been a known thing for almost 100 years. Why is this important? We Lib Dems, we believe that nobody should be enslaved by poverty, ignorance or conformity. Those who have argued today, and I am shaking with rage about this, that sex is binary and immutable, they are informed by ignorance and they want to enforce conformity. They want to enforce conformity to an outdated, scientifically illiterate sex binary, which in reality does not exist. We Lib Dems are supposed to be in favour of evidence-based policy. Conference, please reject the separate vote of these evidence deniers who peddle disinformation. Vote for the motion and vote for Amendments 2 and 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jenny. Would Ollie Glover from Didcot and Wantage please stand by? And now call to speak against the motion, Chris Davis from Oldham.
Thank you, Duncan. This motion is full of well-sounding sentences with which it's hard to disagree. I mean, does anyone here say that trans people should not have access to healthcare on the same basis as other patients? Because if you do, you're in the wrong place. But words like this disguise the fact that this motion skims the surface of the debate and so maintains the claim, the party's claims, that a trans woman is a woman and a trans man is a man, that women can have penises and men can give birth, and many of us will never accept these biological lies, even as we require trans men and trans women to be treated with respect and dignity and equality. How can such a motion make no mention of the Cass review? As a party, will we not admit that to have given untested, puberty-disrupting drugs to young people who had yet to experience the hormonal rush of adolescence was in many cases little short of child abuse. Are Liberal Democrats going to be alone in maintaining the madness that biological sex need not be recorded on medical records? Are we still saying that trans women with the strength that comes from male puberty should be free to beat females in women's sports? And those of us who have been campaigning for lesbian and gay rights, were campaigning for lesbian and gay rights 50 years ago, we should at least be able to welcome the call for a ban on all forms of conversion therapy. Conversion therapy was used to try and persuade gays and lesbians that they were really straight. Now, conversion therapy too often means persuading young people still thinking through their sexuality that they are trans, and maybe they will feel happier with life-changing chemical or surgical treatment. How can it be right to actively encourage people to feel uncomfortable in the bodies with which they were born and in which biologically they will live all their lives? Those who suffer gender dysphoria should be supported in their new life. But the huge surge that has taken place in young women identifying as trans is not the consequence of medical reality, but of social media lies, of female body shaming, and of male misogyny. So this is a deceptive motion, and it runs away from the real issues. It echoes words that were used by the American Democrats, and they cut themselves off from the voters, and they gave us Donald Trump. So throw this motion out and ask the authors to come back again.
Thank you very much, Chris. Would M. Dean from Harrow Borough please stand by? I now call to speak in favour of the motion Ollie Glover, MP for Didcot and Wantage.
Conference, I'm very pleased to stand before you and speak in favour of this motion. And let me start by celebrating some of the success and progress that has been made. I am one of now many openly gay members of Parliament. Thank you. Numbers that were unimaginable even 30 years ago. But it's been a long journey. I recently turned 40, so when I were a lad, it feels 100 years ago. But at that time, Section 28 was still with us, largely forbidding schools from talking about any of the issues in the motion. There were very few or no legal protections against discrimination on the grounds of sexual orientation or gender identity in the workplace, and it was fine within law to refuse to serve someone a pint of beer because they're gay. And I could neither civilly partner nor marry a man. So I joined my honourable friend Christine Jardine in extending our gratitude to Lynn Featherstone for the Liberal Dems introducing equal marriage in government. Now, of course, so much needs to change. And one of those things is how we talk about trans issues and support trans people. Because one of the things that really concerns me, and I have to say that is the case for some of the people who have spoken in this debate, is a lot of the rhetoric and language about trans people reminds me of how we used to talk about gay people in the 1980s. Impugning motives, stereotyping, failing to listen and engage. And that is something that has to change, and this motion has great content on that. But it's also about education and school support. I was outed at the age of 15, and that was a very difficult time. Whilst I face little discrimination now in my life, certainly when I was young, I did. There was a lot of bullying, I lost a lot of friends, and the support from teachers at school was highly variable. Some were very encouraging, others basically were just putting pressure on me to tell my parents, which I did a couple of months later, age 16. So we need to do far more in that area. Secondly, I'm pleased to see the motion talked about the importance of workplace and mental health support. At university, I supported a transgender postdoctoral student in a long-running and complex case against the university. And thirdly, I'm pleased to see the international and global focus of the motion. Conference, I confess that I am some distance from meeting the man of my dreams and also some way from becoming Foreign Secretary. And it's unclear to me which of these goals is more out of reach. But were I to be a gay and married man as Foreign Secretary, it is deeply depressing that most of Africa and Asia continues to make being intimate with my man an illegal thing. And of course, discrimination against trans people is even more severe and in many parts of the world beyond Africa and Asia. So, Conference, For its excellent content on support for young people, mental health, trans rights and tackling global discrimination, please vote for the motion and amendments 2 and 3.
Thank you very much, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie. Would Charlie Hasted from Lambeth please stand by? We're now moving to the summation speeches. I apologise, we are going to run into the lunchtime by about 10 minutes. We started about 10 minutes late. The movers of Amendment 2 have kindly waived their right to summate because it hasn't been opposed. Amendment 3 hasn't been opposed either, but M. Dean has promised to give a very short speech summating. M.
Yes, I'm proud and honoured to give LGBT plus Lib Dems endorsement to both Amendments 2 and 3 and to the motion as a whole. And thanks also to the Lib Dem Disability Association, Health and Care Association, Kerry Roach, Christine Jardine and many others who have contributed to both the amendments and to Christine and Kerry for authoring this motion. Now, I am not by most medical definitions transgender. I do not experience gender dysphoria. I have a hormone imbalance which is sometimes described as intersex. My healthcare needs are very similar to those of male to female and female to male trans pathways of care, but I do not use or trust the NHS for my endocrinological care. And this has nothing to do with the wonderful people in the NHS who treat me with respect and dignity. No. I do not trust the NHS because of government interference. This Labour government has called basic trans, non-binary and intersex healthcare controversial, contentious, weaponised. Other things which are controversial. 5G did not cause COVID. The Earth is broadly round. Anthropogenic climate change is real. As a scientist, I do not believe that science is ever fixed, but what the overwhelming majority of biologists and medical scientists tell me that this is about as settled as it can get. And yet, Labour policy is engaged in this level of basic science denialism and denial of basic facts on LGBTQ lives on the scale of Section 28, even implying, as other speakers in this debate have, that there's a causal relationship between autism and changing gender. There isn't one, and if you treat mental health, then the gay will simply go away, or the trans will simply go away. It won't, it doesn't. I trust that this party will oppose this political interference in private healthcare as strenuously as it opposed Section 28 by passing Amendment 3 and Amendment 2, and the motion is amended and giving due consideration to such policies in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Em, also for sticking to time. After the next speaker, we're going to move to the vote, so get your voting cards ready. So I now call to sum up on the main motion, Charlie Hasted from Lambeth Borough.
Conference, when I agreed to make this motion, I was worried it was going to be the most controversial item on the agenda this weekend. So I'd like to thank Tim Farron for jumping on that grenade for me. More seriously, I'd like to thank those who've spoken for a motion that has been the work of many months. To the experts who ensured this motion sought to address the specific needs of so many groups within the LGBT+ community, including refugees and migrants, asexuals, women, HIV-positive people, young people, disabled and elderly people, and many more. I'd like to thank my Lambeth colleague Donna for raising the issues faced by disabled LGBT+ people, issues I've seen with my work with disabled LGBT people too many times in the last 20 years. Including a case where a carer came in and started praying over their client who they found in bed with their girlfriend. I'd like to thank Becca for an amendment that highlights that far from the media and right-wing narrative of trans people being rushed into decisions, our treatment often proceeds at a pace that makes a glacier look positively nippy. I want to thank Eugene, Christina, Ollie and others for sharing their personal stories that highlighted so vividly why this motion is not just important in the abstract, but also the impact our policies can have on real people. When I started working with Christine, we did not want this to be a trans motion, but given the obsession by all the opposition speakers, let me get into this. We need to fight attempts to say conversion therapy is bad unless you're trans and under 18. To recognise that the regret rate for trans people undergoing mastectomies is less than 1%, that puberty blockers have been prescribed for gender dysphoria in children since the 80s, and the longest follow-up study of the effects of that started about 2 years later and is still ongoing in the Netherlands. For reference, open heart surgery and IVF are only just a tiny bit older than the use of puberty blockers in trans children. Recent studies have shown that gender identity is fixed between the ages of about 3 to 5, that there is little to no difference in performance between trans and cis women in sport after you reach a certain point in transition. When I came out as bi in 2002, my classmates forced me to change in the showers because they believed I might assault them or perv on them. Now I see the trans women in my life being subjected to the exact same slurs on their characters and motives, and it disgusts me. I do not understand how people who were called predators, like I was, for being LGB can turn around and do the exact same thing to trans people. I'd like to speak on the separate vote as well. Around 2 billion people in nearly 30 countries live with some form of self-ID, including third gender recognition. There have been no reported cases of men falsely claiming to be women to gain access to women's spaces. Not a one. In 2017, I went to India to work with groups fighting to legalise homosexuality. Now India has self-ID of third genders. Conference, in less than 8 years, we have been left in the dust by a number of countries we used to consider regressive on LGBT rights. Finally, as chair of LGBT Plus Lib Dems, I'd like to thank Christine for her dedication and care to getting this right and for bringing forward a motion and a policy paper that truly seeks to show our fundamental values in such a concrete fashion, a commitment to bodily autonomy, personal liberty, and the freedom to be who we truly are. Please vote for the motion.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie. We are now moving to a series of 4 votes. Those of you who were here at the beginning will know that Amendment 1 has been withdrawn, so we are not voting on Amendment 1 or on a separate vote on Amendment 1. So the votes will be, first of all, Amendment 2, then Amendment 3, then the separate vote on lines 111 to 113 of the main motion, that's paragraph 16, and then the main motion as amended or not, as the case may be. So, can I first see, so for online voters, all these votes are open, apart from the main motion. For those in the hall, can I now see all those voting in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you very much. Can I now see all those voting against Amendment 2? Small number. Yes, that is very clearly carried. Thank you very much, Conference. We now move to vote on Amendment 3. Can I see all those voting in favour of Amendment 3? Thank you very much. Can I see all those voting against Amendment 3? Yes, that is very clearly carried as well. Thank you very much. We are now moving to the vote, the separate vote on lines 111 to 113 of the main motion. That's paragraph 16 on page 27 of the agenda. I'm going to ask for votes for deletion first and then retention. So can I see all those wishing to delete those words from the motion, to remove those words from the motion? Thank you very much. Can I see all those wishing to retain those words in the motion? Yes, those words are clearly retained. Thank you, Conference. So we now move to a vote on the main motion as amended by Amendments 2 and 3. Can I see all those voting in favour of the main motion? Thank you very much. Can I see all those voting against the main motion? Thank you. We'll just leave it a few seconds for the online voters to come in. While I'm doing that, thank you very much to my aides, Cara Jenkinson and Paul McGarry. Thank you to all the speakers, and sorry for those we couldn't call. I said we had a lot of other speakers. Online votes. Just leave it there. Fine. And thank you for everyone respecting each other's views in this motion. We're aware that it stirs powerful emotions. Yes, thank you, Conference. That motion is very clearly carried. Thank you very much. We're now breaking for lunch. Have a good lunch. We'll see you back here at 2:10.
John. Where there were 3 lines on the audio mixer, there are now only 2. So is it the mic auxiliary or the live stream loop that I need to turn up? Where there were 3 lines on the audio mixer, there are now only 2. So is it the mic auxiliary I need to turn up or the live stream loop? For goodness sake. Hello. Oh, did you hear my message? I was trying to type it and it's obviously rung you. Yeah, no, you don't need to just tell me. Is it because there was 3 lines on it, if you remember, and that was the middle one, but there's only 2 there now. So is it the live stream loop or the mic auxiliary? Well, I didn't touch it. They're just here when I got back. So.
Yeah. The reason is.
Oh, hang on. Somebody's just appeared. Hold on.
The reason is we had a rehearsal at lunchtime
Right.
with Tilly.
But we turned
and
the
then
sound
I
up.
happened to notice that it was going out live on the YouTube.
Oh, we turned the
So
sound.
we had a
John
bit.
turned down the sound.
Might have turned down the sound. It didn't turn off the video. So there was Tilly rehearsing on stage,
Oh.
going out live on the YouTube. Which
Hang
is
on,
why we had to jump in.
Don't worry about it, John. I'm saying nothing. We were saved, and now we're going to be saved again. Do you know which one it is when I need to put back on them? For the...
No, Ed does. I'll find Ed, because he was the one who jumped down here to switch.
Okay,
but yeah,
see you in a minute.
When the session's finised, if you can go to something safe.
Well, I didn't do it. It
well,
was John.
no, I mean you.
I can take no
I meant
responsibility.
you generically. Not that you're generic, but you know. Let me find Ed.
I think John's going to come down, actually.
Dave, is Ed on cans backstage?
Which John's going to come down anyway, so.
Being stupid, I wasn't thinking that they practiced the camera stuff.
Yeah.
For the result. So it would still have been silent, wouldn't it? But it would have gone
Well, I
out.
turned one up and then realised I was missing one, so I don't know if that was the one I was.
No, so that's the wrong holding video, there, isn't it? That's the unless
Yeah, I hadn't got as far as I hadn't got as far as the camera bit yet. We're looking on the sound bit first. There it is. Right.
Yeah.
So it's the middle one that needs to go up, not.
Yeah, so that one shouldn't be on. I don't know why that button is.
No, like it was on because I turned it on because I wasn't sure which one, and then I realised
fine,
I only had the 2 lines. So.
Right, so that's on.
Good afternoon, conference. I'm going to leave it for 30 more seconds to allow people to come in. If you are coming in, please get seated as quickly as possible. As you can imagine, we've had a huge amount of speakers' cards, so therefore I will be very strict on the lights. If you are called to stand by, could you please make your way to the front row in a standby seat? We cannot be waiting 20 seconds while someone decides to amble down from the upper echelons of the auditorium. So can I please ask people, when I do call them to stand by, that they are standing by. I will be very strict on the time, and I have had significantly more cards than I would ever be able to call. So apologies in advance to the very many of you who I won't be able to call. So if you could please make your way to be seated. We now move on to F10, which is the constitutional amendment on implementing the lessons of the general election review. You can find this on pages 29 to 33 of your conference agenda, and in Conference Daily, pages 11 to 13. There are also 2 moved amendments on this. To those of you who are voting online, we will open up all of the voting during the summation speeches, so just so that you're aware to keep an eye on the voting page and make sure you are refreshing it. With that in mind, could I please ask Councillor Chris White to stand by, and I call Tim Farron, MP for Westmoreland and Lonsdale, to move the constitutional amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not normally obsessed with constitutional amendments. I am obsessed with winning, because that's the way you change people's lives and you beat the bad guys. So if our internal systems get in the way or slow us down, we should change them, shouldn't we? That's why this motion is utterly crucial to our party's future. Thousands of members contributed to the general election review. Many told us of problems with our candidate system, repeating concerns raised over a decade of party reviews. Members asked us to finally do something about it, so let's listen to them and act now. I am massively grateful to the countless hours and for the countless hours that volunteers put into delivering our existing candidates system. Calling for change today is no criticism of them. It is about making the system work for everyone, including those volunteers. This motion will radically improve our democracy, our diversity, our federalism, and our ability to win. And I am delighted to accept both amendments which powerfully enhance it. First, improving our internal democracy. Our amazing volunteers helped ensure an almost full slate of candidates at the general election. But having a full slate should be a floor, not a ceiling. Should we not be ambitious? Don't we want all our candidates to be selected by members and given enough time to become local leaders to drive activity and party growth? We know that for smaller local parties, having a candidate in place can be the catalyst to build the future winning team. But because our system is almost designed to move so slowly, members in 2/3 of our constituencies did not even get a say whoever their candidate was last time. Hundreds were appointed at the last minute, and this happened in election after election. We cannot call ourselves Democrats if 2/3 of constituencies don't even get to choose their own candidates. We will never get smaller local parties on the path to success if they only ever get a candidate parachuted in as nominations open when it's far too late for them to make a difference. You can't pick a ward and win it if there's no one there to do the picking. Let's change that and give every local party the fighting chance they deserve. Conference, between us, we delegate the responsibility for our party being general election ready to a federal committee, the Campaigns and Election Committee led by the fantastic Kath Pinnock. I hope we all agree, surely, that having great candidates in place at the right time is probably the most important thing we can do to be general election ready. And yet, incredibly, it's the one thing that Kath and her team have zero ability to affect. Instead, Decisions about selections are siloed to the state parties, divorced from the rest of our election planning. With no transparent timetable for selections, potential candidates can't make the choices about where and when they stand, and local parties are left in the dark. If this motion is passed, the whole process becomes more democratic, open and accountable to you, our members, here at conference, and integrated into our election planning process. Second, we must take meaningful action on diversity. Victoria Collins, the party's first ever MP of East and South Eastern Asian origin, told us that our system stands in the way of candidate diversity, that she could only become a candidate in a target seat by battling against our systems. Against. Should we tell Victoria that she's wrong, or are we going to listen and do something? Many across the party are fighting to increase diversity, but the current system gives them almost no levers to pull to make change. This motion puts the party's Vice President for Diversity, directly elected by every single member, at the heart of decision-making, combined with a boosted staff resource to help them recruit and develop new candidates to be the leaders of tomorrow. Third, let's put real federalism into action. I predict that, later in this debate, the defenders of the status quo will try to brand this as a centralising power grab, and it is a commendable bit of spin. But it's the exact opposite of the truth. Just read the motion. It deliberately gives power away from the centre to all members, to all the state parties, not just the chosen few. For the first time, this motion gives Scotland and Wales a fair voice at the table. Right now, they have little choice but to accept the rules set in England. In meetings that exclude them, the only alternative is the ridiculous situation of having one shared list of approved candidates, but 3 different sets of rules, all for the same election. So this motion finally puts genuine federalism and devolution into action, and that's why this motion is backed by the President of the Welsh Liberal Democrats, the convener of the Scottish Party, the candidates' chairs for Scotland and Wales, who are signatories of this motion. Isn't it time we listened to them? Fourthly, I want us to win, and our systems hold us back. Lisa told us that despite her local party asking for a selection straight after 2019, it took 22 months for it to happen. Monica missed out by 2,000 votes in 2019, then had to wait 2 years, despite her local party desperately trying to get a selection to happen. What a waste of time and momentum. Winnable seats held back, opposition let off the hook, all while the cogs of our internal processes turn slower than me when I am out running. Why have we not changed this system already? I'll tell you, because it's all a bit too difficult to fix. We need a constitutional amendment with a 2/3 majority, and there's always something easier to do. People are fearful of change, so nothing happens. Smaller local parties suffer, our campaigning suffers, and the bad guys who could have been beaten get a free ride. So this is our moment. I don't need to tell you that liberalism faces its greatest threat in living memory. If that scares you, that makes 2 of us, but I refuse to cower. I am determined to win instead, and I want the party to have a fighting chance of growing in every constituency, not just the targeted few. If we are going to defeat the dark forces of extremism that gather to destroy our values, then how dare we? How dare we persist with bureaucratic systems that demonstrably slow us down when we need to be out there marching towards the sound of gunfire? How dare we? It is time to throw off that which holds us back, so that we can get out there and beat the enemy. I urge you, do not let this opportunity slip. Listen to our members. Vote for change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could I please ask Donna Harris to stand by, and I call Chris White from St Albans to move Amendment 1.
Liberal Democrats, this is about campaigning and it is about winning. But I want you to think for a moment about how you do things at local level. Do you have a campaign team which plans campaigns and door knocking and leaflets in one room, and then somewhere on the other side of town, a completely separate group of people getting to work on finding candidates without any reference to where the campaigning priorities are? If you did, then you'd find quickly that there were candidates selected for no-hope seats before candidates were selected for battleground seats. and you would find that the battleground wards which need working for as long as possible before the election is called, stagnating while waiting for a candidate. Meanwhile, efforts would be wasted on wards we have no hope of winning. If you do manage your campaigning like this, you probably need a reset, but most of you don't, because that would be a really odd way of doing things. Your campaign team will be intimately involved in candidate selection, not the approvals, not the actual selection by members, but certainly the priority and the candidate profiles. And this is what F10 is about. It's about recognising Westminster elections are basically federal campaigning activities which need a federal approach. What this isn't is an attempt to reduce the power of members. Members select candidates, a right which is removed in practice if selections are not made in good time. After all, for the last GE, local members got a say in only 212 Westminster selections, while 418 were appointed by states. Nor is there a change in the role of regional candidates committees in England. Nor indeed will there be a process, and it's amazing what you read on social media, by which donors select candidates somehow. But the process will now become accountable to members in this conference, meeting in public as we are now, and in numbers as we are now, rather than in a narrow grouping, the existence of which would puzzle most of our members. So by supporting this amendment and the substantive amendment overall, you can vote for more effective campaigning for Westminster and for party democracy. It is time for change. No more delay. Vote now for change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Dave Raval to stand by, and I now call Councillor Dora Harris from Lambeth Borough to move Amendment 2.
Conference. This debate was always going to create interest, but as Chair of Lib Dem Women, I want to highlight our concerns regarding diversity. Our amendment is the first step towards addressing some of these issues. You may think things are better off for women in our party with 32 female MPs, and it may seem like we're nearing gender parity. However, that is not the case. While these numbers may appear encouraging, they mask a much deeper issue. Only 28% of our candidates are women. 1 in 3 councillors, 1 in 4 leaders, and 1 in 5 young Liberals executive members. Conference, we cannot afford to be complacent. We must not assume we are on autopilot towards gender parity. Our pipeline is drying up. If we don't act, these numbers will stagnate. Addressing barriers for women, ethnic minorities, and underrepresented groups is the only way we will really achieve diversity. During the general election review, Lib Dem Women members raised many concerns about safety, workload, and welfare. Ensuring candidates' well-being should be a given. However, we have created an unworkable environment for many women, especially those within jobs and with caring responsibilities. This is compounded by inflexible party meetings, canvassing sessions, and poor expectation management. Online hate directed at politicians has worsened in recent election cycles and is unlikely to be resolved soon. Research shows that women and those with other protected characteristics face much higher levels of abuse. Whilst those at the intersection of protected characteristics, whether disabled, ethnic minorities, trans and non-binary, face even greater challenges. Workload safety concerns and unchecked misogyny within some local parties create severe welfare issues which need addressing, and several members have flagged mental health concerns directly tied to being a candidate. While many of these issues are not exclusive to women, they are exacerbated by gender and other protected characteristics, creating a less attractive candidacy for many. Addressing these concerns is critical to achieving gender balance across our party. Responsibility, accountability, along with a clear compact, must be at the core of our actions. Without these, we risk staying static, and that is absolutely not acceptable. The road to equality is not one we can walk alone or by chance. It requires intentional action, focus and commitment from you all. It's time to do better, to do more, and to ensure that the path of becoming elected in our party is open and accessible to women at every single level. Conference, please do join me in voting for this motion as a whole and for Amendment 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Josh Barberindi to stand by and I call Dave Raval from Hackney Borough.
Conference. Like most of you, I didn't join this party to seek fame or fortune. I joined because I wanted to use my volunteer time to deliver quality outputs that help our party and our country. I've been chair of 2 local parties, agent, campaign organiser, council candidate, PPC 5 times, regional chair, and for the past 5 years, regional candidates chair, and since the 1st of January, chair of the English Candidates Committee. And that, by the way, makes me a relative newbie, because most people in the ECC have given decades of their life to this party. On January the 12th, the General Election Review landed in all our inboxes and told us that candidate selection was the #1 thing we had to fix. Which was kind of a surprise, actually, because not only had we just elected 72 excellent MPs, but we were also the first party to field a full slate of candidates in the country, beating Labour, the Tories, Reform, Green, even the SNP. And we'd done that in a parliament which had had 2 years of COVID and where most of the boundaries had changed and only been confirmed in law just a few months before the general election itself. We were actually, for candidate selection, better organised than any other party conference. And it's also kind of surprising to hear that this has been a problem for a long time. No. The 2017 general election actually praised the candidate system, and the 2019 general election review said the only thing we need to do was improve our checking of social media profiles, which we do now do. Also kind of surprising was there was no consultation. The first anyone in candidate selection or assessment heard about this was when this motion was published. The Parliamentary Candidates Association, they weren't asked about it either. Apparently people in Scotland and Wales are dying for this motion to be passed, but no one took the time to ask their exec their opinion either. Also kind of surprising, is when people say this will make things more democratic. As regional candidates chair, I'm elected 1 member, 1 vote by every member in my region. If they don't like me, they can get rid of me. The same is true for every regional candidates chair in our country. This JCSC committee, as proposed in this motion, will, however, be mainly full of employees and appointees. They're not bad people. They're not bad people by any means, but more democratic? Conference. I've only got 3 minutes. I'm going to vote against this motion because not all the things we are told are broken actually need fixing. Because a motion for such massive change, which fails to provide any real detail on what they're going to do other than, we're going to give it to another committee, simply isn't good enough. And finally, because this is no way to treat people who've given decades of their life to this party.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Hannah Kitching to stand by and I call Josh Barberindi, MP for Eastbourne, to speak for the motion.
Conference, one of the things I love most about our party is the way in which we're able to have meaty, respectful debates on issues like this. But I want to share something that is one of the most challenging things for me in our party, and that is our record when it comes to racial diversity. We hadn't ever got a black person elected to Parliament as a Lib Dem until the 2024 election. And it happened in spite of our system, not because of it. And if we wanted to take our predecessor Liberal Party into account, the time before that we got a black person elected was 1865, 159 years. That's why I got stuck in as the vice chair of the party's racial diversity campaign in 2020. And the RDC's mission is to find, train and support ethnic minority candidates through parliamentary candidate approval, selection and elections, ultimately trying to improve the diversity of our MPs. And I'm so proud of the work that our team of volunteers did to set up mentoring schemes, run webinars for budding candidates of colour and organise the party's first ever Future Ethnic Minority MPs weekend. But I was gutted that our goodwill, our time, our effort could only take us and our party so far. And it was then RDC Chair Ade Adeyemo and I, we would burn the midnight oil discussing how we desperately needed the diversity agenda to be baked into our candidate selection structures, backed by the resources to deliver results. Then I saw this motion, and I really believe it could be a game changer for the next generation of would-be candidates who look like me conference. With the motion's provision for the Vice President, who's responsible for championing diversity and ethnic minority engagement, to have a seat at the JCSC table, candidate diversity will, for the first time, be one of the central pillars of our Westminster candidate system formally. It gives a formal status for the consideration of diversity within all aspects of the candidate process and on a committee that has the levers to make change happen. This is a necessary part of the wider change that's required. And given all that they've done to drive greater diversity in our party, it means a lot to stand alongside people like Roderick Lynch, the founder of the Lib Dem Campaign for Race Equality, Chris French of the Racial Diversity Campaign, and others in supporting this motion. Conference, let's not leave it another 159 years before our next big diversity stride. Let's back F10 today.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Brian Orrell to stand by, and I now call Hannah Kitchen from Barnsley and Penistone.
Hello, Conference. This is a first for me, speaking on a constitutional amendment, because people who know me know that I'm just here to win elections. That's what I love doing. And that's the simple reason, really, why I'm supporting this move today. All of our party's top campaigners know that getting well-trained, well-supported candidates in place really early in the election cycle helps us to win. Now, at the moment, we've got everything to do with parliamentary elections, almost everything, is sat over here in one place, and then approval and selection of candidates is in another place. It's actually in 3 other places, in England, Scotland and Wales, right over here. And because reasons, the communication and relationship between these 2 places is not always absolutely brilliant. I'm a practical person. I think it makes sense to stop that triplication of the candidate process and to put it all in the same place as the whole of the rest of our Westminster elections machine. So that's the most simple part of this for me. But there are other reasons why I'm supporting this move. So as a regional chair, I do understand why some of our dedicated volunteers who put some seriously long hours in this structure may feel that this talk of a need for change is some kind of criticism, and it really, really isn't. We owe all of our volunteers a huge debt of thanks. But we need to do a better job as a party of supporting them in their roles to find and train the volunteers and candidates of the future. In Yorkshire and Humber, we have not been able to attract new volunteers to our Regional Candidates Committee for a number of years now. That team has a huge job on their hands. And I see F10 as an opportunity to relieve them of some of the more onerous, extensive admin work that they currently have to do, so that that regional candidates team can be more focused on the pastoral support, care, mentoring of candidates and potential candidates. I want this to create more opportunities for development and growth across our regions, and as I'm currently also the Vice Chair of the English Party responsible for regional development, that's pretty high up my priority list at the moment. I've been chatting with all of the other regional chairs about this over the last few weeks, and some were initially sceptical, but they've taken the time to find out how this move can actually help support their regions, help them grow, and now a majority of regional chairs in England are in favour of this move. I also hope that moving responsibility of the Westminster candidates process to a federal committee will allow the English Candidates Committee to focus on our approval and selection process for combined authority mayoral elections, police and crime commissioners, and those other elections that are just exclusive to the English State Party, because these are high-profile elections, big media focus. I know that because I've stood twice as South Yorkshire mayoral candidate. Didn't get a huge amount of support, didn't get a huge amount of training.
Please draw your
I've run
remarks
out
to
of
a
time.
close.
Please vote for F10 today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I please ask Karen Lindsay to stand by, and I call Brian Orell from Kensington and Chelsea.
Good afternoon, conference. Good afternoon, fellow Liberal Democrats. Good afternoon, fellow volunteers. Who here is a volunteer? Put your hands up if you're a volunteer, please. Everybody, fantastic. We're all volunteers. We all deliver this party's success. And yet, both in Tim Farron's original general election review and in so many aspects of this whole process going forward, we all volunteers are being sneered at, derided and dismissed if we're just a bunch of amateurs. Oh yes, pursuing a hobby in our spare time. That was the language that was going out. We were appalled by that. Yes, we are all volunteers. We are volunteering our professional and life skills at no cost to this party, and that should always be remembered. That's why we have so many lawyers who give free legal advice, tech specialists for new model systems, and of course assessors, returning officers. Very tough jobs. So suddenly the movers of this motion realised that many of us were angry about this, and that's why last Thursday this Amendment 1 suddenly appeared as a sweetener to design and reassure us of the value and how very much we're appreciated. And of course, Tim has been at large today to say how wonderful and thankful we all are. Well, if that is the case, why then are we having all the powers and things stripped from us, taken away and transferred to a committee, a subcommittee of the Federal Party? At the moment we have 11 RCCs, as Dave Raval said, who are elected, 55 elected members through the regions, all that power and responsibility being transferred to a semi-elected quango of just 7 people, 5 of whom are appointed. So that is really, really unfair. And actually, in 2 separate meetings with regional candidates chairs, Tim Farron has said that the only thing they're going to be allowed to do from now on is to select elected mayors and crime and police commissioners and nothing else. He's told them that. And we know that. So I'm afraid that's the truth. Next, Amendment 1 also seeks to reassure us that local parties will continue to select their parliamentary candidates. Good. What it leaves out, however, is they should be subjected to a timetable created and imposed by the Federal Party. And who does the shortlist doesn't say. Lots of detail in this motion is missing. And in his explainer email that Mike Dixon sent out to 40,000 members on Monday, which I think was an outrageous abuse of power, as many people in this party did, thank you, a lot of what he said was about timetabling and early selection. What you don't understand is you can't force local parties to select their parliamentary candidate if they've got other priorities such as local elections. And also, most candidates will not apply for seats in the first 5 minutes of a parliament. Because they don't want to put their lives and careers on hold and jeopardise. They've told us that many, many times. And I'm afraid that is why so many women and so many ethnic candidates will not apply early. So this trying to force things early is nonsense. And the reason 410 candidates were appointed in the last couple of years was they were the most hopeless, difficult seats with local parties.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
Okay, so please do not support this amendment. Do not support this motion. Do not be fooled by the amendment.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Ed Davey to stand by, and I now call Karen Lindsay from West Lothian to speak for the motion.
Conference. People who run the candidate system are incredible, and it's not always an easy job. But they and candidates and local parties are being held back by various processes that take far too long to resolve. I mean, we've all seen selections held up for months, years, when we need to be getting those candidates in place. This motion addresses that and puts in place a structure that helps to ensure that one body has oversight and coordination for Westminster elections. We shouldn't think of this as revolutionary. For me, it's what federalism is all about, making decisions at the lowest practical level.
It makes sense to decide processes for UK elections at UK level in exactly the same way as it makes sense to decide council elections at council level. And I know that my colleagues in Wales agree with me on this. And also, we shouldn't make this also a Scotland and Wales versus England kind of thing, because I know we've heard already so many people in England agree with this change too. And when we develop the processes, it will be done with the equal participation of all three states. That does not happen already. I cherish the relationships I've built over many years as a Scottish office bearer with my colleagues from other state parties, and boy, have we done some good stuff together. But I know what I'm about to tell you it's not done with any malice, it's just the way the system does not work. As recently as Tuesday, English Council passed new selection rules, which our campaigns and candidates convener has not even seen. And countless reviews have raised the problems with this system as an issue. We can't delay anymore. The time for action was 10 years ago. I think it would also mean that we seamlessly, if you've got one body overseeing the whole system, we can seamlessly pool our resources, such as returning officers and assessors, to plug gaps in the system while we wait for an assessment day to happen or a returning officer to emerge. Now, I know that some of you will be quite surprised to see me backing this. I'm pretty sensitive to centralising power grabs in this party. I mean, God, they're like flipping whack-a-mole. But you have to take every idea on its merits. Sometimes an idea comes along that is practical, sensible, and strengthens accountability, and will take a lot of the beating heads against separate brick walls out of the process. I think this is one of them, and I hope that you will back it today and the amendments.
Thank you very much. Could I please ask Prue Bray to stand by, and I call Ed Davey from Kingston and Surbiton.
Good afternoon, conference. Please be patient with me. I'm a first-time speaker in a constitutional amendment debate. So why make this my debut? Because I owe it to you as leader to make it really clear why I think this is important and why it should pass. But we're Liberal Democrats. We don't do things just because the leader has asked us to. We can't be ordered. We have to be convinced. So here's my case. I've been a party member for 35 years. I've stood as a candidate in 8 general elections. I know the process, and I know it has to change. 2 reasons for me, though there are many. First, I want more success for our party, more success for our values. Second, I want more members choosing their candidates. I want more party democracy. When it comes to winning for us and for our values, I'll do almost anything, as I think you saw at the last general election. I will throw myself off a crane for our party's success, and I'm standing up here today, humbly, asking you to vote for this motion for exactly the same reason. This really matters. With reform and right-wing populism on the march, we need far more candidates selected far more earlier than ever before, so we can knock on more doors and show more people we care. Get a candidate in place early, give them time to build their campaign, and we can win more seats in more places across our whole country. Leave it too late, and it's much, much more difficult. Conference, I want to say a word to my friends who disagree with me, who have done amazing work as volunteers, making the current system work the best they could. I want to say thank you. And I want to say I need you, we need you in a reformed system. These changes are absolutely no criticism of your work. But you know how difficult it can be. And I'm sure you share my frustration. The current system sees so many local parties having so many candidates essentially imposed on them at the last minute. In 400 seats before the last election, despite the long parliament, with all those party members getting no say. That is undemocratic and it's unacceptable. So please vote for F10. Please vote for more party democracy and more Liberal Democrat success. There's only so many paddleboards I can fall off.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I please ask Paul Farthing to stand by, and I now call Prue Bray to speak against the motion.
And I've only got 3 minutes to do it. I want to make it clear that I believe those proposing this motion want the Liberal Democrats to succeed, but so do those of us who oppose it. We've had an awful lot of passion in this debate about how we need to select candidates earlier, about diversity, all the other things that people can detect might not be working perfectly in the system now. What we have not heard is any discussion of the detail of what is actually in the wording of the constitutional amendment and what the effect of it would be. So doing something as profound as amending the Constitution should always be a last resort. So why such a push to do it, especially as it's not necessary? We can have a timetable of selections, we can have more returning officers, we can have improved diversity, and even England, Scotland and Wales collaborating on the selection rules with the Constitution as it is. The trouble is these are also not only unnecessary but flawed. Because this is driven by the general election review, it focuses on Westminster, and really the nub of it is target seats. Devolved parliaments get a passing reference, but the candidate function goes much wider than that, and so does the knock-on effect of these changes. And if there are to be changes, the whole of the candidate function needs to be looked at holistically and with discussion with those involved in it. Whatever the intention, these changes reduce, not enhance, accountability. Everything will be controlled by a small committee, only some of whom will be elected, and only some of whom have candidates as their primary role, with no form of ratification included for anything they do. Where are the safeguards in this amendment? Hope for the best by all means, but please, let's plan for the worst. A committee entirely made up of good people can make mistakes, or with the best of intentions, take the party in a direction the party does not want to go. And there is no mechanism in this constitutional amendment to prevent it. And the last part of Amendment 1 does not fix that. We go around advocating devolving power. This centralises it. It does. Sorry, Tim. Please reject this motion outright, and then we can actually move forward constructively together, looking at the right way to improve candidate approval, about which we've heard nothing, but they still want to grab it, and selection. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now ask Paul Farthing to summate on the motion, and then we'll be moving into a series of votes.
Conference. This debate shows again that Liberal Democrats can feel red-hot passion discussing a constitution. Like all things in life, though, we can really overcomplicate this. Let me summarise the argument for change in 2 things. But before I do, I want to say I'm really pleased with accepting the 2 amendments and recording the party's gratitude for the hard work of those involved. People have talked about that being trite. It's really important we recognise the contribution that volunteers have made. I had 2 criteria for agreeing to this as part of the review. One is, will it provide better supported, better equipped, better skilled, and a more diverse group of candidates? And as you heard from Josh and Donna, it will. Does it protect the rights of local parties to select their own candidate and maintain the vital role of the regions? And as you heard from Chris and Hannah, it will. So why change? First, don't shout me down, listen. First, as you heard from Scotland and Wales, and supported by the English Party chair and the majority of regional chairs like me, this is at last real federalism. The current split does not make sense. The Federal Party is responsible for coordinating parliamentary elections, except for the key factor, the candidate. It's like being a sports team manager that runs the training sessions but can't pick the team. It may have made sense 36 years ago, but not today. This proposal treats each state, each local party the same. This is not centralism, claimed by some. This is not an attack on the English party or the regions. No time for territorial fights. There's elections to be won. This is about the right decisions taken at the right level to answer yes to the questions I started with. Your local party will still choose the shortlist and select their candidate. The regions will still drive the process locally, but they will not be left to it, which brings me to my second reason. If you've ever worked in any organisation, you know to get the best results, you have to align your structure and the behaviour you want to head in the same direction. No one questions the time and commitment of volunteers in this party, or the great team in candidates' office, or the many others trying to make the different systems work. But as we heard through the general election review, too often the current system could not cope. We heard from potential candidates who could not get through the approval process quickly enough to stand in their own seat. From the candidates in weaker areas who could not get the support they needed, and the hundreds of seats where we had to appoint someone. Getting a candidate in every seat was a fantastic achievement. But if we want to build in our weaker areas, we need smaller local parties selecting their own candidates 2 years before a general election, not someone appointed a few months out. No one is suggesting that everyone has to be in place 4 years out. Selected candidates more motivated than appointees can lead the campaigning we know builds support. There is no shortcut. This is how we become competitive in more areas, how we develop new people, how we improve the diversity of our candidates, and how we increase our national vote. The system has many moving parts, finding assessors, returning officers, sourcing and encouraging new candidates to supporting them through the process. Currently, the whole thing works in 2 different silos. Regional chairs like me want to see the state and the regions being supported by the candidates team, with their excellent field team to find those returning officers and the assessors and provide the support to the candidates, committees and candidates, not just in our best seats, but across the whole country. By giving the federal party responsibility for this part of the general election, there is no place for them to hide. It means that campaign staff can be tasked and measured on helping deliver the candidate cohort we want, and then be accountable to this conference, the home of democracy in this party, and through the partnerships with the nations and the regions. As a regional chair, I am not going to vote to pass all control to the federal party. I want the federal party's resources working in partnership with me and my regional colleagues to keep the 12 seats we have and add 12 more next time. This is how we build the party. At the last election, we had a programme to win 30 to 40 seats.
Please draw your remarks to a close.
This is the step in doing the right thing, bring the resources of the party to bear.
I would like to remind the audience I am the chair, I'm checking the timings, and I did ask the speaker to draw his remarks to a close. I don't need to be reminded that it's time, okay? Okay, we're going to move on to a series of 3 votes. As this is a constitutional amendment, the final vote will require a 2/3 majority to pass. The first 2, as amendments, i.e. secondary amendments, only require simple majorities. For those online, the votes are already open, so you should be able to see that now by refreshing your page. So therefore, we're going to move on to the vote on Amendment 1. All those in favour of Amendment 1, please raise your voting passes. Thank you very much. And those against Amendment 1, please raise your passes. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to Amendment 2. Those in favour of Amendment 2, please raise your passes. And thank you very much. And those against, please raise your passes. Thank you very much. We'll just wait for the online votes to catch up. Okay, Amendment 1 has passed and Amendment 2 has passed. We're now going to come on to the vote on the constitutional amendment as amended by Amendments 1 and 2. The online vote is currently open, so can I see all cards in favour of the constitutional amendment as amended? Thank you very much. And can I see those against? Thank you very much. We're just going to wait for the online vote to catch up. Thank you very much. Conference, that is a more than a 2/3 majority. That means the constitutional amendment has passed. I'd like to thank my aides, Eleanor Kelly and Matthew Palmer. Next, we're moving from a constitutional amendment onto another constitutional amendment, and I'm handing over to Jenny Rigg. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. I know that was very exciting, but if you could quieten down now, we do have another pair of constitutional amendments to go through. So, good afternoon, Conference, and welcome to F11, which you will find on page 34 of the standard printed agenda. I have received a request for a reference back. It was not in order, so I won't be taking it. Can I please remind all speakers to keep to time, because the last debate did overrun a little. I ask Wendy Chamberlain to stand by, and I call Michael Berwick-Gooding to propose the constitutional amendment. Michael, you need to be up proposing the amendment, not sat there watching. I've called you. Come on.
Do you want to give people a chance to leave?
Yeah. If those leaving could quieten down, please, because we do have other business to get on with. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. I hope you can hear me, because I really find it very noisy from here. In 2022, we discussed amending the Constitution to reduce the size of the Federal Board. But only one suggestion of how the Federal Board should be constituted was discussed. There were choices only on how the body that scrutinises the Federal Board would be organised. Some members of the Federal Board and other party members wanted Conference to discuss an option that included more people being directly elected by all members. But amendments to the main motion on this topic were not selected for debate. This constitutional amendment gives Conference the opportunity to debate such an option. Before 2022, nearly 42% of the people directly elected to the 42% of members were directly elected to the Federal Board, in the same way that half of the Federal Policy Committee are directly elected and 57% of Federal Conference Committee are directly elected today. Currently, 3, or just 19% of the Federal Board are directly elected in the same way. This amendment increases the number directly elected to 9, or just 53% of the Federal Board, similar to those on FCC. It also makes the number of members odd rather than even. This is achieved by making the chairs of the Federal Conference Committee, the Federal Communications and Elections Committee, the Federal Finance and Resources Committee, and the Federal People's Development Committee, and the Vice Chair of the Federal Policy Committee non-voting members rather than voting members of the Board. I believe that it has been suggested that the Chair of the Federal Conference Committee and the Vice Chair of the Federal Policy Committee on the Federal Board are always elected from those members of the committees directly elected. However, I can't see anywhere in the Constitution where this is stated. These committees would still have voting members on the board. They are the Chair of the Federal Policy Committee, who attends in his right as leader of the party, and the President, who is also a member of FPC and FCC. The Chair of the Federal Policy and Resources Committee is appointed by the Federal Board. The Chair of the Federal Communications and Elections Committee is elected by the Federal Board. The Chair of the Federal People's Development Committee has to be one of the 6 people who are elected by the Federal Board. These people are just under 19% of the Federal Board, and all of them are currently chosen by the Federal Board. I hope Conference will agree with me that it is odd for nearly 1/5 of a committee to be chosen by the committee itself in one way or another. This amendment would ensure that nearly 3/5 of the voting members of Federal Board are elected solely to the Federal Board and are not there as part of being elected to do other roles in the party. I do hope that Conference will pass this constitutional amendment and increase the number of voting members elected by all party members to the Federal Conference, to the Federal Board.
Thank you, Michael. Can I ask Neil Fawcett from Oxford West and Abington to stand by? And I call Wendy Chamberlain MP, who is our Chief Whip in the Commons.
Thank you very much, Conference. I haven't really taken any notes in relation to this amendment, but I suppose I just want to respond to some of the points that Michael said. Now, Michael's position was that because the last time we changed the size of Federal Board, which was a big decision that we'd taken some time over, and because there wasn't other options presented, he wanted to give the other another option today. But that, I would argue, is all that Michael has done, has given one other option without actually giving us any reason for why we need to do that. When I think about my role as Chief Whip, and I'm conscious that given that F10 has just passed, I am now a member of the GCSC, and in terms of democracy, I suppose the reason why I'm there is because I was elected by my constituents to become an MP. I've been appointed the Chief Whip of the Parliamentary Party by the leader, and I now sit on it, is that actually, when we think about the Federal Party, I think we shouldn't forget that actually the Federal Party exists because the state parties exist and the membership exists. Michael has presented a different option to us, but he has not given us the reasons why the current system isn't working. In my view and in my experience in the Parliamentary Party, it is working. We have more efficient and effective decision making as a result of that for the party, and that we need to continue to have it. My final point is, last night at the rally, those who were standing for council were encouraged to stand up and say hello. And it was great to see the people that were there, but it was also great that we didn't actually have many local election candidates here, because what they're doing is they're out in their constituencies, in the wards that they want to represent, trying to get themselves elected. And as much as possible, I think that for those of our membership who can, that is how they best support and represent the party, by getting out there, making the arguments to voters and getting more Liberal Democrats elected so we can make the values. So please do not accept this constitutional amendment. It is fixing a problem that there is no evidence suggests that there is. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Can I ask Paul McGarry from Eastern Bartonshire to stand by? And I now call Neil Fawcett, who also wishes to speak against the motion.
Yeah, it's typical of my career to be the one speaking third on the least interesting constitutional amendment of the day at conference, but there you go. I'm delighted to be here in God's own county. I first attended a conference here in Harogate back in 1987, that some of you may vaguely remember. And sitting in the audience there, I don't think I ever would have thought I'd be up here speaking on the platform, and certainly not with the long list of things I've done for the Liberal Democrats in that time period, and you'll be pleased to hear I'm not going to list them all. But one thing I have done is I've been on the Federal Executive and now on the Federal Board. I think this is my 5th term in that capacity. I've consistently come second on first preference votes in the election, so thank you very much to all of those of you here who have ever voted for me in those elections. Some of you must have done, and maybe I'll have one more try and get to the top. But that does mean I don't have an interest in how many seats there are directly elected to the board, because I would have been elected each time anyway. The main reason I wanted to speak is I was quite sceptical actually when the last round of changes went through. I wasn't convinced that the size of the board and the number of directly elected members on it was a causal factor in why it didn't perform as well as it could. But having now been in that position, having seen both ways of doing it, and now being on the slimmed down board, I genuinely will say it is much more effective, it's been much more efficient, and much better at sticking to the real main issues that the Federal Board is responsible for since the numbers have been reduced on the board. I don't think that is because there are fewer directly elected members, but I think it does mean that the board is now made up of the people in various capacities who are responsible for doing things in the party and delivering for members in the party. And I won't be as simplistic as to say, look at the general election result. That proves it. Because it's not quite that simple, but it is definitely the case that the Federal Board for the last few years has been much more focused on important things like general election planning, like making sure that the budget gave the support to our target seat candidates when they needed it, and the massive field team that supported them. So perfectly sensible arguments either way on exactly how many members there should be, but I agree with Wendy this time. It ain't broke, there's no need to fix it. Please vote against this amendment.
Thank you very much, Neil. Can I ask Nick DaCosta from Harogate to stand by? And I now call Paul McGarry from Eastern Bartonshire, who wishes to speak in favour of the motion.
So I find myself in a unique position, speaking in favour of something I generally don't actually agree with. But the principle I do agree with. And this is simply that expanding the board isn't the right answer. That's why I asked for a reference back, which I'm told is not in order. Because I think the spirit is correct, that 50% of our federal board should be directly elected by the members. Wendy and I have something in common. We're both part of the office bearer group of the Scottish Party. Now, 20% of our federal board are elected directly by the members. In Scotland, the office bearers are 100% selected by our members. Every single one of them. The people making the big decisions at the top of the party, the strategic decisions, are all directly elected by the members of the party. I believe that the federal board should consider different proposals, and that's why I'd hope to reference back might aid that, particularly as the chair of conference for Scotland. I'm directly elected by the members, and I wonder if we should be considering that the different standing committees, the conference committee, the policy committee, those chairs should be directly elected on the mandate that they stand for by our members. I stood each time for conference chair for Scotland on the basis of making conference more affordable for our members. And I've delivered that. Pay what you can. Various different mini-motions, making things more accessible. And why should the chairs of our policy committee, campaigns committee, and conference committees not do the same in the federal setting? So, whilst I don't necessarily think we should be expanding wildly the federal board, I would instead take this opportunity to say, I think the principle of at least 50% of the federal board being directly elected by the members of this party is a valid and correct one, and one that we certainly should be considering, even if this constitutional amendment does not pass today. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I now call Nick DaCosta from Harringay, who wishes to speak against the motion, and I ask Michael Berwick-Gooding from Basingstoke-and-Deane to stand by to summate. Nick.
Conference, I oppose this amendment because, frankly, it is well-intentioned nonsense. And since we're in Harrogate, one of the UK's spiritual homes of Eurovision, once again I feel obliged to include a couple of appropriate references. So think of this as a constitutional critique set to a disco beat, but without the wind machine sequins, but I might throw in a key change. Now, I am honest, I do have some sympathy for the idea of more directly elected members. But in classic Lib Dem style, we've taken a perfectly reasonable idea and something that we've turned into more convoluted than the Eurovision voting system before 2009. The real issue isn't just the numbers, it's the creation of what I can only describe as the B team. And let's be clear, this isn't some heroic bench of understudies. No, it's like being invited to Eurovision, standing centre stage, the lights are up, and then be told you can smile, you can wave, but no singing, no speaking, and don't even touch the bloody microphone. We're told this amendment enhances democracy, but democracy is not just about head count, it's about who gets a voice. Otherwise, it's like sending someone to represent us to the Eurovision and then locking them in the dressing room with a kazoo. And let's look at who gets sidelined into this new constitutional chorus line. Firstly, the FFRC. The chair oversees our entire budget to make sure we don't go bankrupt. But under this, they can listen, they can advise, but they can't vote. That's not oversight, that's karaoke budget. Then there's the FPDC. Their job is to grow and diversify the party, recruit and train activists. Apparently not important enough for a vote. That's like giving someone the Eurovision spotlight and then cutting off the sound halfway through the first verse. And then we come to the Federal Communications and Election Committee. Yes, the very person responsible for our campaign messaging, our national strategy, and chairing the general election campaign. The one tasked with getting Lib Dems elected, with getting us more MPs. Under this amendment, no vote. That's like giving Dave McCobb the job of campaigns chair and saying, Dave, you can't have access to Connect. It's like Eurovision without the glitter, drama, or a single keychain. What's the point? And just to finish the job, the amendment doesn't let us B-team even send substitutes. So if the board is discussing conference and I'm unavailable, tough luck. Conference and the FCC is not represented. That's not good governance. That's bureaucratic, interpretive dance. I get the sentiment behind this. It's well-meaning, but sometimes we tinker with things that aren't broken and end up building a glittery but wobbly stage set that collapses under scrutiny. It doesn't improve democracy. It creates a B team expected to contribute but not count. So therefore, if you believe in real accountability, please vote against the constitutional amendment, and from me, it's nul point.
Thank you, Nick. I call Michael Berwick-Gooding from Basingstoke-and-Deane to summate the motion, and then we will be going to vote on it.
I found Paul McGarry's comments very hopeful, and I quite enjoyed them. One thing I'd point out, though, is that while it's great that the Scottish convener is directly elected by all the members in Scotland, the chair of the English party is not elected by all the members in England. They're only elected by those people who get elected to the council. So while the Scottish person is directly elected, the English one is not. When Nick talks about the B team, I wasn't sure whether he was referring to the ordinary members who would be elected, but I think he was referring to the people who still have a voice, because they can still talk at the federal board, but can't vote. And the point about whether it's more efficient or not, it's whether the idea that the size is only changing in a sense that there's one extra voting member, and some people who are voting members only become ones who can speak but not vote. And I think that the efficiency shouldn't be affected by this change. So I do hope conference will consider this amendment favourably. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. We're now going to move to a vote. As this is a constitutional amendment, it does need a 2/3 majority to pass. So if you are all in your seats, because you have to be seated to vote, I'm looking up the top there, can you please raise your cards if you are in favour of this constitutional amendment? And we'll just wait for the online voters to come in. Okay, the online vote is in progress. While that is happening, can we please see all those in the hall who are against this constitutional amendment? Okay, so in both the online vote and in the hall, that was not even close. I'm sorry, Michael. However, you will be cheered up because the next item on the agenda is F12, which is a constitutional amendment from Michael Berwick-Gooding. So, that constitutional amendment having fallen, can I please remind all speakers to keep to time, and I ask Helen Morgan to stand by, and I call Michael Berwick-Gooding to propose Constitutional Amendment F12.
When we revised the federal constitution back in 1992, just after the 1992 general election, there were 3 people elected by our principal councillors and fewer parliamentarians elected to the Federal Policy Committee. This amendment restores that situation. By 2013, the situation had changed slightly, and there were 7 parliamentarians, 1 from the House of Lords, 5 from the House of Commons, including the leader, and 1 from the European Parliament. But the UK no longer has representatives in the European Parliament, but there are still 7 parliamentary members of FPC. Currently, the chair of Federal Communications and Election Committee is a parliamentarian, Lady Pinnock. Until Mark Pack was elected as president, all our presidents are parliamentarians. Less than 200 parliamentarians elect 6 of the parliamentary members of the FPC, while over 3,000 councillors elect 2 members of FPC. We have always prided ourselves that ordinary party members make policy, unlike in the Labour and Conservative parties. By reducing by one the representation of parliamentarians and increasing the number elected by councillors, we would be moving away from a model where FPC and our policy development process can be dominated by parliamentarians. I hope that conference will agree to this constitutional amendment and rebalance the membership of FPC.
Thank you, Michael. Can I ask Jeremy Hargreaves to please stand by? And I now call Helen Morgan MP, who wishes to speak against the motion.
Well, good afternoon, conference. I'm asking you to vote against this amendment because I think the Federal Policy Committee works pretty well just as it is. I'm a member of the Federal Policy Committee, one of the MPs who turns up once a month to discuss all matters policy, and I can tell you that sometimes those discussions are pretty robust, I think is how I would describe them. We have good discussions on that committee, and I think we come out with the right answers. In the general election, there was polling conducted on all of the policies from all of the parties, and the Liberal Democrat manifesto was overwhelmingly the most popular manifesto on a policy-by-policy basis. And that happened because the Federal Policy Committee works well as it is, because we had those really robust discussions and occasional arguments, I won't deny it, and because we talked through not just what the policies should be in that manifesto, but their positioning on every page and their prominence and the weight that they would be given in our campaign. They were great discussions and they had, I think, a very demonstrably good outcome. I just also want to address this point about 1992. We have a lot more MPs now than in 1992. I don't know if anyone noticed that. We might have mentioned it a few times. And councillors, there are a limited number of councillors who are elected from the councillor group, but any councillor can stand to be a member of FPC, which isn't the case for a parliamentarian. And there are loads of councillors on the Federal Policy Committee. I'm sure Jeremy is about to tell us how many when he speaks next. So councillors are well represented. They are really, really important people on FPC because councillors in real life have power and money and decision-making abilities, and they bring all that expertise to FPC and make sure that we are putting forward policies that will work in real life should we be elected. So no one here thinks that we shouldn't have lots of brilliant councillors on FPC, but we've got loads. They do a fantastic job, and we need our parliamentarians sometimes to make the political point about what's going to work, to make the point about what they feel comfortable defending to the media when they're being asked those difficult questions on Times Radio at 7:40 in the morning. And we need them to have a good perspective of what will work on a parliamentary basis. So this is well-intentioned, but we don't need to tinker with the makeup of FPC. It works really well as it is. So please don't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. Can I ask Fraser Graham to stand by, please? And I now call Jeremy Hargreaves, who wishes to speak against the motion.
Colleagues, I've been a Vice Chair of FPC for some years now, so know something about how it works, so I should say I'm speaking this afternoon on my own behalf, not on behalf of the committee. I support what this amendment's trying to do. Councillors clearly very extremely important part of our party, and we do need to make sure their perspectives and their experience, both from being in control and from being in opposition, are fully part of our discussions of new policy. They're not the only group that are important, but they are clearly very important. But I'm afraid this proposal doesn't really understand how councillors actually do that. Clause 10.2.1e of the Constitution provides for 2 councillors to be elected to FPC. This amendment seeks to increase that to 3. On the face of it, that seems reasonable. But that proposal doesn't seem to know the rest of the picture. Firstly, clause 10.2.2b already does provide for a 3rd councillor to be on FPC, so we already have precisely what this amendment seeks to achieve. But actually, even that's only part of the picture, because in addition to those 3, there are already 5 other councillors on FPC, making 8 in total, knocking into a cocked hat the 3 that this amendment wants to have. At the moment, those 8 councillors on FPC include the leader of a county council, the leader of a district council, and various others in opposition and in control of district and unitary authorities. So the councillor perspective is, quite rightly, very present already on FPC. And in fact, there could be even more than that, because in principle, almost the entire membership of FPC could be councillors, if that's who you, the members, vote for. Almost any member can and does stand and get elected to FPC, and not surprisingly, that includes many councillors. I said almost any member can stand, the exception of parliamentarians who, under our current rules, are specifically not permitted to stand in the all-member elections. So that's why there's separate provision for them. And if you're interested, the reason for that, in the past, MPs used to often stand and generally get elected to that, meaning that other very good party members didn't get a look in, even when they often have more time to give to it than MPs do. So that's why the separate system of MPs and peers allocation was created. MPs, councillors are very important, but MPs are also the party's principal public spokespeople, speaking in Parliament on many of these policy questions on a daily basis. So they're also a very important group to make sure are included. And if they're not directly included in FPC, and there have been times when this has happened, then the party and the MPs can end up going in very different directions, which is, how can I put this, highly unhelpful all round. So coordinating with MPs as well as councillors is very important. And to Michael, if you, in response to your point about if you're concerned that it's dominated by parliamentarians or indeed councillors, I can reassure you that FPC is quite a large committee and most people on it are directly elected by party members and they are neither councillors nor parliamentarians. So I ask you, Conference, to reject this amendment. What it's trying to do is right, but it's in fact already achieved far better than this proposal asks for.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. One of the wonders of Liberal Democrat Party Conference is that you sometimes get late cards in a debate. So can I please ask Chris Adams to stand by? And I now call Fraser Graham to speak in favour of the motion.
Yes, that was a very late card, so apologies, Chair. Yeah, after hearing Nick DaCosta's speech in the previous debate, I could just not resist the opportunity to speak from the Eurovision stage. Thankfully, I've not had any time to actually come up with any other Eurovision jokes, so that's it. Yeah, I'm one of these people that I didn't really have any strong feelings on this, but actually hearing Michael Berwick-Gooding's proposal speech on this and thinking upon it from my experience as a member of FCC, where I have seen many motions come in from Policy Committee and from other areas which miss the opportunity to actually reflect local authorities, and then we come to amendments time and we have 15 different amendments for different motions from ALDC that just are add local authorities or add local councillors, perhaps we maybe do need slightly more robust local council perspective in our policy process. And I do think, you know, giving that extra voice dedicated to local councillors on that is maybe not a terrible idea. So that's why I'm in favour of this. But that's about all I've got to say, so I'll keep it short and sweet. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Fraser. Can I call Chris Adams, please? And I ask Michael Berwick-Gooding from Basingstoke and Dean to stand by to summate the motion.
Hello, Conference. I'm going to keep it relatively short and sweet as well. I'm actually in favour of this, which I'm a little bit shocked at myself, because I don't tend to like too much tinkering with the Constitution that I helped draft. But in this particular instance, I'd be very curious to know the attendance record of all of the parliamentary party group at FPC, because I think that it's very rare that all of them actually turn up and do the job of a member of FPC. I do think that the third councillor rep probably would turn up and do the job of a member of FPC. Now, FPC does a fantastic job. Frankly, if this amendment doesn't go through, it will continue doing a fantastic job, I'm sure. But actually, I'm probably in favour of another working member of FPC. I think that that works. I don't think the power of the parliamentary party is massively diminished by decreasing it by one member. So why not vote for it? I'm happy to innovate.
Thank you very much, Chris. Michael.
Thank you for everyone who's spoken. When Helen spoke, I was hoping that she would say some reason why having fewer parliamentarians would make a difference, but I didn't catch what she said would make a difference. The having 5 or 6 people doesn't seem to make much difference, and she didn't point out why there would be a difference. The parliamentarians would still be represented in quite substantial numbers. Jeremy talked about that of the directly elected, 5 of them are councillors. And then he said that more than the majority of people on the committee were neither councillors nor MPs. Now, I haven't done the maths, but we're talking about at least 11, I think, who are either, I don't know, I think we're talking about 8 councillors and 6 MPs. And maybe he's right. Maybe that's not quite 50%, but it feels like it, and I haven't looked at who the other people are who might be MPs. That the only other point I would like to make is to go back to what Chris has said, and that I think that maybe the parliamentarians don't all turn up as well. And if that is the case, then maybe having a councillor who would turn up would make a difference. That's why I hope that conference will vote for the amendment.
Thank you very much, Michael. The online voting is now open for those of you at home. For those of you in the hall, I'm going to ask you please to firstly be seated if you wish to vote, and secondly, if you are in favour of this constitutional amendment, please raise your passes now. Thank you very much. And if you are not in favour of this constitutional amendment, please raise your passes now. Okay. I apologise once more, Michael. I do not think you got a 2/3 majority there in any way at all. I'm very sorry. We have finished a little bit early. I was oversubscribed for the first half of that, but I did call everybody who put in a card for the second part of it. I would like to pass on to Cara Jenkinson to chair the next session, and thank you very much for your time this afternoon, conference. I hope you enjoyed the Michael Berwick-Gooding show.
Good afternoon, conference. We'll just wait a few seconds for people to join the session, and then we'll begin. while we're waiting, a reminder that the emergency motion selected was the one in relation to restoration of the international development aid budget. That will take place at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So speakers welcome. And also for the animal welfare debate, we'd love to have some more speakers in for that. So do submit a card. Okay, so welcome to F13, the Leaders Q&A session. I'm Cara Jenkinson, and I'll be putting your questions to Sir Ed. Just to say, for those of you that went to Autumn Conference, you'll notice that we don't have Carolyn Quinn here, so you'll have to make do with me. But we have some fantastic questions from you all. If I call your question, if I read out your question, do make your way to the intervention mic in case you want to ask a supplementary. Thank you, Jenny. Without any further ado, I would like to call the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Who of you remembers Bucks Fizz? They were great. We used to win Eurovision Song Contest both back in those days. Anyway, Cara, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Okay, so start with our first question, which is from Sarah Dobson. With Kemi Badenoch abandoning the Tories' commitment to net zero, how can we make the most of the opportunity to win over Conservative voters who care about climate change?
Well, thank you, Sarah. Isn't it interesting how the right of British politics are behaving on climate change? You've got Farage and Reform, who deny it's even happening, despite all the science and all the worrying evidence around our world. And now you've got Kemi Badenoch. Now, to be fair to her, she's not saying, Sarah, that it's not happening. She just says it's all too difficult to sort it out by 2050. Now, that is just defeatism. And that's, I'm afraid, the Conservative Party. They're not prepared to have that ambition to get this done when it is so important, existential to our world. And, you know, I would refer the Conservatives back to when Liberal Democrats were running climate change policy, when we showed what could be done, didn't we? You know, we made Britain the world leader in offshore wind. We negotiated Europe to have really ambitious climate change targets and meet them. But in the last 10 years, the Conservatives have frankly done very little. And that's one of the reasons why, yes, it's going to be challenging because of the Tories' failure, but we should still have the ambition to do it. And you know in your communities, in your council areas, that so much more can be done. And part of our job is to hold the Labour government to account. Because they promised a lot, didn't they, before the election, and we're not hearing anywhere near enough of it. So tackling climate change, which is so dear to Liberal Democrats' hearts, given our commitment to the environment, we will continue to campaign on it. We believe it is possible to hit those net zero targets by 2050 or even earlier if we have the right policies. And here's the thing just to remember, and I'll end on this. You know, people said that offshore wind would always be incredibly expensive. And they said, don't do it. Now it's one of the cheapest forms of power generation, cheaper than fossil fuel. So let's tell people, going green, sorting out climate change is good for your pocket too.
Thank you very much, Ed. Talking about Labour, next question. Will you stand up for disabled people in the face of Labour's cruel benefits cuts and the media's lazy stereotypes?
Yes. We will all stand up, won't we? It's just so wrong. Targeting the sick and the disabled, people who can't work, who will never work. you've seen people in your constituencies. I've seen many people in my advice surgeries over the years who've, had their benefits taken away from them in past attempts to try to make people work who can't. I remember one gentleman, he came into my office on crutches and he said, they've taken my PIP away and I can't work. And I said, how could they do that? I mean, you clearly can't work. You're really struggling just to walk into my office. And he said, well, yeah, I'm quite a proud person. And when I went for my assessment, I left my crutches in the car. And I struggled and got into the office to be assessed. And they failed me. And that is how unfair some of these systems can be. People are trying to be proud to say what they can do, and then they fail people, even though it's obvious from the medical reports, from what people can see in front of them. And so I am really worried, and we must stand up. But here's one point which I think we need to push back. Of course, there are lots of people who would like to work, who can work, who want to work. And we should be enabling. And, if there's special equipment required, if there's training, if there's health treatment, cut those health waiting lists. If there's other things that can be done. A while back, I had organised with people in my local area a conference with employers about people who have various forms of neurodiversity. And many people with neurodiversity are the most fantastic employees. So brilliant, can give so much. And yet the process of hiring and recruiting often discriminates against them because they have problems engaging with the interviewer, maybe even don't get past the shortlisting stage. Now, surely that's wasting all that talent. So, of course, we want to support and enable people into work. And I'm sure whether it's people with caring responsibilities, so many people you can think of, let's help them into work. That's good for them, good for their families, and good for our economy. But I'm not sure that's what the government's talking about. I'm really not sure about that. When I hear them talking about it, it looks like a smokescreen for cuts. We've seen this before. All stick and no carrot, and we will do our job speaking up for the vulnerable, the people who have no voice. That's who we are.
Thank you very much. And that was a question from Ian Jones, who I think isn't in the hall, so I won't be asking a supplementary. So the next question is on a related issue. It's a question from Janie Little. Wes Streeting has clearly deprioritised mental health within the NHS. What can we do to push it back up the agenda?
Well, thank you, Janie. First of all, I'd like to say I'm really proud of those Liberal Democrats who've campaigned so effectively and done so much for people with mental health problems. And I particularly want to single out Norman Lamb. Many of you remember that Norman was a health spokesperson in the coalition, and what he did for destigmatising mental health, pushing laws to make sure that the NHS was supposed to see mental health on a parity with physical health, were really groundbreaking at the time. He did so many experiments. And it feels since 2015 we've just not taken that forward. There's been no real advance. And now we see Wes Streeting saying things and doing things they didn't say before the general election. I don't know if you've noticed that disparity we're getting from them. Worse than that, they've actually, as I think Janie's referring to, they are reducing the priority given to mental health. They've taken away targets for the NHS to provide support, provide appointments for people with mental health conditions. And I just think that's outrageous. You'd expect that thing from the Conservatives, and we're getting it from Wes Streeting. And I'm afraid we need to make sure that Labour Party members, councillors and MPs feel really, really bad about that, because they've got to change their ways, and it's us who are going to hold them to account. We're the only ones who will for people with mental health problems. And again, I want to, if I may, talk about examples in my constituency. And I do a lot of work with Sarah Olney and Munira Wilson on this because our boundaries are closed in Kingston and Richmond for some of these services. And I'm particularly thinking of mental health services for children and adolescents. CAMS services are really, really suffering. They've been suffering for quite a while. And when you have parents in your advice surgery saying that their child has waited for 2 years or 3 years for appointment, it absolutely breaks your heart. And trying to get these organisations to do more, even with people with good intentions, it is an uphill battle. And seeing what the government says suggests we're going to go backwards. So we will do more, we will campaign, and I'm really proud that not only do we have a brilliant health team led by the amazing Helen Morgan, but we decided to appoint a spokesperson just on mental health, Danny Chambers, and he's doing a brilliant job for us.
Thank you very much. And I don't think Janie's there for a supplementary, so we'll move on to the next question, which relates to foreign policy. And it's a question from Michael Kilpatrick, who asks, will you state categorically, when referring to peace or ceasefires, that you mean that the only acceptable outcome is the complete withdrawal of Russia from Ukraine?
Well, that's what I want and what we want for sure, Michael. But it's President Zelensky who speaks for the people of Ukraine. And we will always stand with President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine. We will back them to the hilt. And I'm really proud that our party, and indeed our country, cross-party, has been doing that since that appalling invasion by the murderous Vladimir Putin. But let me say a little bit more about this issue, if I may. I am proud that we are the ones who are calling out President Trump. I still find it impossible to believe that the person in the White House is siding with the Kremlin. He uses the propaganda sheets from the Kremlin. It is astonishing. And you remember that moment in the White House where J.D. Vance and Donald Trump ambushed President Zelensky. Wasn't that appalling? Absolutely shocking. And that shows the absolute need for us to call out Trump. And for the life of me, I can't see why the Conservatives keep failing to do that. And obviously, nobody I Reform keeps failing to do that. He thinks Trump is the best thing since sliced bread. But I think the government should be stronger. I think Labour's being too weak on this. So we're going to call out Trump for the sake of Ukraine, for the sake of the brave Ukrainian soldiers and civilians who've paid such a heavy price. And we're not just going to say that, we're going to put forward ideas about how we need to support Ukraine without the US standing up as it used to. We are going to make the case for greater working and cooperation with our European partners. There's no other party that can do that in the way that we can, who can do it credibly. And I'm really pleased that so many of you have been so keen on that. And our call for a European rearmament bank, which has been actually pushed by Liberal Democrats as well as a former Chief of Defence Staff. We need to make sure that we are working with our French and German and all our European allies. And also, we've spoken about reimagining and strengthening something called CANZUC, where we work with Canada, Australia and New Zealand, and indeed other Commonwealth countries, but particularly CANZUC, alongside our European colleagues, so we can maximise the strength to support Ukraine. That is what we will continue to do, colleagues.
Thank you very much. So we'll move to the next question. It's a question from Andy Williams. Will the West have to experience fascism once more before it gets rejected again?
Andy, what a frightening thought. The fact you can even say it. I mean, who'd have thought just a few years ago that anyone would be asking that question? It is truly shocking. And I don't know if you're watching, how closely you watch what's happening in America. It is moving from the great democracy that was, with its, flaws, but still fundamentally a great democracy, to an authoritarian state. Before our eyes, in record time. And there was a time when moderate Republicans, not necessarily people sharing all our values, but moderate Republicans would have stood up, would have called it out. But they're just too scared. They're cowering. They saw what happened to Vice President Pence. And they see an occupant of the White House who's ignoring the courts. The courts make a decision, he ignores them. Even Democrats in Congress, I'm sure some of them are speaking up, I'm not hearing reports, but they need to speak louder. We need our friends, our Democrats, and I say that with a small d, in the United States, to show that we can push back against this tide of populism and authoritarianism. And we as Liberals have a huge responsibility, particularly obviously in our own country, but working across Europe too. We shouldn't be complacent about Farage and reform. The things he says, how he divides people. That's what he wants to do, divide people. And that is anathema to us. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this in my speech tomorrow. Let's give you a little bit of heads up. But I feel passionately about this, Andy, so I'm really pleased for your question. But essentially, my argument is that we are the antidote to right-wing populism. Liberalism is the antidote. It's the opposite of what people like Trump and Farage and his ilk, whether it's Marine Le Pen or the AfD in Germany or Orban in Hungary, the whole cabal of them. And we have got to do as much as we can. The responsibility on us is greater than I can ever remember it. Because other parties who used to be strong in our country aren't speaking up. The Conservatives are just coward as well. And we have the danger of reform. So we have got a job on our hands, friends. I know we're up for it. I know you're up for it. We have to be the ones pushing back against this populism. So thank you, Andy, for raising it.
Thank you very much, Ed, for that. Next question comes from Lizzie Dukes. It's on a related issue. So Lizzie says, we used to be the party of radical reform, but now Reform UK and the Greens are filling that space. How can we reassert ourselves as the best anti-establishment party?
I hear what Liz is saying, but let's remember the radical nature of reform. They want to lick the boots of Donald Trump. They want Trump America here in the UK. And I think it's our job to point that out to people on the doorstep. Knocking on doors is the way to push back against reform and expose them for what they are. They want to privatise our NHS. They want to basically do Trump's bidding here. So that might sound like a radical agenda, but it's the agenda that Farage isn't telling them. And it's our job, and I hope people in the media will do a little bit more, to help make sure that Nigel Farage is exposed for what he is. He's not a radical reformer. He's betraying what Britain stands for. And are the Greens radical? Well, it's very interesting. We've got this 4 of them in Parliament now, and one of the ones who, I think he's one of the leaders, his first act as a constituency MP was to oppose infrastructure to get renewable energy to people's homes. Well, if that's the radical agenda of the Greens, well, they can keep it. Thank you very much. So, I'm not convinced that they are that radical. But I think Lizzie is has a point here. I'm not sure if enough people know that we are a party of change. And I think that is fair behind a question. We've got to try to get that over more. I joined this party because I want to change the system. You know, I want proportional representation. I want to push power down to communities. I want to change the system. That's what makes many of us tick. We're not just about tweaking at the edges. We want to change our system to make it fairer, to make it more democratic, to disperse power. That's who we are. I guess the challenge is, how do you show people that? Because we can say it in interviews, but you know as well as I do that you can say it in 10 interviews and maybe 1 million people hear you, or 2 million, but not everybody does. Well, that's where you come in. Because the way we really do this and show how radical we are is through community politics. Through getting on those doors and talking to people, not just explaining that Nigel Farage cares more about Donald Trump than he does about them, but telling them what we care about. And you know, I might say this in my speech tomorrow, who knows. Did you see that quote from Kemi Badenoch? She was interviewed by a real thought leader, Jordan Peterson. He has one of these podcasts. That was, I've been ironic there, he's not a thought leader. Not liberal thought, anyway. Anyway, I digress. Kemi was there, and she was being asked about British politics, and she started talking about us. And she said, you know, those Liberal Democrats, all they want to do is fix church roofs. People in the community really like them, she said. But they're not on Twitter. Now, didn't that speak volumes? I think we're going to wear that. We're going to be proud. Put it on your focuses. You know, the community likes us. We want to fix things for people. And if you do, if you show that you're on people's sides, if you go into their communities, show you care, show you want to get things done, you can rebuild that trust that has been lost. You can show people that actually there is a political party out there who gets them, who understands them, and who wants to work hard for them. And that, in these days, is quite radical, because clearly Kemi Badenoch doesn't want to do it.
Thanks very much. The next question comes from Gabriel Barton-Singer. What's the biggest lesson you've learned from Kamala Harris's loss to Donald Trump?
Win, I think, is the first lesson. Listen, I don't want to rake over old coals, but I think selecting candidates early is a good thing. I think we can all agree on that. You know, President Biden has to take some of the share of the blame, right? The polls were clear, and candidates need a longer run-in. They just do. So I think that was a big mistake. I think the other thing was, I'd be interested what you think about this. I don't think the Democrats were really listening to voters carefully enough. You see, and sometimes we make the same mistake. We think we know what voters care about, and we tell them what we think. Voters decide what an election is about. That's their right, okay, in a democracy. You know, we should have all our great policies in our manifesto, but when we campaign, we've got to listen to the voters. And the Democrats didn't do that, in my view. I mean, it's difficult to say. I wasn't there. Maybe I missed lots of stuff, but from the reports I was reading, and here's a confession, I was pretty obsessive about the American elections, going on lots of websites, and probably I should have been doing something else. But nevertheless, from the impression I had of the American elections, the Democrats were just out of touch in too many areas. And, you know, I'm always careful about being critical about something I haven't run the numbers and done the evidence on, but it did seem to me that they weren't talking about the economy in the way that, in his own horrible way, Trump was talking about the economy. And it looked to me from all the surveys that the economy was the issue. And I was also surprised that they didn't raise the issue of health. The Democrats with Obamacare had a massively good story to tell, which resonated with people, and they weren't telling it. So, you know, just as we found in the general election, health and care and the economy and the cost of living was so important, surprisingly enough, they were the same issues in the United States, and I didn't see the Democrats really addressing either of them in a serious way. Now, they did talk about democracy and threats to democracy, and we're seeing that they were right about that, but that wasn't on the top of voters' minds. And so, you know, I think they could have done a lot better if they'd listened to voters and addressed their concerns.
Thank you very much. So the next question comes from Edward Molyneux, and it is, when the public finances are so tight and benefits are being slashed, is it really a priority for us to protect wealthy farmers from paying inheritance tax?
Well, thank you for that question, Edward. Listen, when you see people like Dyson and Clarkson, you think there are some tax breaks which aren't operating the way they should. Of course we do. But please go and talk to the thousands of farmers who are completely different from the Dysons and Clarksons. Please go and do that. Farms have had to get bigger just to survive, and their returns on quite a lot of capital investment, mainly in the land, their returns are tiny. Some of them, I've met some farmers who look like they're farming quite large farms, but you look at their profit and loss accounts, they're not making a lot of money. It's relatively modest returns from the capital invested. So, you know, I genuinely think that the government have got this wrong, and we need to point that out. And I'm really proud. Tim Farron has been an absolute star in pointing it out from day one. So I'm really proud of Tim. And when you hear Tim speak, he doesn't just talk about the farmers who own their land. He talks about the tenant farmers. The tenant farmers who are going to be thrown off their land if this goes through, because of the way the people who own their land are going to respond to this change. So it's a whole swathe of our farming industry, and given Britain has the best farmers in the world, for Labour to do this damage to them is absolutely a scandal. And you know where it's going to lead? The people who are going to buy this land, they'll be the big corporates, the big multinationals, who find ways to, you know, not even pay any tax at all and put it off in some offshore fund. So what will Labour have achieved? They won't have actually raised much money. They'll have destroyed family farming in our country and, you know, given huge amounts of wealth to big corporations. I don't think that is very clever whatsoever. So we will fight the family farm tax to the end. Labour must change.
Thank you very much. I don't think Ed's here for a supplementary. Okay, so you mentioned the economy in relation to the Harris campaign. So brings me on to a question from Cosmo Lupton, who asks, the biggest problem at the moment is surely the fact that our economy isn't growing. What is our distinctive Lib Dem message on how we get it growing again?
Well, thank you, Cosmo. And full disclosure, Cosmo used to work for me, but I didn't ask him to put this question in. Listen, I hope we've been making it clear. We've called for an emergency growth budget next week in the spring statement, because the huge problem for the public finances, the fact that we're not getting any growth. You know, if you start growing the economy, the borrowing goes down, the tax receipts come in, and you can afford all the spending that we need, whether it's in our health service, whether it's avoiding all this horrible stuff they're doing on benefits. So getting the economy growing is absolutely central. Cosmo asked, what's our core message? Well, first of all, we would reverse what Labour has been doing. I've been actually really surprised by Labour's budget policies since the election, given that they talked about growth in the election. And it's not just things like the winter fuel payment and the family farm tax, it was the jobs tax. I mean, a huge mistake. hitting small and medium-sized businesses up and down the country who've traditionally been the engine of growth. Stifling that just doesn't make sense. We know the money needs to be raised, but we showed how it can be raised far more fairly. We've talked about reversing the Conservative cuts to the banks. That would raise £4 billion. We've talked about taxing the social media giants. We've talked about tidying up some of the loopholes for the oil and gas companies, the windfall tax. We've talked about a tax on online gambling. Now, what's common about all those taxes is those sectors are making huge amounts of money, and we're not asking for all of it, we're asking for a little bit. And you know what? It wouldn't affect the vast majority of businesses. That is a better way to raise the money you need without stymieing growth. So that's the first thing. Get rid of the jobs tax, pay for the things we need in a much fairer, more efficient, more growth-friendly way. Second thing, though, and this is should be staring obvious given what Trump is doing with tariffs, we need to have a new customs union with our European partners. The trade deal that the Conservatives did with our European friends was a total economic disaster. I don't know if it was Cosmo, but someone in our amazing research team worked out that if you added up all the forms that have been filled in at the borders to get the trade going between us and Europe, since Brexit, it amounts to 2 billion paper forms. And our press office, in the only way they worked out that means you could go around the circumference of the earth 15 times with Brexit bureaucracy. Apparently you get to the moon 1.5 times with Brexit bureaucracy. And this is nonsense, my friends. And we could get our economy growing really, really quite quickly if we entered into serious negotiations this year. Now, it may take a little while before you concluded it, but you get benefits straight away. People start investing straight away. You remember, after the referendum vote in 2016, before the Brexit deal was done, investment fell off a cliff because people knew they wouldn't have those exporting opportunities. Let's get it going again. Let's drive the economy by getting that pro-European policy pushed again, and it would start building those relationships back, building trust. Because what's sad is Europeans don't trust us anymore. And whether it's on defence, where we're beginning to improve those relationships, but on trade, we can completely rebuild them. Now that is the way to get growth back in our economy.
Thank you very much. And now on to a question from Karen Lindsay. The Liberal Democrats stood fewer women than the Conservative, Labour and Greens at the last general election. How can the leadership improve that?
I refer my honourable friend. It is a serious question. But before I look at the negatives, can I just talk about the positive for a moment? I've been in quite a few parties over the years, and we've never had so many women, and it is fantastic. They are so brilliant. The talent we have is just amazing. And I want you to thank them all and thank all the people who got them elected because they are brilliant and doing a fantastic job for our party. And parliamentary party debates are quite different from the way they used to be, in a good way, in a very good way. So can we do more? Yes, I'm hoping that the reforms we passed earlier today will be a big part of that. Karen, I know people like you will be a big part of that. Liberal Democrat women will be a big part of that. And we need to work really, really hard, not just on gender equality, of course, but equality of diversity from all sorts of backgrounds.
Thank you very much, and I can see Karen there, so go ahead and ask your supplementary.
Now, I think you might have a little bit of experience of this in your local area, but I'm kind of worried about the falling numbers of women council candidates, and I just wondered if you had any thoughts on where the barriers were and how we could address them.
Well, thank you. The key thing is asking women to stand, right? And beware, because if I get talking to you and you're a woman, I might be asking you to stand quite soon, because I tend to do that quite a lot. And I want you all to do it. I mean, it's a recognized, researched thing that often women need to be asked because they think they can't do it when we know that they can, and often they're far better than the male candidate. So please, please, it's on all of us to do that. Yes, we need to get our structures right, our training right, and it goes back a long way. Let's get it personal now, but I'm going to do it anyway. I've confessed before that I met my wife, Emily, on a Liberal Democrat housing policy working group. That was one of the times I met her. Prior to that, I had met her, but I never got to talk to her, and I was quite disappointed about that. I was doing a gig at a friend's house near Euston, the Quakers' house near Euston, and it was a training weekend. I think we're talking about 2001 or something, for women candidates. And she was one of the candidates, and she went on to stand for Parliament and got very close in North Dorset in 2005. But it's those sorts of things that make a difference, Karen. Making sure the party's putting on those training events. And, you know, the gender balance campaign in the party is huge credit. But I think what you're saying is we should not be complacent. We should not think we've sorted the problem out. We haven't. You're right. And we all need to do more on it.
Thank you very much. And we now move to our final question, and that is from Eleanor Kelly. So, Ed Balls recently praised your groove. Would you ever consider following in his footsteps and making an appearance on Strictly?
Thank you, Eleanor. I know Ed Balls quite well, actually. And I'm sure you meant this in a positive way, friendly way. Listen, my team get me to do quite a few things. They often tell me at the last minute, so I can't say no. But they'd have to tell me ahead of time on that one. So I'd have to discuss it with various people. I don't rule anything out, and I don't rule anything in.
So that brings us to the close of the Leaders' Q&A. Please all express your thanks to Ed for answering the questions so well. Thank you very much. So let's say thank you to my aides, Jenny Rigg and Callum Robertson, and we now move to F14, the UK's response to Trump. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Please take your seats as quickly as you can, as we want to be able to start this debate on time. But while you are taking your seats, I'd like to announce once again that the priorities ballot was won by the international development motion, which is what will be debated at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I'm sorry.
So, Conference, welcome to F14, policy debate on the UK's response to Trump. The motion starts on page 36 of the agenda on paper or in the app. There are some drafting amendments and 3 moved amendments starting on page 13 of today's Conference Daily. We received 2 separate vote requests but decided not to take them. Will Helen Maguire please stand by? And I now call Callum Miller, our spokesperson for Foreign Affairs, to move the motion.
Good afternoon, Conference. This week, we mourn the death of Group Captain Paddy Hemingway. He was the last Battle of Britain pilot, one of the few who repelled the Luftwaffe assault in the summer of 1940. Despite having to bail 4 times from aircraft, Hemingway fought to the end of the war, receiving the Distinguished Flying Cross. Last month, the UK and France proposed a reassurance force in Ukraine. In response, US Vice President J.D. Vance said that the US taking a stake in Ukrainian minerals would provide more security than, and I quote, 2,000 troops from some random country that hasn't fought a war in 30 or 40 years. If Paddy Hemingway's heroism represented the best of Irish and British service and courage, J.D. Vance's comment represents the worst of the vulgarity and ignorance that characterises this White House. What makes the destructive tack taken by Donald Trump and his henchmen so devastating is that the last 80 years have seen the UK and US enjoy one of the closest alliances in history. We've had our ups and downs, and our party has not been as starry-eyed as some. Yet across business, culture, science, and especially defence, we have stood together. So the shock that so many have felt about Trump's approach to foreign policy is because this feels like the rupture of a relationship. Our US friends have been family. Under Donald Trump, the family is being torn apart. In the face of this assault on the alliances and institutions that have kept the UK safe, Liberal Democrats have turned to our liberal values. A belief in the better instincts of humankind. A commitment to democracy and the rule of law as the best ways to constrain the powerful and protect the weak. And a conviction that problems are better solved together alongside our partners. As we face the rising tide of authoritarianism and nationalism, we need more liberalism, not less. And it must be self-confident, robust liberalism. We must meet strength with strength while resolutely rejecting the logic that might equals right. And so, Conference, it's my privilege to propose this motion. Every day in the last 2 months, we've been responding in Parliament to the challenges of the Trump presidency. We have given strong, liberal answers to the key questions on defence and security. This is now your chance to debate them, and I hope to endorse them as policy. In the space of just 2 months, Donald Trump has deeply undermined the foundations of the liberal, rules-based order. He actively damaged Ukraine's defence against Russia by blocking military aid and intelligence sharing with Kyiv. He voted at the UN with Putin, alongside North Korea and Belarus, not to condemn Russia for the brutal war in Ukraine. Together with his sidekick, J.D. Vance, he ambushed President Zelensky at the White House, the most shameful event to have ever taken place in the Oval Office. He cast doubt on US support to NATO allies in the event of an external attack, while threatening to take Greenland, the territory of another NATO state, with force. And beyond Ukraine, he has casually advocated for the violation of international law with his extraordinary advocacy for expelling Palestinians to build a Gaza Riviera. Trump has shown that he does not respect international law or institutions and is not a reliable partner in the defence of Ukraine or in Europe's wider collective security. And that is why it is vital that the UK work urgently with our partners, starting with Europe and the Commonwealth, to reduce our strategic reliance on the US. By working with constant allies, we will be stronger in dealing with an unpredictable White House and a menacing Kremlin. Conference, if passed, this motion would allow us to provide Ukraine with the support it immediately needs, whilst also strengthening the UK's longer-term security. This motion would allow us to provide more support to Ukraine by making Russia pay through seizing the £25 billion of frozen Russian assets locked away across the UK and deploying them to support Ukraine, and by reversing the staggeringly irresponsible 10,000 troop cuts made by the Conservatives, so we're in a much better place to contribute effectively to collective security in Europe. This motion would also allow us to strengthen the UK's longer-term security by expanding our security cooperation with partners across Europe, including through the Joint Expeditionary Force and with EU security and intelligence agencies, and by insulating ourselves from Trump's irrational tariff wars by deepening our economic ties with Europe, healing the damage done by the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal. I'm grateful to the movers of the 3 excellent amendments to the motion, each of which I would urge conference to support. The first amendment would commit us to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence as soon as possible, hold cross-party talks to agree a way forward to spending 3% of GDP, and support the development of a new rearmament bank with our European allies to generate new finance for defence programmes. Unlike Labour, we would fully fund this defence spending increase by raising the digital services tax from 2% to 10% for the biggest social media and tech firms, not by cutting international aid and the UK's vital soft power. That is a strategic error, and it is wrong. The second amendment would commit us to a new UK-EU customs union by 2030. This would unlock the growth which Labour has failed to deliver, deepen our economic ties with Europe, and strengthen our resilience in the face of Trump's damaging tariff threats. The third amendment would ensure that there will be no negotiations about Ukraine without Ukraine. Conference, I have so much respect for the 8 of our 72 MPs who have served in our armed forces. For the many who have been hurt by Trump's casual disloyalty, they have spoken powerfully of the dishonour he and JD Vance have shown. We owe it to the service and sacrifice of generations of military personnel, back to Paddy Hemingway and beyond, to defend and promote our liberal values. The Liberal Democrats are the only party who will stand up to Trump and take steps to strengthen the UK in the face of his belligerent bullying. The Trump fan club in Reform and the Conservative Party won't do it. Labour won't do it. They said they would reset the relationship with Europe, but they have wasted critical months and have now swallowed their criticism of Trump. Let's back this motion, Conference, and let's send a clear message that it's only the Liberal Democrats who will stand up to Trump, invest in the UK's security, support Ukraine, hold back Russia, deepen our ties with European and Commonwealth partners, and stand up for liberal British values.
Thank you, Callum. Will James McCleary please stand by? And I now call Helen Maguire, MP for Epsom and Newell, and our Defence spokesperson, to move Amendment 1.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you, Colin. I'm delighted to be making my first address to Conference as the party's defence spokesperson. It is no exaggeration, Conference, to say that Britain faces the most severe threats to our security since the end of the Cold War. With Putin continuing his barbaric invasion of Ukraine, authoritarian states eroding the rules-based order, and Trump showing himself to be an unreliable partner, it is vital that the UK steps up on defence. That's why I'm pleased to be moving this amendment, which would cement our position as the party leading on defence. It intends to achieve 3 things. 1, to embed a commitment to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence as soon as possible, and to fund this without cutting international aid. 2, to strengthen our call for cross-party talks to agree on how to reach 3% of GDP on defence. 3, to commit us to working with our European partners to set up a new rearmament bank. Given the scale of the challenges facing us, Conference, it is only right that we move further and faster on ramping up defence spending. It is vital that we commit to reaching 2.5% GDP on defence as soon as possible, and faster than the government's proposed timeline of April 2027. This would allow us to reverse cuts made to the army under the Conservatives, who took the shameful decision to slash troop numbers by 10,000, even as war raged on our continent. The amendment also sets out our proposal to fund the increase to 2.5% by raising the digital service tax from 2 to 10%, impacting the largest social media and tech companies. This would generate funding in a way which does not undermine the UK's vital soft power, unlike the government's plans to slash the aid budget. Labour are not moving fast enough on defence spending and are making cuts which will undermine the UK's security at home and soft power abroad. The Conservatives, meanwhile, have shattered any claims that they are the party of defence. through their disastrous management of our armed forces while in government. The Liberal Democrats understand the gravity of the security challenges we face. Several of my colleagues, including myself, have served in our armed forces and seen firsthand the sacrifices that our incredible service personnel make to defend this country. We're the only party that will invest properly in our military and lead on defence. This also means strengthening engagement with our European partners. As Europe looks set to begin a once-in-a-generation drive for rearmament, the UK should be at the heart of that process. That's why I believe a commitment to a rearmament bank is so important. It would allow us to access more finance for defence programmes, boosting jobs at home and helping us to meet our security commitments, while also expanding defence cooperation with our continental allies. Conference, I encourage you to support this amendment. It will strengthen our work to reduce the UK's strategic reliance on the US, meet our commitments to Ukraine, and enhance our collective security in the face of Putin's barbarism. It will confirm what to many is already clear, that the Liberal Democrats are the party of defence.
Thank you, Helen. Will Samuel Jackson please stand by? And I now call James McCleary MP for Lewis and our Europe spokesperson to move Amendment 2.
Good afternoon, Conference, and thank you to Callum and to Helen for both the motion and the amendment so far. At the beginning of this week, I was in Brussels as part of the UK delegation to the Parliamentary Partnership Assembly. The PPA was established as part of the Brexit arrangements to provide democratic oversight for the withdrawal agreement. At the Assembly, I spoke about the urgent need for a youth mobility scheme, a defence pact, and a new customs union with the European Union. Ambitious ideas that stood in marked contrast to Labour MPs, who, while seeming to agree with most, if not all of that, are so tightly wrapped up in their pre-election red lines that they were forced to continue trotting out empty rhetoric about resets and ruthless pragmatism, whatever that is. For 5 years now, we've lived with the consequences of the Conservatives' botched Brexit deal and the disintegration of economic ties with our closest and most important trading partners. We've seen the impact up and down our country. Mountains of red tape for businesses, declining exports to Europe, and the disintegration of economic ties as small and medium businesses struggle to even survive. But if ignoring the damage the deal was a luxury that Labour in particular felt they could afford before, now the situation has changed. Driven by the return of Donald Trump to the White House, Trump has already hit the UK with new tariffs on steel and aluminium, with plans for even harsher levies earmarked for the 2nd of April, just days from now. Meanwhile, the growing danger of stagflation at home threatens to wipe out any prospects of economic growth. As we face these twin threats, we also need to give the economy the boost it needs to generate jobs, encourage investment, and rebuild trust in British business. That's why, Conference, I am delighted to propose this amendment to this excellent motion, which, if passed, would commit the UK to securing a new customs union agreement with the EU by 2030 at the latest. A new customs union would reduce the need for significant checks and controls on goods, cutting red tape currently holding British businesses back, most importantly on rules of origin. I'm immensely proud that our leader, Ed Davey, took a stance on a new customs union earlier this year, positioning the Liberal Democrats as the only party championing genuine opportunities for economic growth, which will bolster our resilience in the face of Trump's anti-trade, pro-tariff agenda. As part of our roadmap for Europe, we have already been working hard to pressure the government on strengthening ties with our European friends. This has included pushing for an agreement on a reciprocal youth mobility scheme, which would restore to our young people the opportunities to live, work and travel across Europe while boosting British employers by helping them recruit the workers they need, a clear win-win for the UK and Europe. I warmly recommend this amendment to Conference. A new UK-EU customs union is both a plan to deal with Trump and to grow our economy. And how urgently do we need to do both?
Thank you, James. Will Andrew Hudson please stand by? And I now call Samuel Jackson from Calderdale to propose Amendment 3.
Good afternoon, Conference. Today marks 1,122 days since the start of Russia's illegal and unjustifiable war against Ukraine. In that time, Ukraine has witnessed the death of upwards of 80,000 of her service members and over 12,000 of her civilians, as well as over 170 billion euros worth of damage inflicted upon her. Despite all that, the nation has fought determinedly to maintain her national sovereignty and dignity and to restore her territorial integrity. It is disheartening that Ukraine's fate rests in the hands of Donald Trump. As a Republican, a member of the party of Ronald Reagan, he should have found a natural ally in Volodymyr Zelensky, an actor turned politician who is fighting steadfast for his nation's freedoms against Russia. But no, Donald Trump has shown greater camaraderie with Vladimir Putin, an authoritarian strongman seeking to subjugate a free nation through military force in order to bolster the power and prestige of the country that he rules to the detriment of its citizens. Ukraine simply does not have a champion in Donald Trump. He has berated them for not accepting unfavourable peace terms, and he has attempted to coerce them into signing over their mineral rights. With Ukraine kept at an arm's length away from US-Russian peace talks, there is every fear that Ukraine will be press-ganged into a peace deal in which she had no say and which will effectively punish her whilst rewarding Vladimir Putin. With Yorkshire and Humber's amendment to F14, we would urge the UK government to continue our country's long-standing support for Ukraine by ensuring that they get a fully participatory and equal role in the peace talks meant to bring about an end to the conflict inflicted upon their country. Ukraine's status as a free and sovereign nation has always been in jeopardy throughout the fighting. And that status needs to be recognised, reaffirmed, and exercised in bringing about a just and stable peace. Conference, it is for those reasons why I urge you to support Amendment 3 to F14. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Will Sean MacLeod please stand by? And I now call Andrew Hudson from Westmoreland, Furness and Eden to speak against the motion as a whole.
All right, now I agree with the sentiments behind the motion, being a supporter of the son of Incretin, but apart from anything else, it keeps getting overtaken by events. Although the proposed amendments to the second part have gone some way to bring it up to date. The second part, if amended, is less problematic. It takes into account the situation arising from the incumbent in the White House, but it needs a bit more thought, particularly with the fluidity of the situation. Should we, for instance, call for a prohibition on Elon Musk entering the country after his threats of civil war? I also query why certain MPs are using X on their website as a form of communication. A reference back would still face the same problems as events move quickly. The first part is argued out of date. It doesn't go far enough, given the events since the closing date for motions, which a drafting amendment brings reference to J.D. Vance, but not the threat to the judiciary. In fact, I'm not sure also the Republican Party policy is the problem so much as a failure to stand up to Trump. It is Trump that is the Republican in name only, and he's certainly not a Conservative, which is going to, and Republicans will have to start challenging them before he destroys the Republicans. Ironically, the best hope in the short term lies with them. The biggest criticism is they aren't challenging Trump, who's certainly come a long way from the first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln. The one thing America won't do is make America great again. It was the exact opposite to the American firsters that did make America the dominant world power under Roosevelt. Also, the Supreme Court, thankfully, is starting to act as a check on the policies, although it's been packed with Trump's own nominees. It is, hopefully, developing a life of its own, as Eisenhower found out under Earl Warren. Governments, I accept, have to use more diplomatic language. I would go further than the movers in another thing, in that I would query the patriotism of some of the voices on the right who are apologists for Trump, such as the Honourable Member for Washington. I think you all know who I'm referring to. A term once applied to John Bright, who at least had honourable intentions in support for President Lincoln. The snivelling cretin, which shouldn't use, has already made it quite clear where we stand. So that's where he got the term to the Trump administration. And that we're the only mainstream party that's prepared to stand up to Trump. In a way, it makes the motion superfluous. It is also, again, out of date. Should we really be wasting our time discussing this when there's more pressing issues? In fact, the fact we're discussing one individual shows the effect Trump is having on the political process in other countries. It's time, let's say, we've stopped letting him set the agenda.
Thank you, Andrew. Will Abriel Joram please stand by? And I now call Sean MacLeod from East Hampshire, who is speaking for the motion as a whole.
Good afternoon, everybody. I strongly support this motion and the cross-party backing for robust principled support for Ukraine and for allies like Canada unexpectedly finding themselves in the White House sites. It is truly shocking to see moves that undermine basic tenets of international law and are profoundly anti-democratic being made by and on behalf of an American president. To highlight just a few, the cessation of US military aid and intelligence support to Ukraine, the summary closure of USAID and cancellation of significant assistance to people in need in Ukraine, Sudan, Gaza and elsewhere, the ending of support to Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia and Voice of America. The motion's drafters have had their work cut out trying to keep up with rapidly moving events. I commend their efforts, whilst noting that increased space for Chinese influence in the Global South is only one of many potential consequences of such decisions. It is certainly not the United States nor the American people that stand to benefit from the unravelling of the achievements of previous presidents and generations of lawmakers, military personnel, diplomats, and other American citizens. The best way for President Trump to refute accusations that he is operating in the interests of Vladimir Putin would be to reinstate support for respected institutions like Radio Free Europe and to demonstrate commitment to helping Ukraine defend itself and to defending its interests. I particularly endorse the third proposed amendment today. Ukraine is a sovereign nation with a legal and moral right to be central to negotiations affecting its future. Until just a few weeks ago, this principle would have had no stauncher defender than the American administration. I have focused on US foreign policy, but today we should also think about the many people losing their livelihoods, fearing loss of academic or artistic freedom, being confronted with instructions they believe to be immoral, or bravely challenging actions they know to be illegal. It is right that I believe that the UK should make every effort to act as a positive influence on the Trump administration. But we must also make clear an unwavering support for Americans working to keep alive the spirit of freedom and democracy for a future beyond Trump. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Will Jacqueline Denny please stand by? And I now call Abriel Joram from Durham, who is speaking against lines 7 to 8 of Amendment 1.
Conference. I'd like to support Amendment 1 there, but there are two very simple reasons why I can't. Firstly, it doesn't stand up to the most basic of scrutiny. Let me take you through the numbers. Currently, according to the House of Commons Library, the GDP of the UK is 2.848 trillion. 2.5% of that is 71 billion. Our current defence spending, also according to House of Commons Library, is 56.9 billion. That means we need about 14 billion more per year in defence spending to get to 2.5. So we plan to do that by increasing the digital service tax fivefold. most recently, in the most recent data I can find, in 2023, the digital service tax brought in revenue 670 million. Multiply that 5, you get 3.35 billion. That is, anyone knows that's nowhere near the 14 billion it would take to get spending up to 2.5%. There are some experts, to be charitable, which said that the digital service tax might get up to bring in 1 billion a year. Times that by 5, you get 5 billion. Still nowhere near the 14. There's another reason I cannot support it. Conference, Daisy sitting right here in front of me, but conference, I'd like you to turn your mind back 3 conferences ago, I think, when Daisy got up here on the stage in Bournemouth, and said that we will increase digital service tax to pay for our mental health services, partly because social medias are causing a decline in mental health, and they should pay somewhat to repair the damages of that. Callum was right when he said it was wrong to fund our increase on defence on the backs of the most vulnerable. Conference, our MPs have been brave. Should we tell them that, thank you for that, let's go and focus on another group by undermining all of the Lib Dems plans that they have to help people who struggle with their mental health? So those are the 2 reasons I can't support this motion. 1, it does exactly what we have tried to avoid by increasing defence spending on the backs of the vulnerable. And 2, we're doing it for a motion that clearly just can't stand up to the most basic of scrutiny. Thank you.
Thank you, Ebriel. So will Leon Devine please stand by? And I now call Jacqueline Denny from Hammersmith and Fulham to speak for the motion.
Hello, everyone. I'm a British citizen and an immigrant from the US, and I'm speaking on support of the full motion. I also view the proposed moves as, so many slings and arrows against Farage and reform, and I really support that. 2 birds, 1 stone, government efficiency, hey. So as someone whose entire family still lives in the US, I have a lot of skin in this particular game. I grew up also hearing all about the separation of powers in the US and how it was so cleverly designed to be a bulwark against dictators and runaway power. And yet, within 3 months, a clearly unintelligible, inartful buffoon is dismantling it right in front of our eyes. So the strength that we thought we had is not so strong after all. It's a common phrase that the US sneezes and the world catches a cold. So when we have people like Trump holding that tissue box and threatening to also withhold that, we're in for a heck of a cold season. And that's to say nothing about the measles, polio, bird flu, tuberculosis that they're incubating over there now. So the UK is a proud and mighty country with centuries of fascinating history, and I've personally invested a lot of my time and effort to be here. So I say this with my full heart, this is a country I do love. And I'm not doing this as a nod to nationalism, but really a hat tip to the country before I say this. It is a small country, and we need herd immunity now from whatever it is that Trump is cooking up. We need more strength, more alliances if we are to get through this. We need to strengthen our shared values with our friends in the EU, while also increasing our defensive capabilities in-house. We need a show of strength, as this is the only form of communication that Trump understands. But we can craft a beneficent strength, which is the language that we know. At the same time, we need heart. Whether it's Ukraine and Palestine or other countries such as Yemen and Sudan, how can we stand by and continue to support further destruction and or death in those regions, whether it's wars, climate change-related devastation? We live in a globalized economy, and as a purported wealthy country, we have a moral and strategic responsibility to support the oppressed, the invaded, the innocent. Under Trump, so many of the core values that we hold are labeled as woke and smacked on the behind as they're thrown in the fire pit. We need to stand up now. We cannot stand by. And none of this would be possible if we let corporations influence in elections, like we're seeing with the kind of parasitic behavior with Trump and Elon. Now is the time to act, and I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Jacqueline was a first-time speaker. Will Noel Hadji-Michael stand by, and I now call Leon Devine of Bassett Law, who is speaking against lines 71 to 74.
Conference. There is much to support in this motion. Trump may be a 4-year anomaly as president, and in 2029, a new US president will be there to try and mend the broken bridges with Europe, with Canada, and the rest of the democratic world. But there may not be. Trump may be replaced by the likes of J.D. Vance or one of the Trump offspring, trying to continue the isolationist policies we have seen since January the 20th. We must prepare for a world, and for Europe, where the USA is no longer active in defending democracy. However, the lines in the motion about maintaining what is called the UK nuclear deterrent are misplaced in this motion. I proposed an amendment to remove them, but I was told this is not the occasion for debate on nuclear weapons. But if that's the case, why include those lines? The reason why they are misplaced is that if we are to have a defence policy that isn't relying on Trump's America, then we need to be honest enough to say that our nuclear deterrent is based on Trident missiles leased from and maintained by the USA, missiles that have failed spectacularly on 2 of the most recent tests. That deterrent cannot be part of that defence policy. If we are to stand with our European allies, without the backing of the USA, these missiles are worse than useless, because they eat up 6% of our defence budget, £3 billion annually, money that could be far better spent on building up UK's stockpile of conventional defence equipment, which has been run down to dangerous levels. And this is even before we start looking at the costs of the new Dreadnought submarines, which will also use US missiles, currently budgeted at £41 million, but is bound to rise. The threat to Europe is now. We need soldiers, sailors, airmen now. We need the right equipment in place now. We need to be able to deter military aggression. We need to be able to boost our cyber defence to stop bots interfering with our vital infrastructure, elections and media. We need to boost overseas aid, which I'm very glad to see is in one of the amendments, and to wield soft power in developing nations. We do not need to be spending money on a nuclear deterrent we do not fully control, we are not sure will work, and would probably not deter a tyrant like Putin, who seems quite glad to sacrifice many of his own people to achieve his ends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leon. Will Jamie Little please stand by? And I now call Noel Hadjimichael from Kingston Borough, who is Chair of Lib Dem Friends of the Armed Forces and is speaking for Amendment 1.
Thank you very much. I didn't prepare a speech today because 45 years ago I joined up as a 16-year-old to serve in the Royal Australian Navy. You do some things when you're young, sometimes you regret them, sometimes you don't. The most important thing about this motion is that it has been the work of many rather than the few. Parliamentarians, people who have skin in the game, people who are subject matter experts, but many others, from the original motion to the group of amendments before you, which I all support, for the simple reason that it is a response to President Trump. We have a long tradition of having a strong and robust relationship with the United States. Yes, they may be cousins to some. We have family that are even closer, and that's why what's happened to Canada means so much to so many of us in this room. But as Liberals, who are practical, who are progressive, and who are deeply patriotic, this is the balance. This is the strength that we need. We have details in the original motion and in the amendments that deal with all of the strongest headaches we face. It has been a shocking time since the President took office for the second time. But this is not an anti-American motion. This is not a motion against one of our strongest and most dear relationships, people to people. We are Liberals because we believe in the Atlantic Charter from the 1940s. We are Liberals because we stood up with Social Democrats and Conservatives in the Cold War. We are Liberals that should vote overwhelmingly in favour of the motion, in favour of the amendments, send a message to the administration, but importantly, send a message to the American people. We are their good friend, but we are their critical friend, and we are putting the interests of the United Kingdom first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Noel. Will David Chalmers please stand by? And I now call Janie Little, who's Vice Chair of Lib Dem Women, to speak for parts of the drafting amendment.
I'm speaking today on behalf of Lib Dem Women, the official body in the party representing women. Women's fundamental rights across the globe are under threat, but this motion only mentions women in one line, and abortion is not mentioned at all, and this is not good enough. In 2021, the day after Texas banned abortions from as early as 6 weeks, Jocelyn Barnica went to hospital with cramps. She returned a day later, and it was clear that she was going to have a miscarriage that would put her at risk of an infection. But because of the abortion ban in Texas, doctors could not intervene until the fetus no longer had a heartbeat. Only after a heartbeat could no longer be detected did the doctor treat the miscarriage. But it was too late. Jocelyn Barnica died within days, and numerous medical experts said that this was preventable. On June the 24th, 2022, the US Supreme Court justices overturned Roe v. Wade, taking away the constitutional right to abortion. Trump appointed the justices who casted the deciding votes. Now, millions and millions of women in the US are affected by total abortion bans. It is a dark time for women across the globe, and it is in no small part due to the actions of the previous and the current Trump administrations. On the 24th of January this year, Trump reinstated the global gag rule, which prevents NGOs who provide abortion services or who advocate for abortion rights from receiving aid from the US. Billions of dollars of foreign aid are affected by this, and 690 million women of reproductive age live in countries that are impacted by the global gag rule. This will lead to more unintended pregnancies, unsafe abortions, reduced access to contraception, and maternal deaths. So we as Lib Dem Women think that this motion should have included a full condemnation of the withdrawal of the right to choose for American women. Reform are now calling for abortion rights to be debated in the UK, so this is very much on our doorstep as well. And as we've heard earlier today, women made up just 28% of Lib Dem candidates in the last general election, and young women in particular are really severely underrepresented in the party. We have to do better. It is for the good of the party, but it is also fundamentally the right thing to do. Regardless, please vote for the motion, but we hope to see more on women's rights in this space in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Janie. Will Baroness Smith please stand by? And I now call David Chalmers, who's the Chair of the Federal International Relations Committee, who will be speaking for parts of the drafting amendment.
Okay. Good afternoon, Conference. This motion addresses the most critical international issue of our times: how to deal with the Trump second presidency and the unprecedented situation where our once-time closest ally, the USA, has not just become unreliable, but is now actually aligned with Vladimir Putin's Russia, whilst threatening the territorial sovereignty of NATO allies Canada and Denmark. FERC has debated and endorsed this motion and submitted drafting amendments, and, as others have mentioned, will advise as the situation evolves. Much of our focus is rightly on the security and international implications of the Trump presidency, But we must not forget what is happening inside the US itself. Attacks to undermine the justice system, the very constitutional basis of the Republic, gutting the Justice Department, threatening to impeach judges, imprison their political opponents, and attack human rights. And it is the treatment of LGBT people, and in particular trans people, that as liberals should most concern us. On day one, Trump issued an executive order only recognizing two sexes, male and female, with all the legal implications. Trans women who have lived many years as women are most at risk, with several already having their passports stamped N to denote male, their sex at birth. As trans women are now legally designated as men, they risk falling foul of laws in some states that as they leave their homes prohibit men from wearing women's clothes in public. Many LGBT US citizens, out of fear, are considering seeking refuge in this country. And British citizens, especially trans people, are in danger of visiting the USA. We have evidence of at least 3 Germans recently arrested. The French academic turned away at the border because of social media containing criticism of Trump. Several governments, including Germany, have already warned their citizens against visiting. And the cuts to US aid will impact some of the most vulnerable people around the world, only exacerbated by the short-sighted cuts to the UK's international aid budget. In particular, NGOs serving LGBT groups for women's reproductive rights and those empowering democracy and fighting AIDS have seen drastic cuts in their funding. I would also like to specifically speak for Amendment 3, which is fully endorsed by FERC, calling for a UK customs union as the most logical and achievable next step in our roadmap to develop a closer relationship with the EU, that improve productivity and bring the much-needed wealth to our nation. We know from our sister parties that along with the Youth Mobility Scheme and closer cooperation in defence and security, these steps will be welcomed and most easily accepted by the EU and its member states. LGBT campaigners in the US and senior civil Democrat politicians have asked me to express their thanks to our party for caring about what is happening to their country. Please support this motion and Amendments 1, 2 and 3 and send a clear message to Trump and to J.D. Vance. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now, nobody has spoken against Amendments 2 and 3, so I'll ask Daisy Cooper to stand by, and I now call Baroness Smith of Newham, our Lord Spokesperson on Defence, to summate for Amendment 1.
Thank you. Slight amendment. I'm actually Smith of Newnham, not Newham. So anyone who is from Newham and wonders why you never see me in Newham, it's because actually I don't have any links with Newham. But I'd be very happy to come and visit. Fellow Liberal Democrats, Amendment 1 seeks to address something that matters fundamentally, ensuring that our defence expenditure is sufficient or moving in the right direction. His Majesty's government has made some of the right noises, but isn't going far enough and isn't going fast enough. Andrew Hudson said this motion wasn't needed or wasn't the right motion because we were running too slowly, we were being overtaken by events. And there is a real danger of that because since the 20th of January, it seems that every day there has been a new executive order. And just this week, Donald Trump talked about the new fighter jet, the 6th generation, the F-47. And he said that that fighter jet was going to be one that they're all asking for, all the allies are interested in. And he said, well, we might give it to them, but we'll tone it down or sell it to them, obviously, because maybe one day they won't be our allies, right? So that is why Amendment 1 and this motion are so important. But Abriel Jaram tried to hold us to account, rightly so, to say we hadn't got the numbers right. So I have got some detailed numbers, not from the House of Commons. The proposal comes on the basis of numbers from the Office of Budgetary Responsibility. So forgive me, I'm going to be looking down and being very boring and detailed. The current, to raise expenditure to 2.5% of GDP by 2930 would be about £5.2 billion a year. At that point, having the digital tax at 10% would be raising £4.1 billion a year. There is a gap of about £1 billion. That's all at 2024-25 prices. And the difference of £1.1 billion would be from capital expenditure, capital costs which have already been raised. So, raised by the party. So we believe that the numbers do work, and on that basis, I would very much urge people to vote for Amendment 1 and vote for the motion as amended, as I hope you will, because it really matters that our country is able to speak up for defence, stand up for Ukraine, and make sure that even if the United States has become an unreliable partner, we are safe and secure, and so are our partners and allies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Finally, I'd like to call Daisy Cooper, MP for St Albans and the Deputy Leader of the party, who will be summating for the motion as a whole.
Thank you, Conference, and thank you for those fantastic speeches and a wonderful debate, and a debate that makes me feel proud once again to be a Liberal Democrat. Callum started the debate by comparing the heroism of the Battle of Britain pilot John Paddy Hemingway and comparing that with the vulgarity of J.D. Vance. Helen, Julie and Noel talked to Amendment 1 to highlight that we are now facing some of the biggest threats since the Second World War and the importance of spending more on defence, not by cutting international aid, but increasing digital services taxes and putting our full backing behind the idea of a rearmament bank, which will help leverage private sector investment. Noel as well reminded us of the importance of those personal connections that underpin our military alliances, particularly for those serving in the armed forces. On Amendment 2, James reminded us about the impact of the disintegration of our relations with our European allies and the impact of Trump's tariffs that are already being wielded on our steel and aluminium sectors. He highlighted the importance of boosting our UK economy with a bespoke customs union and the importance of a youth mobility scheme as well. On Amendment 3, Samuel reminded us of the damage that is being inflicted on Ukraine and the devastating loss of life. I believe fundamentally in what Amendment 3 says. There should be no discussion about Ukraine without Ukraine at the table. Jacqueline and Sean talked about solidarity with Canada and the rising threat from China and the damage of cutting international aid. Leon, although disagreeing with some of the lines, did highlight the very important issue about protecting from electoral interference and protecting our continued strength through soft power. Janie, you spoke very powerfully about the abortion ban and the impact that is having on women in the States. Whilst abortion itself is a conscience issue in the UK Parliament, I can give you my personal firm commitment that we as a parliamentary party will continue to champion the rights of women here in the UK and abroad. Gabriel challenged me on the costings, and Julie has given a firm rebuttal. But let me just say that we will absolutely not make this a choice between defending our nation and defending the mental and physical health of people in this country. Health and wealth are two sides of the same coin, and that is why we are determined to continue to grow our economy, including by having a UK-EU customs union that will give us the growth to raise the money to pay for the public services and get them back on their feet. And David reminded us that it is not just about a military fight. He highlighted the threats to the judiciary and the justice system in the US as well. Conference. Whether it is on the economy or defence, Trump has shown himself to be unreliable and unpredictable. It is vital that we reduce our strategic reliance on the US. And as the threats that we face continue to grow, the UK must move closer to those partners that we know we can trust. If we pass this motion together with all of the amendments, the motion will cement the idea that we Liberal Democrats are the party leading on questions of national defence and security, advocating opportunities for our economy and future-proofing it against Trump's irrational anti-trade policies, and standing up for Ukraine in the face of attempts by Trump and Putin to carve it up. Conferences has been a fantastic debate, a wonderful reminder of why I am a Liberal Democrat. I am grateful to Callum, James, Helen and the team for showing extraordinary leadership and standing up for the Liberal values in which we all believe. Please vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy. So we now move to a series of 4 votes on this motion, the first 3 of which are already open online. So if you get your passes ready to vote, can I see all those in favour of Amendment 1? Thank you. And can I see those against Amendment 1? What tiny number? Yep, and there's only 1 against online, so that is very clearly carried. Can I now see those in favour of Amendment 2? Thank you. And can I see those against Amendment 2? Yeah, again, very clearly carried both here and online. And can I see those in favour of Amendment 3? Thank you. And can I see those against Amendment 3? I'm not sure I can see anybody. Yeah, so no, that was NEMCON online as well. So yes, Amendment 3 very clearly carried. So the vote on the substantive is now open online. And can I see all those in favour of the motion as amended by all 3 amendments? Thank you. And can I see those against? Again, I'm struggling to see anyone against. Sure, there's somebody somewhere, but I can't see any. We do have 1 against online. Yeah, but yeah, it's very, very, very clearly carried. So thank you to my aides. Thank you to my aides, Hannah Kitching and Lord Mohammed, and to all the speakers in this fantastic debate, as Daisy said, very passionate debate, and to the very many members who submitted cards that we did not have time to call. So I now hand over to Chris Mains, who will chair item F15.
Conference, if you are leaving the hall, could you do so as quickly as possible so we can move on to the final session of the day? We're moving to the final session of the day, which is some reports from federal boards. The first one is the report of the federal board, but I think, as conference are aware, Mark Pack is unwell this weekend, so can I call Jeremy Hargreaves, the Vice Chair of the federal board, to move the report.
Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon, everyone. As Chris said, our President Mark is sadly slightly unwell these few days, so I'm speaking this afternoon on behalf of the board. I'm one of its vice chairs. I would like to start the report from the federal board by thanking many of those who work with the board day after day, going well beyond what we can reasonably ask of them to do to run our party. That starts with our Chief Executive, Mike Dixon, and the whole party staff team, as well as all the people in this hall and beyond who play many very important roles helping our party to operate, and all the members who contribute to the board's work. A particular thank you to Rachel Minshull, the company secretary, who directly supports the board's work very efficiently, and a special thanks to Chris White, who's standing down as a councillor in May, so he'll be leaving the board after a long and diligent stint on the board. One of the Federal Board's key responsibilities is overseeing the party's strategy and creating it, and then ensuring the party actually implements it effectively. Now, you don't need me to tell you there's a lot going on in the strategic political environment within which the party operates over the last year, from having a new government with its own priorities and difficulties, the rise of reform, challenge of Trump, and much more. We held a consultation session this morning on party strategy, at which many of you fed in your views about how we as a party should respond to all those. At the heart of our strategy at the moment has to be incumbency, making sure we hold the seats at both parliamentary and council level that we now hold. Retaining our seats is not something we can take for granted. But of course, we're also making sure that we make the most of the new opportunities, both to challenge Labour and to face up to reform. So as a party, we will continue to focus relentlessly on the issues that matter most to voters, both where we are already elected and as campaigners. To make sure the party is in the strongest position it can be for the next elections and beyond, and drawing on the general election review, we're also prioritising work on the party's diversity and on our membership. On diversity, there are three priorities for our work. Firstly, improving our diversity data for members. You can improve what you measure. Secondly, the money we contribute. Getting more canvassing going in areas with large ethnic minority communities. And thirdly, improving ethnic diversity at both local and Westminster elected levels via both the Racial Diversity Campaign and Project Stella, and also by ringing through our members. On membership, we're focusing on three things that we all as members bring to our party. The campaigning and activism we all bring, the money we contribute, and the talent pool that our members form to be candidates and play all the many crucial roles in running our party that many of us in this hall hold. There's more we can do as a party to support our members on all of these three, and we're developing plans for them. Our members, their beliefs and values are both what make us who we are as an organisation and a community, and they are also our biggest resource. Lastly, to finish, since our written report went to print, there are a few further specific items I have to report to you on behalf of the board. Firstly, our landlord for our 8 headquarters in Vincent Square in London has given us notice to leave as they want to redevelop that building. And as it happens, that's well timed as it gives us the right opportunity to reassess what office space is right for us in a world both having now 72 MPs, but also a world of ongoing remote working. Secondly, I'm glad to report that the Federal Appeals Panel upheld in their case number 64 the way that the board draws up definitions for use in the complaints process. And also to report to you that in the legal action brought against the party by Jo Hayes, the courts upheld the party's right to expel her over the treatment of a member of staff and another point. Thirdly, on behalf of the Federal People Development Committee, FPDC, I want to report to you that the Lib Dem Friends of Israel has now completed its migration from our old AO-SAO system to the new affiliated organisation structure. So that means that Lib Dem Friends of Israel is now an approved affiliated organisation in the new structure. Following a full recruitment process, the board has reappointed David Crowther as Federal Returning Officer. And lastly, to let you know that there is a vacancy for a Vice Chair of the Racial Diversity Campaign. Please do consider applying or encouraging someone you think will be good to do so. That completes my updates from the written Federal Board report, and I'd like to ask you to think about voting for our report.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. People will see that we have quite a few questions to the Federal report, which are in today's conference daily on page 15 to 18. So I will ask people to be very brief in their supplementaries. Rather than read all the questions, I will just refer to them by number. The first one is question 1 from Councillor Donna Harris.
Thank you, Donna. And as you say, the party will soon, under legal requirements, have to publish anonymised diversity data about candidates. Clearly, as I understand it, we are expecting that requirement to come, but that we do not yet have detailed information about exactly what information they want or in what format. Once that is available, clearly the party will expect to comply with that legal requirement, and I would imagine, I'm sure that will be done in discussion between the federal party and the state parties, which will continue clearly to have much responsibility for candidates.
Donna, do you have a supplementary? Can you make your way to the supplementary mic?
Thanks for that. Can I ask how the Federal Board will actually work with Lib Dem women and all the other diversity AOs to bring that to them? And how quickly it will be done as well?
Yeah, how quickly the Federal Board will work with the diversity Os on that data. Okay. I mean, much of the Federal Board's work on this area, as you know, is done through the Federal People Development Committee, which lots of the diversity Os, I think, all represented on and a part of. I think one of the things that you're referring to there, which I might perhaps make sure that happens efficiently, I wonder if I could just skip on to the second question, because I think it does relate to that quite a lot, actually. The question there is, I think it relates, you can ask me supplementary if you don't agree in a minute, but I think the second question says that Lib Dem women asked for some information from the candidates and it's taken a long time to get it. You are absolutely right, and I'm here to say sorry on behalf of the Federal Board for that. You asked for that over quite a long period, I think you said about 6 months, and that's taken a long time to come, and I'm sorry that's happened. I think that's, you may know this, has come about from a misunderstanding about what exactly it was you were asking for. I think your request for information about the last election was misunderstood as information about this Parliament. I think most of that information has now come to you, and the last bit of it, which I think not all of it has, I've been told should be with you in the next few days. So that should happen efficiently. That clearly is a bit of that didn't happen as it should have done, and we're keen to make sure that it does happen efficiently. While you're going to the microphone, I wanted to add also, one good consequence of the slight misunderstanding is that it has got thinking happening about how that happens looking forward and through this Parliament, which I guess is something you're probably also interested in as well. So hopefully there is the scope to collaborate there effectively.
Thank you. That question was from Eleanor Kelly. Did you want to ask a supplementary?
No, we just wanted to say we completely understand that there's been some misunderstanding there, and we're really looking forward to working with the Federal Board and HQ to improve that diversity data and carry on the conversation. And if I need to ask a question, I would like to ask if anybody from the Federal Board might be in attendance at our panel event discussing how we can achieve gender parity across the candidate list by 2028 this evening.
I'm sure you are welcome, not just members of the Federal Board, but anyone in the hall to come to your event this evening, which you've very effectively plugged there. Good. Okay.
Question 3, and please don't use the opportunity to plug everything you're doing this weekend. Question 3 is a joint question from John Grout and Christopher Johnson. Will one of them make their way to the intervention mic if they want to ask a supplementary?
Thank you. Thank you to both of you for an important pair of questions. Given what's happening with Trump and Canada and related issues, and a lot of things which we previously assumed would never happen now seem to be becoming possible, these are important points for us to think about. You may also have seen as well some of the press coverage in the States recently over the recent change of ownership of NGP Van, our provider, and how that's all working out. So we are very much, as the party, keeping our minds open on who we use as our suppliers in future. There is a significant benefit for us generally in using a supplier like NGP Van, as their scale and the sensitivity of their American clients means that they put a lot of resource into it, into security and other aspects of service than we could probably otherwise afford. So there are benefits there. The Lib Dem Software Group does a lot of work working with our sister parties which are already developing various digital tools, and we would encourage anyone with expertise in that relevant digital area to get in touch with that group, the Lib Dem Software Group, to work with them on that if you're interested to do that. So we are keeping an open mind on that, and we're well aware of some of the issues, though I have to say I think at the moment we are still a long way from moving away to that, away from NGP Van, but we are keeping an open mind.
Okay, I can't see anybody by the intervention mic, so I'll move on to the next question, which is question 4 by Abriel Jerome.
Thank you. You asked, do we need to have the same willingness to reinvent ourselves in this Parliament as we did the next? What I think we certainly need to do is we need to ask ourselves the same searching questions about how the general election and the run-up to it went. And we have had, as you know, a full external review of our general election. As we always do, it's in our constitution requiring us to have it. So there has been a full review, general election review, and indeed it's made many recommendations, one of which we spent some time talking about earlier today. So I think we certainly need to ask ourselves very searching questions as we did last time. I think it wouldn't be surprising if we drew some slightly different conclusions this time. In 2019, we significantly underperformed, getting, I think, 11 MPs. This time, I think we're happy to say we greatly overperformed against our expectations, and we had 72 MPs. So I think probably we will be drawing different conclusions from it this time. You are clearly right in your reference that the next general election will be unlike the last, and that's true. I think there is a general view that it is still very early in the Parliament to say what the contours of the next general election will be politically, but our task is to get ourselves in the best shape for it, and the general election review sets out a plan of action for doing that. I have to say it recommends continuing to do some of the things we did very well and effectively in the last Parliament, learning from 2019, as well as some new things which we've been talking about today. So I think as a board and as a party, we are well aware of the difference of context and the need to prepare as well as we can at this stage in the Parliament to be as successful as possible at the next general election.
Thank you. I can't see Abriel vote here, so can we move on to question 5 from Simon Hughes?
Thank you. Simon, I think there's 3 types of elections I'd answer this in. Firstly, the federal party's election regulations, both the ones which are in force now and the ones in about 2 minutes I'm going to ask you to approve as revised ones, they do make this provision. For parliamentary candidates, given the changes going on there, I will pass that on to the chair of the JCSC to take that forward in their front. For local council selections, those remain state party matters, so that is a question to raise with the English party.
Simon, did you have a supplementary?
And thanks for the general work. I think there is also an issue for the federal party to set a stand. We've talked about diversity a lot and gender equality a lot, but it is still possible for local parties, firstly, to have elections which don't require postal voting for those who are digitally excluded, and secondly, to do nothing about making sure that in mixed wards there are both female and male candidates and candidates from global majority communities, not all white candidates. There is absolutely no requirement, and sadly, often we don't deliver. Can you have a look at what the federal level of the party can do? I will also work, obviously, with the English level and local party constitutions, but we've got to change our whole approach to this. We have too many white male candidates, bluntly, standing for local election, and too few female and non-white candidates standing for local elections.
Thank you. Simon, I will do 2 things. Firstly, I will pass that on to the JCSC, who will look at this in more detail, I'm sure. And secondly, we've been talking quite a bit about diversity data in a number of different ways, so I think that is very much a priority in the ways you talked about, and other ways as well, to take forward in this Parliament. So I think that is a priority for the board to do that.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we run out of time as far as the questions are concerned. People who have asked questions will receive a written response in due course. So can we just vote to accept the Federal Board report, please? Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? Thank you very much. That is accepted. And I'm going to call Jeremy back to the microphone to move F16. And will Michael Berwick-Gooding stand by?
Thank you, Chair. I'm here now to propose to you to the updated election regulations, which always happens periodically in the run-up to our internal elections, which will be happening later this year. Some of you may remember our internal election regulations were largely written in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and by about 5 years ago, they looked like one of those patchwork quilts that people would stitch things on, and they did just about worked, but it was a lot of bits that didn't really hang together. So about 3 or 4 years ago, there was a substantial, complete rewrite of those regulations to take into account such novelties as the invention of the internet and things like that. So there was a complete new set of election regulations about 3 years ago. There was an independent review of the election by an individual appointed to do that, who took a lot of evidence from party members, both voters, candidates, staff, all sorts of stakeholders in those elections. That was done by a man called Nick Manners. That recommended some improvement. Well, it actually recommended mostly that those new regulations worked pretty well, but unsurprisingly, there were a few rough edges which needed to be smoothed off. So there's a few of those in the version set out in the reports to conference. And because I know if there's one thing better than reading the election regulations once, it's reading it twice. They are set out in both the changes form and then a version of what it would look like if you approve those. So those are mostly pretty technical, and I won't go through those in detail. I want to just highlight two things. Firstly, separately to that, there was a ruling by the Federal Appeals Panel that one particular element of the old regulations required the returning officer to make basically a legal judgment, which was he was not really well placed to do, and we've in Election Regulation 17 follows up Nick Manners' suggestion for us to address that. Lastly, one of the proposals it makes is to increase the number of nominations required by individual party members for someone to be a candidate in the federal elections from 10 to 20. That's to double it. Now, I know this looks like a power grab by the centre to stop people standing and to limit it and generally make the elections a sham or something. It's not that. It's come from party members feeding into Nick Manners and indeed more widely that about their views on the election, and particularly a lot of party members, possibly not those in this room so much, that the ballot papers were too long and there were hundreds of candidates for endless committees and they simply couldn't face it, so they didn't bother voting it. I know none of you would respond like that to a lengthy ballot paper, but there are people out there, colleagues. So I think they did fair, and it was a recommendation by Nick to seek to try and whittle down to the strongest set of candidates there. He recommended that be addressed. The General Election Review also recommended the same thing for the same purpose. So the Federal Board is acting on the recommendation of both those external reviews to do this. I would say, myself, some of you who've been doing this as long as I have may remember the days in which Autumn Conference was populated by people running around with a bit of paper saying, can you sign my nomination form? If that still was required to be the case, I think the increase from 10 to 20 might pose an extra significant burden. In these days where almost everybody gains their nominations electronically and online, and there's no requirement to do it at conference, and most people don't, it is much easier to get from 10 to 20, and if you can get 10, you can probably get 20. So I think we don't think it is going to be an unreasonable new burden, but hopefully it will help achieve the objective. We think it's a modest increase. Some people suggested it go up to 50 or 100. We think this is a modest increase, but we have specifically said this should be reviewed after this year's elections to see whether it had the desired effect or not.
Thank you very much. Can I ask Tim Slide to stand by and call Michael Merritt-Gooding, who is going to speak against acceptance of these regulations?
I wanted to submit an amendment about the changes to Regulation 44, but in the agenda it stated that that's not possible. I looked in the Constitution and found that instead the Federal Board of having to bring a motion to conference, which can be amended, they only have to bring the election rules to conference for ratification. I was down to ask a question. I nearly got it. I was really close, very close, but didn't quite get it. And I thought that might have answered the answer to that question may have meant that I wouldn't be speaking now, but I didn't get an answer because I've run out of time. So here I am speaking against the whole of the regulations because I have no other option. Increasing the number of people needed to nominate someone will make it harder to stand, and that is its purpose. If you read the consultation process, that's what it said in the consultation documents that we were seeing. That consultation process was carried out at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, and I know that some people commented online that it wasn't a very good time to do it, but others thought it was a good time to do it. And newer members in particular will find it harder to stand. For local elections, we favour a low number of nominators and welcome the recent move from 10 to 2. We should practice in our internal processes what we want for the country. It was stated during the review that at internal elections, there was strong feedback from members that they found the total number of candidates and the amount of information voters had to read about the candidates were off-putting. There is an alternative to this increasing the number of nominations to reduce the number of candidates that we could do to reduce the amount people have to read, and that would be to no longer have the returning officer ask questions of all the candidates. I would like conference to vote against these regulations, but I think that's going to be unlikely, as it may be impossible to bring a new set of regulations to the conference before the start of the election process in the autumn. I hope that before the next set of internal elections, we can reduce the number of nominators back to 10 and no longer require candidates to answer questions from the returning officer to reduce the amount voters have to read. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Can I call Tim Sly, who is going to summate? Tim is president of the Welsh Party.
Good afternoon, conference. So in summating this motion, we've heard from Jeremy about the recommendation from not one but two independent reviews to make some of the changes that were recommended. Other changes resulting from Federal Appeals Panel ruling that one of the regulations potentially placed the returning officer in jeopardy, as they would be having to make, in effect, a legal judgment on certain things. We heard from Jeremy that the two reviews had recommended an increase in the number of nominations required, but we heard from Michael that he was concerned that increasing the number of nominations required would make it harder for people to stand. Jeremy had countered that by saying that in an age where most nominations are done online electronically, that doesn't impose an unreasonable new burden. Michael had also proposed that an alternative to reducing the amount of literature that people had to wade through from candidates would be to reduce or eliminate the number of questions asked of candidates by the returning officer. We've also seen changes recommended not just by the Nick Manners review, but also by the General Election Review. And in summary, I would urge you to support the proposed changes in the aim of improved process going forward for the federal elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. We now move to a vote. This requires a simple majority, so those in favour, please show. Thank you. And those against? That is overwhelmingly carried. Thank you. F17, it's you again, Jeremy. This is a constitutional amendment and will require a two-thirds majority.
I'm sorry about this. I mean, I don't know how Ed's got away with only one constitutional amendment in 35 years. I've had to do two this afternoon. So, I'll try and make this brief. We as a party are what's called an unincorporated association, which is great, but there are some things that an unincorporated association can't do, such as to sign a contract, for example, for a lease of a building, other things as well. So in order to address that, we have a vehicle which is a company called Liberal Democrats Limited. The bit of the Constitution, which I'm sure you've all read, sets out how that works, and that three senior members of the party, the President, Vice President, Chair of the Finance Committee, are the directors of that company. That generally works fine, but it does mean that if we want to use that company as a vehicle for some particular activities, we might want to have directors of the company with relevant specialist expertise, which it's unlikely those three people would have, in the way that directors of a company normally would have relevant specialist expertise. And this has come up particularly because the fundraising team are exploring the possibility of a particular approach to improving our legacy fundraising, which might involve using this company in that way. So having thought about this and tried to make sure that we can do that, while also making sure the party does continue to control this company, of course, the solution come up with is to suggest that it allows us as a party to appoint three specialist directors, but they are appointed by the members of the company, which will be the 3 senior party officer holders I mentioned a moment ago. So, and the members, and with the Federal Board spent some time on this, the members are the people who control the company. They will have the ability to sack the directors if they want to, so it will remain within the party's control, but actually the management of the company would be open to having people with relevant specialist expertise for a particular specialist approach. So we would like the flexibility to do that, please, for the party's benefit, because there may be some ways in which it might help us. So I would like to ask you, please, to approve that constitutional amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We've not received any cards to speak against this, so we can move to a vote. Those in favour, please show. Thank you. And those against? 2, so I think that is a 2/3 majority, and that is passed. Thank you. We now move to a report from the Federal Communications and Elections Committee and invite Baroness Pinnock to move her report.
Well then, since the wonderful general election outcome, FCEC has spent time, first of all, looking back to review what went on and what we could, as a committee, could have changed to improve outcomes, including, of course, spending a lot of time looking at and thinking about the general election review that we've heard about earlier today. And then, most importantly, we've been looking forward to how we can set ourselves up as a party to win more elections, which is what we on FCEC are absolutely focused on. So, there's just 3 things I want to report briefly. Is first of all, we have agreed at our last meeting a new by-election strategy, which confirmed the strategy we had in the last Parliament, but has been modified in the light of the changing electoral landscape. But the principles of it remain the same. Secondly, from the communications team, we are really pleased that the communications team have sufficient funding and resource to appoint regional media personnel out in the field. So that is a real huge step forward, I think, for those of us who rely on our local media in Yorkshire and also obviously in Scotland and Wales and Midlands elsewhere, rely on that input. And the third thing that we have done is in response to the general election review and our own thinking that there was not enough resource on thinking about how we fight Labour. There is now a small but perfectly formed unit to help campaigners fight Labour. So 3 good things. Wouldn't have done it without our excellent team of professionals in the 3 C's, as I think about them: communications, compliance, and campaigns.
Thank you very much, Cathy. We have one question for the report. We have one question from Christopher Johnson regarding tackling discrimination.
Thanks very much, and very important to keep prodding us all about fighting discrimination in all its forms and wherever it raises its ugly head. What we can do as FCEC is certainly enable candidates to be go to approval and through the selection processes, especially now that F10 was agreed today. That is a big help, in my view, towards enabling a wider diversity of candidates to come forward and be supported. So our focus would always be to absolutely oppose any discrimination of any sort, including, which is not included in the question, any racial discrimination.
Thank you. Is Christopher here? No. So we just need, are you waving your, thank you. Can I just have a show of hands to accept this report?
Excellent.
Thank you. Anybody against? Thank you. That is carried. Thank you, Kath. We move on to F19, the Campaign for Gender Balances report, and invite Councillor Julia Cambridge to present her report.
Oh, thank you, Gemma. Thank you so much. Right, I'm going to talk really quickly because I've got quite a long report and I know that we are running over. So the Campaign for Gender Balance has continued to provide support to women who want to become members of the Westminster Parliament, Scottish Parliament and Welsh Assembly over the last 6 months. We're also supporting a number of women who want to stand for election to local government this May, something we see as an excellent way to prepare for standing for Parliament. And good luck to each and every woman who is standing. Now, parliamentary selections have recently started, and CGB remain committed to encouraging diverse candidates to apply whilst supporting them through the process and beyond. We're very encouraged to see more women coming forward for training with a view to becoming parliamentary candidates. As CGV Vice Chair, I continue to lead our candidate approval team to success, very modest there, but and it's been wonderful to be helping so many women get approved as parliamentary candidates. However, CGB team are concerned that the drive to select target seat candidates is coming earlier, and we hope this isn't going to block new women from getting selected. Unfortunately, we're unable to run our planned Future Women MP webinar weekend this autumn due to team illness, but it will be back very, very soon. We ran a well-received set of 12 training sessions at Autumn Conference in Brighton, and we included a couple of new modules, one which was fighting misogyny, which is becoming more and more open in British public life. I wonder why. Together with the CGB module on staying safe on social media, and these form new strands to our training. Our thanks go to all the new women MPs who have come and helped deliver our training in Brighton. And I want to particularly thank Lisa Smart MP, who joined me today to help with the training. It was fantastic to see so many women in Brighton who are now MPs, whose journeys to Westminster began with CGB training. We look forward to a very active 2025, supporting excellent women for approval and selection over the next 12 months.
Thank you, Julia. You have one question, and it's the same question from Christopher Johnson regarding discrimination, tackling discrimination.
I do, and thank you, Christopher. This is important. What I will say about CGB is what we're trying to do is get more women selected as top candidates, wherever that is be. If somebody has a particular complaint against ableism, misogyny, any of the things which you've identified, we would firmly say there are independent disciplinary complaint systems to take those through. And if people see that, we would urge them to do that.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? Thank you. Then can I put the Campaign for Gender Balance report to the vote? Those in favour? Thank you. And those against? That looks like it's carried in com. Thank you, Julia. We move to F20, the Federal International Relations Committee report, to be moved by David Chambers. Chalmers.
No, I will keep this brief. There's a written report that I put in and it sort of gives a lot of the work that we've been doing. And over the last 6 months, we have been really, really very active. We had a very successful autumn conference where we had some of the highest number of representatives from embassies and diplomats and ambassadors attending, put on a full international program for them. Also brought in sizable revenue for the party, I think about sort of 30 or 40,000 pounds, giving or taking some of the sponsorship as well. So through the autumn, we took our delegations, I led our delegations to ALDE, and we were very successful in Sal Brinton was re-elected as Vice President of ALDE, and we were the only party that I know that had all the candidates for Vice President that we voted for elected, which just proves that we as a delegation, we work together as a team. There's a question coming on later, but it's very, very much about the team working together, bringing new people on, trying to show diversity in our delegations that reflect society and the party. So it's a really good way for new people to get involved with what we do. We also went to Santiago, to the Liberal International Congress in Santiago in Chile in November. I led the delegation to that, and we were successful in having Phil Bennion re-elected to the Bureau as Vice President, but we also got Sal Brinton, Baroness Brinton, elected as the Chair of the Human Rights Committee. Now that is a hugely influential role for us, and especially what we've been hearing earlier on today about how important international human rights are for us. This is something very important for us. We also got Bobby Dean, our MP, elected to the Fair Trade Committee, and Pippa Halings, MP, onto the Climate Justice Committee. And I expect us to be much more engaged in those sort of areas going forward. I mean, we've been very strong on human rights, LGBT rights, women's rights, around disability, but I think there are areas that we can bring forward. We, as a party, since the general election, our sister parties are looking towards us for leadership and guidance. You're probably aware the FDP, one of the largest, most influential Liberal parties, just got knocked out of the Bundestag, and that is a serious blow for them. But we are there, hopefully, to be able to support them, and as they were with us, going forward. So a lot of the parties around Europe are looking to us for guidance, and I think that's something that you'll see going forward as well. Our MPs and peers, we're finding more people engaging with our sister parties on delegations and meetings around. So there's a lot of things that we're all involved in. That about gives it. We had an away day just recently, a few weeks ago. One of the key things that came out of that was that we need to engage better and find a better way of communicating with party members on our international work. And that's one of the things that we're really going to look at. Two things that came up in the motions today. Our focus, obviously, LGBT rights, hugely important for us and a priority and which we will be working on, and also Trump. And I can assure you that whilst we may have passed that motion, that we know that this is an ongoing, evolving situation, and so FERC will be there helping parliamentarians going forward on that. So, yeah.
Thank you, David. You've got two questions, both from Christopher Johnson. Perhaps you could answer them together?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I mean, diversity, improving, the different parts of our party, whether it's LGBT, whether it's women's rights and disability, part of the delegation. And I really encourage people to come forward and actually proactively go out there and ask people if they're interested, because I think it helps people to get involved with our work, but it also helps us when we're looking at policies and motions and when we're dealing and networking with sister parties. So, and on the committee itself, we're a strong team. And I try to make sure that everyone's voice is heard, everyone's voice is valid. You've got some very important, quite senior people who come along to our meetings, but it's important. You're a member of the committee. So I try to do that, and I try to make sure that we're fairly inclusive. So like tonight, we have for all of us who are here who are international, we have a dinner, some of our parliamentarians. So it's an ongoing thing, but I try to make sure that everybody feels very, very much valid and a part of a team. hopefully that answers, but it's definitely an ongoing situation. With the genocide in Armenia, that's a good point. And I think that what we should do is, we've got a sister parties in Armenia, and you've sort of encouraged me that I need to reach out to them, talk to them, and also to then our parliamentarians and see how it really fits in. But I will, in the course of the next sort of week or so, I'll make sure we have some sort of questions on that, and then I can put that more detail to you in a written reply in the next couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you have a supplementary? Thank you. Okay, can we just vote on accepting the international report?
Thank you.
Thank you. And those against? That again is carried. Thank you, David. Thank you. And our final report today is F21, a report from the Federal Council. Anthony Hook is not here, so this is to be moved by Councillor Prue-Bray.
Hello, I'm one of the vice chairs. I'm afraid you'll have to put up with me instead of Anthony, who regrets he's not able to be here. I'm not going to go through the full report. It's in your papers. I would like to update you about the meeting that we've had since the report was written, which looked at two items. One was the general election review, in which we had a presentation. The other one was a call-in, which is a relatively rare thing for our committee to do. It requires 14 members of the 40-strong committee, at least, to sign a call-in of a decision of the federal board. And the decision that was called in was the decision to raise the expenses limit for the presidential elections. We had a very good discussion on that. At the end of the meeting, there was nobody voted against the decision of the committee, which was to ask the federal board to reconsider. We were not able to ask the federal, or to tell the federal board that the decision was overturned, because according to the Constitution, that requires an absolute two-thirds majority of the whole committee, which is 27 people, and we did not have 27 members present, unfortunately. It's quite a high bar. But the decision to ask them to think again was unanimous, apart from one person who abstained. So I hope they have taken that message back. We don't know the outcome of that yet.
Thank you, Prue. And you have one question from Christopher regarding tackling discrimination.
Yeah, we're in a slightly different position, I think, to most committees in that we don't do things. We are mainly there to scrutinise the decisions of the federal board and to hold them to account. So in that meeting, which I've just described, the main reason why that was the expenses limit was called in was concerns about the impact on the ability of people from diverse backgrounds to stand, because the limit would then be £25,000, which is quite a lot of money. And we had a very interesting discussion with lots of good points made in a very civil manner on both sides, and came to the conclusion that we came to, which is, I think, that we felt as a council that it was more likely to be a barrier to people standing, and we wanted to encourage people from diverse backgrounds to be able to stand for our party president. So I hope that gives you an idea of the kinds of things we can do.
Any supplementary? Thank you. Okay, we just need to vote on the report of the Federal Council. Those in favour? Thank you. And anyone against? A couple. Okay, thank you very much. That has been passed. Then I can just bring today's events to a conclusion. Thank my aides, Duncan and Lucas, and wish you all a good evening.